Chapter 17 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women, by George Gissing. Chapter 17. The Triumph. Not till midwinter did Barfoot again see his friends the Micklethwaites. By invitation he went to South Tottenham on New Year's Eve, and dined with them at 7 o'clock. He was the first guest that had entered the house since their marriage. From the very doorstep, Everard became conscious of a domestic atmosphere that told soothingly upon his nerves. The little servant who opened to him exhibited a gentle, noiseless demeanour, which was no doubt the result of careful discipline. Micklethwaite himself, who at once came out into the passage, gave proof of a like influence. His hearty greeting was spoken in soft tones, a placid happiness beamed from his face. In the sitting-room, Micklethwaite's study, used for reception because the other had to serve as dining-room, tempered lamplight and the glow of a hospitable fire showed the hostess and her blind sister standing in expectation. To Everard's eyes both of them looked far better in health than a few months ago. Mrs. Micklethwaite was no longer so distressingly old. An expression that resembled girlish pleasure lit up her countenance as she stepped forward. Nay, if he mistook not, there came a gentle warmth to her cheek, and the momentary downward glance was as graceful and modest as in a youthful bride. Never had Barfoot approached a woman with more finished courtesy, the sincere expression of his feeling. The blind sister he regarded in like spirit. His voice touched its softest note as he held her hand for a moment, and replied to her pleasant words. No undue indication of poverty disturbed him. He saw that the house had been improved in many ways since Mrs. Micklethwaite had taken possession of it. Pictures, ornaments, pieces of furniture were added, all in simple taste, but serving to heighten the effect of refined comfort. Where the average woman would have displayed pretentious emptiness, Mrs. Micklethwaite had made a home which in its way was beautiful. The dinner which she herself had cooked, and which she assisted in serving, aimed at being no more than a simple, decorous meal, but the guest unfeignedly enjoyed it. Even the vegetables and the bread seemed to him to have a daintier flavour than at many a rich table. He could not help noticing and admiring the skill with which Miss Wheatley ate without seeing what was before her. Had he not known her misfortune, he would hardly have become aware of it by any peculiarity as she sat opposite to him. The mathematician had learnt to sit upon a chair like ordinary mortals. For the first week or two it must have cost him severe restraint. Now he betrayed no temptation to roll and jerk and twist himself. When the ladies retired he reached from a sideboard a box which Barfoot viewed with uneasiness. "Do you smoke here? In this room?" "Oh, why not?" Everard glanced at the pretty curtains before the window. "No, my boy, you do not smoke here, and in fact I like your claret. I won't spoil the flavour of it." "As you please, but I think Fanny will be distressed." "You shall say that I have abandoned the weed." Emotions were at conflict in Micklethwaite's mind, but finally he beamed with gratitude. "Barfoot," he bent forward and touched his friend's arm, "there are angels walking the earth in this our day. Science hasn't abolished them, my dear fellow, and I don't think it ever will. It falls to the lot of but few men to encounter them, and of fewer still to entertain them permanently in a cottage at South Tottenham." "You are right." Micklethwaite laughed in a new way, with scarcely any sound, a change Everard had already noticed. "These two sisters. But I had better not speak about them. In my old age I have become a worshipper, a mystic, a man of dream and vision." "How about worship in a parochial sense?" inquired Barfoot, smiling. "Any difficulty of that point?" "I conform in moderation. Nothing would be asked of me. There is no fanaticism, no intolerance. It would be brutal if I declined to go to church on a Sunday morning. You see, my strictly scientific attitude helps in avoiding offence. Fanny can't understand it, but my lack of dogmatism vastly relieves her. I've been trying to explain to her that the scientific mind can have nothing to do with materialism. The new order of ideas is of course very difficult for her to grasp, but in time. For heaven's sake, don't attempt conversion." "On no account whatever. But I should like her to see what is meant by perception and conception, by the relativity of time and space,
and a few simple things of that kind."
Barfoot laughed heartily.
"By the by," he said, shifting to safer ground, "my brother Tom is in London, and in wretched health. His angel is from the wrong quarter, from the nethermost pit. I seriously believe that she has a plan for killing her husband. You remember my mentioning in a letter his horse accident? He has never recovered from that, and as likely as not never will. His wife brought him away from Madeira just when he ought to have stopped there to get well. He settled himself at Torquay, whilst that woman ran about to pay visits. It was understood that she should go back to him at Torquay, but this she at length refused to do. The place was too dull. It didn't suit her extremely delicate health. She must live in London, her pure native air. If Tom had taken any advice, he would have let her live just where she pleased, thanking heaven that she was at a distance from him. But the poor fellow can't be away from her. He has come up, and here I feel convinced he will die. It's a very monstrous thing, but uncommonly like women in general who have got a man into their power."
Micklethwaite shook his head.
"You are being too hard upon them. You have been unlucky. You know my view of your duty." "I begin to think that marriage isn't impossible for me," said Barfoot with a grave smile.
"Ha! Capital!"
"But as likely as not it will be marriage without forms, imply a free union."
The mathematician was downcast.
"I'm sorry to hear that. It won't do. We must conform. Besides, in that case, the person decidedly isn't suitable to you. You of all men must marry a lady." "I should never think of any one that wasn't a lady."
"Is emancipation getting as far as that? Do ladies enter into that kind of union?"
"I don't know of any example. That's just why the idea tempts me."
Barfoot would go no further in explanation.
"How about your new algebra?" "Alas, my dear boy, the temptation is so frightful. When I get back home. Remember that I have never known what it was to sit and talk through the evening with ordinary friends, let alone— It's too much for me just yet. And you know I don't venture to work on Sundays. That will come, all in good time. I must grant myself half a year of luxury after such a life as mine has been." "Of course you must. Let algebra wait." "I think it over, of course, at odd moments. Church on Sunday morning is a good opportunity."
Barfoot could not stay to see the old year out, but good wishes were none the less heartily exchanged before he went. Micklethwaite walked with him to the railway station. At a few paces' distance from his house he stood and pointed back to it. "That little place, Barfoot, is one of the sacred spots of the earth. Strange to think that the house has been waiting for me, there, through all the years of my hopelessness. I feel that a mysterious light ought to shine about it. It oughtn't to look just like common houses." On his way home, Everard thought over what he had seen and heard, smiling good-naturedly. Well, that was one ideal of marriage. Not his ideal, but very beautiful amid the vulgarities and vileness of ordinary experience. It was the old fashion in its purest presentment, the consecrated form of domestic happiness, removed beyond reach of satire, only to be touched, if touched at all, with the very gentlest irony. A life by no means for him. If he tried it, even with a woman so perfect, he would perish of ennui. For him marriage must not mean repose, inevitably tending to drowsiness, but the mutual incitement of vigorous minds. Passion, yes, there must be passion, at all events to begin with. Passion not impossible of revival in days subsequent to its first indulgence. Beauty in the academic sense he no longer demanded. Enough that the face spoke eloquently, that the limbs were vigorous. Let beauty perish if it cannot ally itself with mind. Be a woman what else she may, let her have brains and the power of using them. In that demand the maturity of his manhood expressed itself. For casual amour the odalisque could still prevail with him, but for the life of wedlock, the durable companionship of man and woman, intellect was his first requirement. A woman with man's capability of understanding and reasoning, free from superstition, religious or social, far above the ignoble weaknesses which men have been base enough to idealize in her sex, a woman who would scorn the vulgarism of jealousy, and yet know what it is to love. This was asking much of nature and civilization. Did he grossly deceive himself in thinking he had found the paragon? For thus far had he advanced in his thoughts of Rhoda Nunn. If the phrase had any meaning, he was in love with her. Yet, strange complex of emotions, he was still only half serious in his desire to take her for a wife, wishing rather to amuse and flatter himself by merely inspiring her with passion. Therefore he refused to entertain a thought of formal marriage. To obtain her consent to marriage would be nothing at all, it would afford him no satisfaction. But so to play upon her emotions that the proud, intellectual, earnest woman was willing to defy society for his sake, that would be an end worth achieving. Ever since the dialogue in which he frankly explained his position and all but declared love, he had not once seen Rhoda in private. She shunned him purposely beyond a doubt, and did not that denote a fear of him justified by her inclination? The postponement of what must necessarily come to pass between them began to try his patience, as assuredly it inflamed his ardour. If no other resource offered, he would be obliged to make his cousin an accomplice by requesting her beforehand to leave him alone with Rhoda some evening when he had called upon them. But it was time that chance favoured him, and his interview with Miss Nunn came about in a way he could not have foreseen. At the end of the first week of January he was invited to dine at Miss Barfoot's. The afternoon had been foggy, and when he set forth there seemed to be some likelihood of a plague of choking darkness such as would obstruct traffic. As usual he went by train to Sloane Square, purposing, for it was dry underfoot and he could not disregard small economies, to walk the short distance from there to Queen's Road. On coming out from the station he found the fog so dense that it was doubtful whether he could reach his journey's end. Cabs were not to be had. He must either explore the gloom, with risk of getting nowhere at all, or give it up and take a train back. But he longed too ardently for the sight of Rhoda to abandon his evening without an effort. Having with difficulty made his way into King's Road, he found progress easier on account of the shop illuminations. The fog, however, was growing every moment more fearsome, and when he had to turn out of the highway, his case appeared desperate. Literally he groped along, feeling the fronts of the houses. As under ordinary circumstances he would have just had time enough to reach his cousins punctually, he must be very late. Perhaps they would conclude that he had not ventured out on such a night, and were already dining without him. No matter, as well go one way as another now. After abandoning hope several times, and all but asphyxiated, he found by inquiry of a man with whom he collided that he was actually within a few doors of his destination. Another effort, and he rang a joyous peal at the bell. A mistake. It was the wrong house, and he had to go 2 doors further on. This time he procured admittance to the familiar little hall. The servant smiled at him, but said nothing. He was led to the drawing-room, and there found Rhoda Nunn alone. The fact did not so much surprise him as Rhoda's appearance. For the first time since he had known her, her dress was not uniform black. She wore a red silk blouse with a black skirt, and so admirable was the effect of this costume that he scarcely refrained from a delighted exclamation. Some concern was visible in her face. "I am sorry to say," were her first words, "that Miss Barfoot will not be here in time for dinner. She went to Faversham this morning, and ought to have been back about 7:30. But a telegram came some time ago. A thick fog caused her to miss the train, and the next doesn't reach Victoria till 10 minutes past 10. It was now 8:30. Dinner had been appointed for the hour. Barfoot explained his lateness in arriving. "Is it so bad as that? I didn't know." The situation embarrassed both of them. Barfoot suspected a hope on Miss Nunn's part that he would relieve her of his company, but even had there been no external hindrance, he could not have relinquished the happy occasion. To use frankness was best. "Out of the question for me to leave the house," he said, meeting her eyes and smiling. "You won't be hard upon a starving man?" At once Rhoda made a pretence of having felt no hesitation. "Oh, of course, we will dine immediately." She rang the bell. Miss Barfoot took it for granted that I would represent her. Look, the fog is penetrating even to our fireside. "Cheerful, very. What is Mary doing at Faversham?" "Someone she has been corresponding with for some time begged her to go down and give an address to a number of ladies on a certain subject." "Ah, Mary is on the way to become a celebrity." "Quite against her will, as you know." They went to dinner, and Barfoot, thoroughly enjoying the abnormal state of things, continued to talk of his cousin.
It seems to me that she can't logically refuse to put herself forward. Work of her kind can't be done in a corner. It isn't a case of, oh, teach the orphan girl to sew."
"I have used the same argument to her," said Rhoda. Her place at the head of the table had its full effect upon Everard's imagination. Why should he hold by a resolve of which he did not absolutely approve the motive? Why not simply ask her to be his wife, and so remove one element of difficulty from his pursuit? True, he was wretchedly poor. Marrying on such an income, he would at once find his freedom restricted in every direction. But then, more likely than not, Rhoda had determined against marriage, and of him especially never thought for a moment as a possible husband. Well, that was what he wanted to ascertain. They conversed naturally enough until the meal was over. Then their embarrassment revived, but this time it was Rhoda who took the initiative. "Shall I leave you to your meditations?" she asked, moving a few inches from the table. "I should much prefer your society, if you will grant me it for a minute longer." Without speaking, she rose and led the way to the drawing-room. There, sitting at a formal distance from each other, they talked of the fog. Would Miss Barfoot be able to get back at all? "A propos," said Everard, "did you ever read The City of Dreadful Night?" "Yes, I have read it."
"Without sympathy, of course."
"Why, of course? Do I seem to you a shallow optimist?"
"No, a vigorous and rational optimist, such as I myself aim at being."
"Do you? But optimism of that kind must be proved by some effort on behalf of society."
"Precisely the effort I am making. If a man works at developing and fortifying the best things in his own character, he is surely doing society a service."
She smiled sceptically. "Yes, no doubt. But how do you develop and fortify yourself?" She was meeting him half-way, thought Everard. Foreseeing the inevitable, she wished to have it over and done with. Or else—
"I live very quietly," was his reply, "thinking of grave problems most of my time. You know I am a great deal alone."
"Naturally?"
"No, anything but naturally."
Rhoda said nothing. He waited a moment, then moved to a seat much nearer hers. Her face hardened, and he saw her fingers locked together.
"Where a man is in love, solitude seems to him the most unnatural of conditions."
"Please don't make me your confidant, Mr. Barfoot," Rhoda said with well-assumed pleasantry. "I have no taste for that kind of thing."
"But I can't help doing so. It is you that I am in love with."
"I am very sorry to hear it. Happily the sentiment will not long trouble you." He read in her eyes and on her lips a profound agitation. She glanced about the room, and before he could again speak, had risen to ring the bell. "You always take coffee, I think?" Without troubling to give any assent, he moved apart and turned over some books on the table. For full 5 minutes there was silence. The coffee was brought. He tasted it and put his cup down. Seeing that Rhoda had, as it were, entrenched herself behind the beverage, and would continue to sip at it as long as might be necessary, he went and stood in front of her.
"Miss Nunn, I am more serious than you will give me credit for being. The sentiment, as you call it, has troubled me for some time, and will last."
Her refuge failed her. The cup she was holding began to shake a little.
"Please let me put it aside for you."
Rhoda allowed him to do so, and then locked her fingers.
"I am so much in love with you that I can't keep away from this house more than a few days at a time. Of course, you have known it. I haven't tried to disguise why I came here so often. It's so seldom that I see you alone, and now that fortune is kind to me, I must speak as best I can. I won't make myself ridiculous in your eyes if I can help it. You despise the love-making of ballrooms and garden parties. So do I, most heartily. Let me speak like a man who has few illusions to overcome. I want you for the companion of my life. I don't see very well how I am to do without you. You know, I think, that I have only a moderate competence. It's enough to live upon without miseries, that's all one can say. Probably I shall never be richer, for I can't promise to exert myself to earn money. I wish to live for other things. You can picture the kind of life I want you to share. You know me well enough to understand that my wife, if we use the old word, would be as free to live in her own way as I to live in mine. All the same, it is love that I am asking for. Think how you may about man and woman. You know that there is such a thing as love between them, and that the love of a man and a woman who can think intelligently may be the best thing life has to offer them." He could not see her eyes, but she was smiling in a forced way, with her lips close set. "As you insisted on speaking," she said at length, "I had no choice but to listen. It is usual, I think, if one may trust the novels, for a woman to return thanks when an offer of this kind has been made to her. So, thank you very much, Mr. Barfoot." Everard seized a little chair that was close by, planted it beside Rhoda's, there seated himself and took possession of one of her hands. It was done so rapidly and vehemently that Rhoda started back, her expression changing from sportive mockery to all but alarm. "I will have no such thanks," he uttered in a low voice, much moved, a smile making him look strangely stern. "You shall understand what it means when a man says that he loves you. I have come to think your face so beautiful that I am in torment with the desire to press my lips upon yours. Don't be afraid that I shall be brutal enough to do it without your consent. My respect for you is stronger even than my passion. When I first saw you, I thought you interesting because of your evident intelligence, nothing more. Indeed, you were not a woman to me. Now you are the only woman in the world. No other can draw my eyes from you. Touch me with your fingers, and I shall tremble. That is what my love means." She was colourless. Her lips, just parted, quivered as the breath panted between them. She did not try to withdraw her hand. "Can you love me in return?" Everard went on, his face still nearer. "Am I anything like this to you? Have the courage you boast of. Speak to me as one human being to another, plain, honest words." "I don't love you in the least, and if I did, I would never share your life." The voice was very unlike her familiar tones. It seemed to hurt her to speak. "The reason? Because you have no faith in me?" "I can't say whether I have or not. I know absolutely nothing of your life. But I have my work, and no one shall ever persuade me to abandon it." "Your work? How do you understand it? What is its importance to you?" "Oh, and you pretend to know me so well that you wish me to be your companion at every moment?" She laughed mockingly, and tried to draw away her hand, for it was burnt by the heat of his. Barfoot held her firmly. "What is your work? Copying with a type machine and teaching others to do the same? Isn't that it?" "The work by which I earn money, yes. But if it were no more than that—" "Explain, then." Passion was overmastering him as he watched the fine scorn in her eyes. He raised her hand to his lips. "No!" Rhoda exclaimed with sudden wrath. "Your respect! Oh, I appreciate your respect!" She wrenched herself from his grasp and went apart. Barfoot rose, gazing at her with admiration. "It is better I should be at distance from you," he said. "I want to know your mind, and not to be made insensate." "Wouldn't it be better still if you left me?" Rhoda suggested, mistress of herself again. "If you really wish it." He remembered the circumstances and spoke submissively. "Yet the fog gives me such a good excuse for begging your indulgence. The chances are I should only lose myself in an inferno." "Doesn't it strike you that you take an advantage of me as you did once before? I make no pretence of equalling you in muscular strength, yet you try to hold me by force." He divined in her pleasure akin to his own, the delight of conflict. Otherwise she would never have spoken thus. "Yes, it is true. Love revives the barbarian. It wouldn't mean much if it didn't. In this one respect I suppose no man, however civilized, would wish the woman he loves to be his equal. Marriage by capture can't quite be done away with. You say you have not the least love for me. If you had, should I like you to confess it instantly? A man must plead and woo, but there are different ways. I can't kneel before you and exclaim about my miserable unworthiness, for I am not unworthy of you. I shall never call you queen and goddess, unless in delirium, and I think I should soon weary of the woman who put her head under my foot. Just because I am stronger than you and have stronger passions, I take that advantage, try to overcome, as I may, the womanly resistance which is one of your charms." "How useless, then, for us to talk, if you are determined to remind me again and again that your strength puts me at your mercy." "Oh, not that. I will come no nearer to you. Sit down and tell me what I asked."
Rhoda hesitated, but at length took the chair by which she was standing.
"You are resolved never to marry?"
"I never shall," Rhoda replied firmly.
"But suppose marriage in no way interfered with your work?"
"It would interfere hopelessly with the best part of my life. I thought you understood this. What would become of the encouragement I am able to offer our girls?"
"Encouragement to refuse marriage?"
"To scorn the old idea that a woman's life is wasted if she does not marry. My work is to help those women who, by sheer necessity, must live alone, women whom vulgar opinion ridicules. How can I help them so effectually as by living among them, one of them, and showing that my life is anything but weariness and lamentation? I am fitted for this. It gives me a sense of power and usefulness which I enjoy. Your cousin is doing the same work admirably. If I deserted, I should despise myself."
"Magnificent. If I could bear the thought of living without you, I should bid you persever and be great."
"I need no such bidding to persever."
"And for that very reason, because you are capable of such things, I love you only the more."
There was triumph in her look, though she endeavoured to disguise it. "Then for your own peace," she said, "I must hope that you will avoid me. It is so easily done. We have nothing in common, Mr. Barfoot."
"I can't agree with that. For one thing, there are perhaps not half a dozen women living whom I could talk with as I have talked with you. It isn't likely that I shall ever meet one. Am I to make my bow, and abandon in resignation the one chance of perfecting my life?"
"You don't know me. We differ profoundly on 1,000 essential points."
"You think so because you have a very wrong idea of me."
Rhoda glanced at the clock in the mantelpiece. "Mr. Barfoot," she said in a changed voice, "you will forgive me if I remind you that it is past 10 o'clock." He sighed and rose. "The fog certainly cannot be so thick now. Shall I ask them to try and get you a cab?"
"I shall walk to the station."
"Only one more word." She assumed a quiet dignity which he could not disregard. "We have spoken in this way for the last time. You will not oblige me to take all sorts of trouble merely to avoid useless and painful conversation?"
"I love you, and I can't abandon hope."
"Then I must take that trouble." Her face darkened, and she stood in expectation of his departure.
"I mustn't offer to shake hands," said Everard, drawing a step nearer.
"I hope you can remember that I had no choice but to be your hostess." The face and tone affected him with a brief shame. Bending his head, he approached her, and held her offered hand, without pressure, only for an instant. Then he left the room. There was a little improvement in the night. He could make his way along the pavement without actual groping, and no unpleasant adventure checked him before he reached the station. Rhoda's face and figure went before him. He was not downcast. For all that she had said, this woman, soon or late, would yield herself. He had a strange, unreasoning assurance of it. Perhaps the obstinacy of his temper supplied him with that confident expectation. He no longer cared on what terms he obtained her, legal marriage or free union. It was indifferent to him. But her life should be linked with his if fierce energy or will meant anything. Miss Barfoot arrived at 11:30, after many delays on her journey. She was pierced with cold, choked with the poisonous air, and had derived very little satisfaction from her visit to Faversham. "What happened?" was her first question, as Rhoda came out into the hall with sympathy and solicitude. "Did the fog keep our guest away?" "No, he dined here." "It was just as well. You haven't been lonely." They spoke no more on the subject until Miss Barfoot recovered from her discomfort, and was enjoying a much-needed supper. "Did he offer to go away?" "It was really impossible. It took him more than half an hour to get here from Sloane Square." "Oh, foolish fellow! Why didn't he take a train back at once?" There was a peculiar brightness in Rhoda's countenance, and Miss Barfoot had observed it from the first. "Did you quarrel much?" "Not more than was to be expected." "He didn't think of staying for my return?" "He left about 10 o'clock." "Of course. Quite late enough under the circumstances. It was very unfortunate, but I don't suppose Everard cared much. He would enjoy the opportunity of teasing you." A glance told her that Everard was not alone in his enjoyment of the evening. Rhoda led the talk into other channels, but Miss Barfoot continued to reflect on what she had perceived. A few evenings after, when Miss Barfoot had been sitting alone for an hour or two, Rhoda came to the library and took a place near her. The elder woman glanced up from her book and saw that her friend had something special to say. "What is it, dear?" "I am going to tax your good nature, and to ask you about unpleasant things." Miss Barfoot knew immediately what this meant. She professed readiness to answer, but had an uneasy look. "Will you tell me in plain terms what it was that your cousin did when he disgraced himself?" "Must you really know?" "I wish to know." There was a pause. Miss Barfoot kept her eyes on the page open before her. "Then I shall take the liberty of an old friend, Rhoda. Why do you wish to know?" "Mr. Barfoot," answered the other dryly, "has been good enough to say that he is in love with me." Their eyes met. "I suspected it. I felt sure it was coming. He asked you to marry him?" "No, he didn't," replied Rhoda in a purposely ambiguous phrase. "You wouldn't allow him to?" "At all events, it didn't come to that. I should be glad if you would let me know what I asked." Miss Barfoot deliberated, but finally told the story of Amy Drake. Her hand supporting one knee, her head bent, Rhoda listened without comment, and, to judge from her features, without any emotion of any kind. "That," said her friend at the close, "is the story as it was understood at the time, disgraceful to him in every particular. He knew what was said of him, and offered not a word of contradiction. But not very long ago he asked me one evening if you had been informed of this scandal. I told him that you knew he had done something which I thought very base. Everard was hurt, and thereupon he declared that neither I nor any of his acquaintances knew the truth, that he had been maligned. He refused to say more. And what am I to believe?" Rhoda was listening with livelier attention. "He declared that he wasn't to blame?" "I suppose he meant that, but it is difficult to see." "Of course, the truth can never be known," said Rhoda with sudden indifference. "And it doesn't matter. Thank you for satisfying my curiosity." Miss Barfoot waited a moment, then laughed. "Some day, Rhoda, you shall satisfy mine." "Yes, if we live long enough." What degree of blame might have attached to Barfoot, Rhoda did not care to ask herself. She thought no more of the story. Of course there must have been other such incidents in his career. Morally he was neither better nor worse than men in general. She viewed with contempt the women who furnished such opportunities. In her judgment of the male offenders she was more lenient, more philosophical than formerly. She had gained her wish, had enjoyed her triumph. A raising of the finger, and Everard Barfoot would marry her. Assured of that, she felt a new contentment in life. At times, when she was occupied with things as far as possible from this experience, a rush of joy would suddenly fill her heart, and make her cheek glow. She moved among people with a conscious dignity quite unlike that which had only satisfied her need of distinction. She spoke more softly, exercised more patience, smiled where she had been wont to scoff. Miss Nunn was altogether a more amiable person. Yet, she convinced herself, essentially quite unchanged. She pursued the aim of her life with less bitterness, in a larger spirit, that was all. But pursued it, and without fear of being diverted from the generous path. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women, by George Gissing. Chapter 18. A Reinforcement. Throughout January, Barfoot was endeavouring to persuade his brother Tom to leave London, where the invalid's health perceptibly grew worse. Doctors were urgent to the same end, but ineffectually. For Mrs. Thomas, though she professed to be amazed at her husband's folly in remaining where he could not hope for recovery, herself refused to accompany him anywhither. This pair had no children. The lady always spoke of herself as a sad sufferer from mysterious infirmities, and had in fact a tendency to hysteria, which confused itself inextricably with the results of evil nurture and the impulses of a disposition originally base. Nevertheless, she made a figure in a certain sphere of vulgar wealth, and even gave opportunity to scandalous tongues. Her husband, whatever his secret thought, would hear nothing against her. His temper, like Everard's, was marked with stubbornness, and after a good deal of wrangling he forbade his brother to address him again on the subject of their disagreement. "Tom is dying," wrote Everard early in February to his cousin in Queen's Road. "Dr. Swain assures me that unless he be removed he cannot last more than a month or two. This morning I saw the woman," it was thus he always referred to his sister-in-law, "and talked to her in what was probably the plainest language she ever had the privilege of hearing. It was a tremendous scene, brought to a close only by her flinging herself on the sofa with shrieks which terrified the whole household. My idea is that we must carry the poor fellow away by force. His infatuation makes me rage and curse, but I am bent on trying to save his life. Will you come and give me your help?" A week later they succeeded in carrying the invalid back to Torquay. Mrs. Barfoot had abandoned him to his doctors, nurses, and angry relatives. She declared herself driven out of the house, and went to live at a fashionable hotel. Everard remained in Devon for more than a month, devoting himself with affection, which the trial of his temper seemed only to increase, to his brother's welfare. Thomas improved a little. Once more there was hope. Then, on a sudden frantic impulse, after writing 50 letters which elicited no reply, he travelled in pursuit of his wife, and 3 days after his arrival in London he was dead. By a will, executed at Torquay, he bequeathed to Everard about 1/4 of his wealth. All the rest went to Mrs. Barfoot, who had declared herself too ill to attend the funeral, but in a fortnight was sufficiently recovered to visit one of her friends in the country. Everard could now count upon an income of not much less than 1,500 a year. That his brother's death would enrich him he had always foreseen, but no man could have exerted himself with more ardent energy to postpone that advantage. The widow charged him, wherever she happened to be, with deliberate fratricide. She vilified his reputation by word of mouth or by letter to all who knew him, and protested that his furious wrath at not having profited more largely by the will put her in fear of her life. This last remarkable statement was made in a long and violent epistle to Miss Barfoot, which the recipient showed to her cousin on the first opportunity. Everard had called one Sunday morning, it was the end of March, to say good-bye on his departure for a few weeks' travel. Having read the letter, he laughed with a peculiar fierceness. "This kind of thing," said Miss Barfoot, "may necessitate your prosecuting her. There is a limit, you know, even to a woman's licence." "I am far more likely," he replied, "to purchase a very nice little cane, and give her an exemplary thrashing." "Oh! Upon my word, I see no reason against it. That's how I should deal with a man who talked about me in this way, and none the less if he were a puny creature, quite unable to protect himself. In that furious scene before we got Tom away, I felt most terribly tempted to beat her. There's a great deal to be said for woman-beating. I am quite sure that many a labouring man who pommels his wife is doing exactly the right thing. No other measure would have the least result. You see what comes of impunity. If this woman saw the possibility that I should give her a public caning, she would be far more careful how she behaved herself. Let us ask Miss Nunn's opinion." Rhoda had that moment entered the room. She offered her hand frankly, and asked what the subject was. "Glance over this letter," said Barfoot. "Oh, you have seen it. I propose to get a light, supple, dandyish cane, and to give Mrs. Thomas Barfoot 6 smart cuts across the back in her own drawing-room, some afternoon when people were present. What have you to say to it?" He spoke with such a show of angry seriousness that Rhoda paused before replying. "I sympathized with you," she said at length, "but I don't think I would go to that extremity." Everard repeated the argument he had used to his cousin. "You are quite right," Rhoda assented. "I think many women deserve to be beaten and ought to be beaten, but public opinion would be so much against you." "What do I care? So is public opinion against you." "Very well, do as you like.
Miss Barfoot and I will come to the police court and give strong evidence in your favour." "Now there's a woman!" exclaimed Everard, not all in jest, for Rhoda's appearance had made his nerves thrill and his pulse beat. "Look at her, Mary. Do you wonder that I would walk the diameter of the globe to win her love?" Rhoda flushed scarlet, and Miss Barfoot was much embarrassed. Neither could have anticipated such an utterance as this. "That's the simple truth," went on Everard recklessly, "and she knows it, and yet won't listen to me. Well, good-bye to you both. Now that I have so grossly misbehaved myself, she has a good excuse for refusing even to enter the room when I am here. But do speak a word for me whilst I am away, Mary." He shook hands with them, scarcely looking at their faces, and abruptly departed. The women stood for a moment at a distance from each other. Then Miss Barfoot glanced at her friend and laughed. "Really, my poor cousin is not very discreet." "Anything but," Rhoda answered, resting on the back of a chair, her eyes cast down. "Do you really think he will cane his sister-in-law?" "How can you ask such a question?" "It would be amusing. I should think better of him for it." "Well, make it a condition. We know the story of the lady and her glove. I can see you sympathize with her." Rhoda laughed and went away, leaving Miss Barfoot with the impression that she had revealed a genuine impulse. It seemed not impossible that Rhoda might wish to say to her lover, "Face this monstrous scandal, and I am yours." A week passed, and there arrived a letter with a foreign stamp addressed to Miss Nunn. Happening to receive it before Miss Barfoot had come down to breakfast, she put it away in a drawer till evening leisure, and made no mention of its arrival. Exhilaration appeared in her behaviour through the day. After dinner she disappeared, shutting herself up to read the letter. "Dear Miss Nunn, I'm sitting at a little marble table outside a café on the Canebière. Does that name convey anything to you? The Canebière is the principal street of Marseille, street of gorgeous cafés and restaurants, just now blazing with electric light. You, no doubt, are shivering by the fireside. Here it is like an evening of summer. I have dined luxuriously, and I am taking my coffee whilst I write. At a table near to me sit two girls, engaged in the liveliest possible conversation, of which I catch a few words now and then, pretty French phrases that caress the ear. One of them is so strikingly beautiful that I cannot take my eyes from her when they have been tempted to that quarter. She speaks with indescribable grace and animation, has the sweetest eyes and lips. And all the time I am thinking of someone else. Ah, if you were here! How we would enjoy ourselves among these southern scenes! Alone it is delightful, but with you for a companion, with you to talk about everything in your splendidly frank way. This French girl's talk is of course only silly chatter. It makes me long to hear a few words from your lips, strong, brave, intelligent. I dream of the ideal possibility. Suppose I were to look up and see you standing just in front of me, there on the pavement. You have come in a few hours straight from London. Your eyes glow with delight. Tomorrow we shall travel on to Genoa, you and I, more than friends, and infinitely more than the common husband and wife. We have bidden the world go round for our amusement. Henceforth it is our occupation to observe and discuss and make merry. Is it all in vain? Rhoda, if you never love me, my life will be poor to what it might have been. And you also will lose something. In imagination I kiss your hands and your lips. Everard Barfoot. There was an address at the head of this letter, but certainly Barfoot expected no reply, and Rhoda had no thought of sending one. Every night, however, she unfolded the sheet of thin foreign paper, and read more than once what was written upon it. Read it with external calm, with a brow of meditation, and afterwards sat for some time in absent mood. Would he write again? Her daily question was answered in rather more than a fortnight. This time the letter came from Italy. It was lying on the hall table when Rhoda returned from Great Portland Street, and Miss Barfoot was the first to read the address. They exchanged no remark. On breaking the envelope—she did so at once—Rhoda found a little bunch of violets, crushed but fragrant. "These in return for your cheddar pinks," began the informal note accompanying the flowers. I had them an hour ago from a pretty girl in the streets of Parma. I didn't care to buy, and walked on, but the pretty girl ran by me, and with gentle force fixed the flowers in my buttonhole, so that I had no choice but to stroke her velvety cheeks and give her a lira. How hungry I am for the sight of your face! Think of me sometimes, dear friend." She laughed, and laid the letter and its violets away with the other. "I must depend on you, it seems, for news of Everard," said Miss Barfoot after dinner. "I can only tell you," Rhoda answered lightly, "that he has travelled from the south of France to the north of Italy, with much observation of female countenances." "He informs you of that?" "Very naturally. It is his chief interest. One likes people to tell the truth." Barfoot was away until the end of April, but after that note from Parma he did not write. One bright afternoon in May, a Saturday, he presented himself at his cousin's house, and found 2 or 3 callers in the drawing-room, ladies as usual. One of them was Miss Winifred Haven, another was Mrs. Widdowson. Mary received him without effusiveness, and after a few minutes' talk with her he took a place by Mrs. Widdowson, who, it struck him, looked by no means in such good spirits as during the early days of her marriage. As soon as she began to converse, his impression of a change in her was confirmed. The girlishness so pleasantly noticeable when he first knew her had disappeared, and the gravity substituted for it was suggestive of disillusion, of trouble. She asked him if he knew some people named Bevis, who occupied a flat just above his own. "Bevis? I have seen the name on the index at the foot of the stairs, but I don't know them personally." "That was how I came to know that you live there," said Monica. "My husband took me to call upon the Bevises, and there we saw your name. At least we supposed it was you, and Miss Barfoot tells me we were right." "Oh yes, I live there all alone, a gloomy bachelor. How delightful if you knocked at my door some day, when you and Mr. Widdowson are again calling on your friends." Monica smiled, and her eyes wandered restlessly. "You have been away, out of England?" she next said. "Yes, in Italy." "I envy you." "You have never been there?" "No, not yet." He talked a little of the agreeables and disagreeables of life in that country, but Mrs. Widdowson had become irresponsive. He doubted at length whether she was listening to him, so as Miss Haven stepped this way, he took an opportunity of a word aside with his cousin. "Miss Nunn not at home?" "No, won't be till dinner-time." "Quite well?" "Never was better. Would you care to come back and dine with us at 7:30?" "Of course I should." With this pleasant prospect he took his leave. The afternoon being sunny, instead of walking straight to the station, to return home, he went out to the Embankment and sauntered round by Chelsea Bridge Road. As he entered Sloane Square, he saw Mrs. Widdowson, who was coming towards the railway. She walked rather wearily, with her eyes on the ground, and did not become aware of him until he addressed her. "Are we travelling the same way?" he asked. "Westward?" "Yes, I am going all the way round to Portland Road." They entered the station, Barfoot chatting humorously. And so intent was he on the expression of his companion's downcast face that he allowed an acquaintance to pass close by him unobserved. It was Rhoda Nunn, returning sooner than Miss Barfoot had expected. She saw the pair, regarded them with a moment's keen attentiveness, and went on out into the street. In the first-class carriage which they entered, there was no other passenger as far as Barfoot's station. He could not resist the temptation to use rather an intimate tone, though one that was quite conventional, in a hope that he might discover something of Mrs. Widdowson's mind. He began by asking whether she thought it a good academy this year. She had not yet visited it, but hoped to do so on Monday. Did she herself do any kind of artistic work? Oh, nothing whatever. She was a very useless and idle person. He believed she had been a pupil of Miss Barfoot's at one time. Yes, for a very short time indeed, just before her marriage. Was she not an intimate friend of Miss Nunn? Hardly intimate. They knew each other a few years ago, but Miss Nunn did not care much about her now. "Probably because I married," she added with a smile. "Is Miss Nunn really such a determined enemy of marriage?" "She thinks it pardonable in very weak people. In my case she was indulgent enough to come to the wedding." This piece of news surprised Barfoot. "She came to your wedding, and wore a wedding garment?" Oh, yes, and looked very nice. Do describe it to me. Can you remember? Seeing that no woman ever forgot the details of another's dress, on however trivial an occasion, and at whatever distance of time, Monica was of course able to satisfy the inquirer. Her curiosity excited, she ventured in turn upon one or two insidious questions. You couldn't imagine Miss Nunn in such a costume? I should very much like to have seen her. She has a very striking face, don't you think so? Indeed I do. A wonderful face. Their eyes met. Barfoot bent forward from his place opposite Monica. To me the most interesting of all faces, he said softly. His companion blushed with surprise and pleasure. Does it seem strange to you, Mrs. Widdowson? Oh, why? Not at all. All at once she had brightened astonishingly. This subject was not pursued, but for the rest of the time they talked with a new appearance of mutual confidence and interest, Monica retaining her pretty, half-bashful smile. And when Barfoot alighted at Bayswater, they shook hands with an especial friendliness, both seeming to suggest a wish that they might soon meet again. They did so not later than the following Monday. Remembering what Mrs. Widdowson had said of her intention to visit Burlington House, Barfoot went there in the afternoon. If he chanced to encounter the pretty little woman, it would not be disagreeable. Perhaps her husband might be with her, and in that case he could judge of the terms on which they stood. A surly fellow, Widdowson, very likely to play the tyrant, he thought. If he were not mistaken, she had wearied of him and regretted her bondage. The old story. Thinking thus, and strolling through the rooms with casual glances at a picture, he discovered his acquaintance, catalogue in hand, alone for the present. Her pensive face again answered to his smile. They drew back from the pictures and sat down. "I dined with our friends at Chelsea on Saturday evening," said Barfoot. "On Saturday? You didn't tell me you were going back again." "I wasn't thinking of it just at the time." Monica hinted an amused surprise. "You see," he went on, "I expected nothing, and happy for me that it was so. Miss Nunn was in her severest mood. I think she didn't smile once through the evening. I will confess to you that I wrote her a letter whilst I was abroad, and it offended her, I suppose." "I don't think you can always judge of her thoughts by her face." "Perhaps not, but I have studied her face so often and so closely. For all that, she is more of a mystery to me than any woman I have ever known. That, of course, is partly the reason of her power over me. I feel that if ever she should disclose herself to me, it would be the strangest revelation. Every woman wears a mask except to one man, but Rhoda's, Miss Nunn's, is, I fancy, a far completer disguise than I ever tried to pierce." Monica had a sense of something perilous in this conversation. It arose from a secret trouble in her own heart, which she might involuntarily be led to betray. She had never talked thus confidentially with any man, not, in truth, with her husband. There was no fear whatever of her conceiving an undue interest in Barfoot. Certain reasons assured her of that. But talk that was at all sentimental gravely threatened her peace, what little remained to her. It would have been better to discourage this man's confidences. Yet they flattered her so pleasantly, and afforded such a fruitful subject for speculation, that she could not obey the prompting of prudence. "Do you mean," she said, "that Miss Nunn seems to disguise her feelings?" "It is supposed to be wrong, isn't it, for a man to ask one woman her opinion of another?" "I can't be treacherous if I wished," Monica replied. "I don't feel that I understand her." Barfoot wondered how much intelligence he might attribute to Mrs. Widdowson. Obviously her level was much below that of Rhoda. Yet she seemed to possess delicate sensibilities, and a refinement of thought not often met with in women of her position. Seriously desiring her aid, he looked at her with a grave smile and asked, "Do you believe her capable of falling in love?" Monica showed a painful confusion. She overcame it, however, and soon answered. "She would perhaps try not to acknowledge it to herself." "When, in fact, it had happened?" "She thinks it so much nobler to disregard such feelings." "I know, she is to be an inspiring example to the women who cannot hope to marry." He laughed silently. "And I suppose it is quite possible that mere shame would withhold her from taking the opposite course." "I think she is very strong, but—" "But?"
He looked eagerly into her face. "I can't tell. I don't really know her. A woman may be as much a mystery to another woman as she is to a man." "On the whole, I am glad to hear you say that. I believe it. It is only the vulgar that hold a different opinion." "Shall we look at the pictures, Mr. Barfoot?" "Oh, I am so sorry. I have been wasting your time." Nervously disclaiming any such thought, Monica rose and drew near to the canvases. They walked on together for some 10 minutes, until Barfoot, who had turned to look at a passing figure, said in his ordinary voice, "I think that is Mr. Widdowson on the other side of the room." Monica looked quickly round and saw her husband, as if occupied with the pictures, glancing in her direction. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women, by George Gissing. Chapter 19. The Clank of the Chains. Since Saturday evening, Monica and her husband had not been on speaking terms. A visit she paid to Mildred Vesper, after her call at Miss Barfoot's, prolonged itself so that she did not reach home until the dinner hour was long past. On arriving, she was met with an outburst of tremendous wrath, to which she opposed a resolute and haughty silence, and since then the two had kept as much apart as possible. Widdowson knew that Monica was going to the Academy. He allowed her to set forth alone, and even tried to persuade himself that he was indifferent as to the hour of her return. But she had not long been gone before he followed. Insufferable misery possessed him. His married life threatened to terminate in utter wreck, and he had the anguish of recognizing that to a great extent this catastrophe would be his own fault. Resolve as he might, he found it impossible to repress the impulses of jealousy, which, as soon as peace had been declared between them, brought about a new misunderstanding. Terrible thoughts smouldered in his mind. He felt himself to be one of those men who are driven by passion into crime. Deliberately he had brooded over a tragic close to the wretchedness of his existence. He would kill himself, and Monica should perish with him. But an hour of contentment sufficed to banish such visions as sheer frenzy. He saw once more how harmless, how natural were Monica's demands, and how peacefully he might live with her but for the curse of suspicion from which he could not free himself. Any other man would deem her a model wifely virtue. Her care of the house was all that reason could desire. In her behaviour he had never detected the slightest impropriety. He believed her chaste as any woman living. She asked only to be trusted, and that, in spite of all, was beyond his power. In no woman on earth could he have put perfect confidence. He regarded them as born to perpetual pupilage. Not that their inclinations were necessarily wanton, they were simply incapable of attaining maturity, remained throughout their life imperfect beings, at the mercy of craft, ever liable to be misled by childish misconceptions. Of course he was right. He himself represented the guardian male, the wife proprietor, who from the dawn of civilization has taken abundant care that woman shall not outgrow her nonage. The bitterness of his situation lay in the fact that he had wedded a woman who irresistibly proved to him her claims as a human being. Reason and tradition contended in him, to his ceaseless torment. And again he feared that Monica did not love him. Had she ever loved him? There was too much ground for suspecting that she had yielded only to the persistence of his entreaties, with just liking enough to permit a semblance of tenderness, and glad to exchange her prospect of distasteful work for a comfortable married life. Her liking he might have fostered. During those first happy weeks assuredly he had done so, for no woman could be insensible to the passionate worship manifest in his every look, his every word. Later he took the wrong path, seeking to oppose her instincts, to reform her mind, eventually to become her lord and master. Could he not even now retrace his steps? Supposing her incapable of bowing before him, of kissing his feet, could he not be content to make her a loyal friend, a delightful companion? In that mood he hastened towards Burlington House. Seeking Monica through the galleries, he saw her at length, sitting side by side with that man Barfoot. They were in closest colloquy. Barfoot bent towards her as if speaking in an undertone, a smile on his face. Monica looked at once pleased and troubled. The blood boiled in his veins. His first impulse was to walk straight up to Monica and bid her to follow him. But the ecstasy of jealous suffering kept him an observer. He watched the pair until he was descried. There was no help for it. Though his brain whirled, and his flesh was stabbed, he had no choice but to take the hand Barfoot offered him. Smile he could not, nor speak a word. "So you have come after all?" Monica was saying to him. He nodded. On her countenance there was obvious embarrassment, but this needed no explanation save the history of the last day or two. Looking into her eyes, he knew not whether consciousness of wrong might be read there. How to get at the secrets of this woman's heart? Barfoot was talking, pointing at this picture and that, doing his best to smooth what he saw was an awkward situation. The gloomy husband, more like a tyrant than ever, muttered incoherent phrases. In a minute or two, Everard freed himself and moved out of sight. Monica turned from her husband and affected interest in the pictures. They reached the end of the room before Widdowson spoke. "How long do you want to stay here?" "I will go whenever you like," she answered, without looking at him. "I have no wish to spoil your pleasure." "Really, I have very little pleasure in anything. Did you come to keep me in sight?" "I think we will go home now, and you can come another day." Monica assented by closing her catalogue and walking on. Without a word they made the journey back to Herne Hill. Widdowson shut himself up in the library, and did not appear till dinner-time. The meal was a pretence for both of them, and as soon as they could rise from the table, they again parted. About 10 o'clock, Monica was joined by her husband in the drawing-room. "I have almost made up my mind," he said, standing near her, "to take a serious step. As you have always spoken with pleasure of your old home, Clevedon, suppose we give up this house and go and live there?" "It is for you to decide." "I want to know whether you would have any objection." "I shall do as you wish." "No, that isn't enough. The plan I have in mind is this. I should take a good large house, no doubt rents are low in the neighbourhood, and ask your sisters to come and live with us. I think it would be a good thing both for them and for you." "You can't be sure that they would agree to it. You see that Virginia prefers her lodgings to living here." Oddly enough, this was the case. On their return from Guernsey they had invited Virginia to make a permanent home with them, and she refused. Her reasons Monica could not understand. Those which she alleged, vague arguments as to its being better for a wife's relatives not to burden the husband, hardly seemed genuine. It was possible that Virginia had a distaste for Widdowson's society. "I think they would both be glad to live at Clevedon," he urged, "judging from your sister's talk. It's plain that they have quite given up the idea of the school, and Alice, you tell me, is getting dissatisfied with her work at Yatton. But I must know whether you will enter seriously into this scheme." Monica kept silence. "Please answer me." "Why have you thought of it?" "I don't think I need explain. We have had too many unpleasant conversations, and I wish to act for the best without saying things you would misunderstand." "There is no fear of my misunderstanding. You have no confidence in me, and you want to get me away into a quiet country place, where I shall be under your eyes every moment. It's much better to say that plainly." "That means you would consider it going to prison." "How could I help? What other motive have you?" He was prompted to make brutal declaration of authority, and so cut the knot. Monica's unanswerable argument merely angered him, but he made an effort over himself. "Don't you think it is best that we should take some step before our happiness is irretrievably ruined?" "I see no need for its ruin. As I have told you before, in talking like that you degrade yourself and insult me." "I have my faults. I know them only too well. One of them is that I cannot bear you to make friends with people who are not of my kind. I shall never be able to endure that." "Of course, you are speaking of Mr. Barfoot." "Yes," he avowed sullenly. "It was a very unfortunate thing that I happened to come up just as he was in your company." "You are so very unreasonable," exclaimed Monica tartly. "What possible harm is there in Mr. Barfoot, when he meets me by chance in a public place, having a conversation with me? I wish I knew 20 such men. Such conversation gives me a new interest in life. I have every reason to think well of Mr. Barfoot." Widdowson was in anguish. "And I," he replied, in a voice shaken with angry feeling, "feel that I have every reason to dislike and suspect him. He is not an honest man. His face tells me that. I know his life wouldn't bear inspection. You can't possibly be as good a judge as I am in such a case. Contrast him with Bevis. No, Bevis is a man one can trust. One talk with him produces a lasting, favourable impression."
Monica, silent for a brief space, looked fixedly before her, her features all but expressionless. "Yet even with Mr. Bevis," she said at length, "you don't make friends. That is the fault in you which causes all this trouble. You haven't a sociable spirit. Your dislike of Mr. Barfoot only means that you don't know him and don't wish to, and you are completely wrong in your judgment of him. I have every reason for being sure that you are wrong."
"Of course you think so, in your ignorance of the world."
"Which you think very proper in a woman," she interposed caustically.
"Yes, I do. That kind of knowledge is harmful to a woman."
"Then please, how is she to judge her acquaintances?"
"A married woman must accept her husband's opinion, at all events about men."
He plunged on into the ancient quagmire.
"A man may know with impunity what is injurious if it enters a woman's mind."
"I don't believe that. I can't and won't believe it." He made a gesture of despair.
"We differ hopelessly. It was all very well to discuss these things when you could do so in a friendly spirit. Now you say whatever you know will irritate me, and you say it on purpose to irritate me."
"No, indeed, I do not. But you are quite right that I find it hard to be friendly with you. Most earnestly I wish to be your friend, your true and faithful friend, but you won't let me."
"Friend!" he cried scornfully. "The woman who has become my wife ought to be something more than a friend, I should think. You have lost all love for me, and there's the misery."
Monica could not reply. The word love had grown a weariness to her upon his lips. She did not love him, could not pretend to love him. Every day the distance between them widened, and when he took her in his arms she had to struggle with a sense of shrinking, of disgust. The union was unnatural. She felt herself constrained by a hateful force when he called upon her for the show of wifely tenderness. Yet how was she to utter this? The moment such a truth had passed her lips, she must leave him. To declare that no trace of love remained in her heart, and still to live with him, that was impossible. The dark foresight of a necessity of parting from him corresponded in her to those lurid visions which at times shook Widdowson with a horrible temptation.
"You don't love me," he continued in harsh, choking tones. "You wish to be my friend. That's how you try to compensate me for the loss of your love."
He laughed with bitterness. "When you say that," Monica answered, "do you ever ask yourself whether you try to make me love you? Scenes like this are ruining my health. I have come to dread your talk. I have almost forgotten the sound of your voice when it isn't either angry or complaining." Widdowson walked about the room, and a deep moan escaped him.
"That is why I've asked you to go away from here, Monica. We must have a new home if our life is to begin anew."
"I have no faith in a mere change of place. You would be the same man. If you cannot command your senseless jealousy here, you would never anywhere else." He made an effort to say something, seemed to abandon it, again tried, and spoke in a thick, unnatural voice.
"Can you honestly repeat to me what Barfoot was saying today when you were on the seat together?"
Monica's eyes flashed. "I could, every word, but I shall not try to do so."
"Not if I beseech you, Monica, to put my mind at rest."
"No. When I tell you that you might have heard every syllable, I have said all that I shall." It mortified him profoundly that he should have been driven to make so humiliating a request. He threw himself into a chair and hid his face, sitting thus for a long time, in the hope that Monica would be moved to compassion. But when she rose it was only to retire for the night. And with wretchedness in her heart,
because she must needs go to the same chamber in which her husband would sleep. She wished so to be alone. The poorest bed in a servant's garret would have been thrice welcome to her. Liberty to lie awake, to think without a disturbing presence, to shed tears if need be. That seemed to her a precious boon. She thought with envy of the shop-girls in Walworth Road, wished herself back there. What unspeakable folly she had committed! And how true was everything she had heard from Rhoda Nunn on the subject of marriage! The next day Widdowson resorted to an expedient which he had once before tried in like circumstances. He wrote his wife a long letter, 8 close pages, reviewing the cause of their troubles, confessing his own errors, insisting gently on those chargeable to her, and finally imploring her to cooperate with him in a sincere endeavour to restore their happiness. This he laid on the table after lunch, and then left Monica alone that she might read it. Knowing beforehand all that the letter contained, Monica glanced over it carelessly. An answer was expected, and she wrote one as briefly as possible. Your behaviour seems to me very weak, very unmanly. You make us both miserable, and quite without cause. I can only say, as I have said before, that things will never be better until you come to think of me as your free companion, not as your bondwoman. If you can't do this, you will make me wish that I had never met you, and in the end I am sure it won't be possible for us to go on living together. She left this note in a blank envelope on the hall table, and went out to walk for an hour. It was the end of one more acute stage in their progressive discord. By keeping at home for a fortnight, Monica soothed her husband, and obtained some repose for her own nerves. But she could no longer effect a cordial reconciliation. Caresses left her cold, and Widdowson saw that his company was never so agreeable to her as solitude. When they sat together, both were reading. Monica found more attraction in books as her life grew more unhappy. Though with reluctance Widdowson had consented to a subscription at Mudie's, and from the new catalogue she either chose for herself, necessarily at random, or by the advice of better-read people, such as she met at Mrs. Cosgrove's. What modern teaching was to be got from these volumes her mind readily absorbed. She sought for opinions and arguments which were congenial to her mood of discontent, all but of revolt. Sometimes the perusal of a love story embittered her lot to the last point of endurance. Before marriage her love-ideal had been very vague, elusive. It found scarcely more than negative expression, as a shrinking from the vulgar or gross desires of her companions in the shop. Now that she had a clear understanding of her own nature, the type of man correspondent to her natural sympathies also became clear. In every particular he was unlike her husband. She found a suggestion of him in books, and in actual life already, perhaps something more than a suggestion. Widdowson's jealousy, in so far as it directed itself against her longing for freedom, was fully justified. This consciousness often made her sullen when she desired to express a nobler indignation. But his special prejudice led him altogether astray, and in free resistance on this point she found the relief which enabled her to bear a secret self-reproach. Her refusal to repeat the substance of Barfoot's conversation was in some degree prompted by a wish for the continuance of his groundless fears. By persevering in suspicion of Barfoot, he afforded her a firm foothold in their ever-renewed quarrels. A husband's misdirected jealousy excites in the wife derision and a sense of superiority. More often than not, it fosters an unsuspected attachment, prompts to a perverse pleasure in misleading. Monica became aware of this. In her hours of misery she now and then gave a harsh laugh, the result of thoughts not seriously entertained, but tempting the fancy to recklessness. What, she asked herself again, would be the end of it all? 10 years hence, would she have subdued her soul to a life of weary insignificance, if not of dishonour? For it was dishonour to live with a man she could not love, whether her heart cherished another image or was merely vacant, a dishonour to which innumerable women submitted, a dishonour glorified by social precept, enforced under dread penalties. But she was so young, and life abounds in unexpected changes. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women, by George Gissing. Chapter 20. The First Lie. Mrs. Cosgrove was a childless widow, with sufficient means and a very mixed multitude of acquaintances. In the general belief her marriage had been a happy one. When she spoke of her deceased husband it was with respect, and not seldom with affection. Yet her views on the matrimonial relation were known to be of singular audacity. She revealed them only to a small circle of intimates. Most of the people who frequented her house had no startling theories to maintain, and regarded their hostess as a good-natured, rather eccentric woman, who loved society and understood how to amuse her guests. Wealth and position were rarely represented in her drawing-room, nor, on the other hand, was bohemianism. Mrs. Cosgrove belonged by birth and marriage to the staid middle class, and it seemed as if she made it her object to provide with social entertainment the kind of person who, in an ordinary way, would enjoy very little of it. Lonely and impecunious girls or women were frequently about her. She tried to keep them in good spirits, tried to marry them if marriage seemed possible, and, it was whispered, used a good deal of her income for the practical benefit of those who needed assistance. A sprinkling of maidens who were neither lonely nor impecunious served to attract young men, generally strugglers in some profession or other, on the look-out for a wife. Intercourse went on with a minimum of formalities. Chaperonage, save for that represented by the hostess herself, was as often as not dispensed with. "We want to get rid of a lot of sham propriety," so she urged to her closer friends. "Girls must learn to trust themselves, and look out for dangers. If a girl can only be kept straight by incessant watchfulness, why, let her go as she will, and learn by experience. In fact, I want to see experience substituted for precept." Between this lady and Miss Barfoot there were considerable divergences of opinion, yet they agreed on a sufficient number of points to like each other very well. Occasionally one of Mrs. Cosgrove's protegees passed into Miss Barfoot's hands, abandoning the thought of matrimony for study in Great Portland Street. Rhoda Nunn also had a liking for Mrs. Cosgrove, though she made no secret of her opinion that Mrs. Cosgrove's influence was on the whole decidedly harmful. "That house," she once said to Miss Barfoot, "is nothing more than a matrimonial agency." "But so is every house where many people are entertained." "Not in the same way. Mrs. Cosgrove was speaking to me of some girl who has just accepted an offer of marriage. I don't think they'll suit each other, she said, but there's no harm in trying." Miss Barfoot could not restrain a laugh. "Who knows? Perhaps she is right in that view of things. After all, you know, it's only putting into plain words what everybody thinks on all but every such occasion." "The first part of her remark, yes," said Rhoda caustically. "But as for the no harm in trying, well, let us ask the wife's opinion in a year's time." Midway in the London season on a Sunday afternoon, about a score of visitors were assembled in Mrs. Cosgrove's drawing-rooms. There were two of them, with a landing between. As usual, some one sat at the piano, but a hum of talk went on as undercurrent to the music. Downstairs in the library half a dozen people found the quietness they preferred, and among these was Mrs. Widdowson. She had an album of portraits on her lap. Whilst turning them over, she listened to a chat going on between the sprightly Mr. Bevis and a young married woman who had laughed ceaselessly at his jokes. It was only a few minutes since she had come down from the drawing-room. Presently her eyes encountered a glance from Bevis, and at once he stepped over to a seat beside her. "Your sisters are not here to-day," she said. "No, they have guests of their own. And when are you coming to see them again?" "Before long, I hope." Bevis looked away and seemed to reflect. "Do come next Saturday, could you?" "I had better not promise." "Do try. And," he lowered his voice, "come alone. Forgive me for saying that. The girls are rather afraid of Mr. Widdowson, that's the truth. They would so like a free gossip with you. Let me tell them to expect you about 3:30 or 4. They will rise up and call me blessed." Laughing, Monica at length agreed to come if circumstances were favourable. Her talk with Bevis continued for a long time, until people had begun to leave. Some other acquaintance then claimed her, but she was now dull and monosyllabic, as if conversation had exhausted her energies. At 6 o'clock she stole away unobserved, and went home. Widdowson had resigned himself, in appearance at all events, to these absences. It was several weeks since he had accompanied his wife to call upon any one. A sluggishness was creeping over him, strengthening his disinclination for society. The futile endeavour to act with decision, to carry Monica away into Somerset, resulted, as futile endeavours of that kind are wont to do, in increased feebleness of the will. He was less capable than ever of exerting the authority which he still believed himself to keep for the last resort. Occasionally some days went by without his leaving the house. Instead of the one daily newspaper he had been used to take, he now received 3. After breakfast he sometimes spent a couple of hours over the Times, and the evening papers often occupied him from dinner to bedtime. Monica noticed, with a painful conflict of emotions, that his hair had begun to lose its uniform colour, and to show streaks that matched with his grizzled beard. Was she responsible for this? On the Saturday when she was to visit the Bevises, she feared lest he should propose to go with her. She wished even to avoid the necessity of telling him where she was going. As she rose from luncheon, Widdowson glanced at her. "I've ordered the trap, Monica. Will you come for a drive?" "I have promised to go into town. I'm very sorry." "It doesn't matter." This was his latest mode of appealing to her, with an air of pained resignation. "For a day or two I haven't felt at all well," he answered gloomily. "I thought a drive might do me good." "Certainly, I hope it will. When would you like to have dinner?" "I never care to alter the hours. Of course I shall be back at the usual time. Shall you be?" "Oh, yes, long before dinner." So she got away without any explanation. At 3:45 she reached the block of flats in which the Bevises and Everard Barfoot resided. With a fluttering of the heart she went very quietly upstairs, as if anxious that her footsteps should not be heard. Her knock at the door was timid. Bevis in person opened to her. "Delighted! I thought it might be." She entered and walked into the first room, where she had been once before. But to her surprise it was vacant. She looked round and saw Bevis's countenance gleaming with satisfaction. "My sisters will be here in a few minutes," he said. "A few minutes at most. Will you take this chair, Mrs. Widdowson? How delighted I am that you were able to come." So perfectly natural was his manner that Monica, after the first moment of consternation, tried to forget that there was anything irregular in her presence here under these circumstances. As regards social propriety, a flat differs in many respects from a house. In an ordinary drawing-room, it could scarcely have mattered if Bevis entertained her for a short space until his sister's arrival. But in this little set of rooms, it was doubtfully permissible for her to sit tête-à-tête with a young man under any excuse. And the fact of his opening the front door himself seemed to suggest that not even a servant was in the flat. A tremor grew upon her as she talked, due in part to the consciousness that she was glad to be thus alone with Bevis. "A place like this must seem to you very unhomelike," he was saying, as he lounged on a low chair not very far from her. "The girls didn't like it at all at first. I suppose it's a retrograde step in civilization. Servants are decidedly of that opinion. We have a great difficulty in getting them to stay here. The reason seems to me that they miss the congenial gossip of the area door. At this moment we are without a domestic. I found she compensated herself for her disadvantages by stealing my tobacco and cigars. She went to work with such a lack of discretion, abstracting a half-pound of honey-dew at a time, that I couldn't find any sympathy for her. Moreover, when charged with delinquency, she became abusive, so very abusive that we were obliged to insist upon her immediate departure." "Do you think she smoked?" asked Monica laughingly. "We have debated that point with much interest. She was a person of advanced ideas, as you see, practically a communist. But I doubt whether honey-dew had any charms for her personally. It seems more probable that some milkman or baker's assistant, or even metropolitan policeman, benefited by her communism." Indifferent to the progress of time, Bevis talked on with his usual jocoseness, now and then shaking his tawny hair in a fit of laughter the most contagious. "But I have something to tell you," he said at length more seriously. "I am going to leave England. They want me to live at Bordeaux for a tune, 2 or 3 years perhaps. It's a great bore, but I shall have to go. I am not my own master." "Then your sisters will go to Guernsey?" "Yes, I dare say I shall leave about the end of July." He became silent, looking at Monica with humorous sadness. "Do you think your sisters will soon be here, Mr. Bevis?" Monica asked, with a glance round the room. "I think so. Do you know, I did a very silly thing. I wanted your visit, if you came, to be a surprise for them, and so, in fact, I said nothing about it. When I got here from business a little before 3, they were just going out. I asked them if they were sure they would be back in less than an hour.
Oh, they were quite sure, not a doubt of it. I do hope they haven't altered their mind and gone to call somewhere. But, Mrs. Widdowson, I am going to make you a cup of tea, with my own fair hands, as the novelists say."
Monica begged that he would not trouble. Under the circumstances she had better not stay. She would come again very soon.
"No, I can't let you go," Bevis exclaimed, softening his gay tone as he stood before her. "How shall I entreat you? If you knew what an unforgettable delight it will be to make you a cup of tea, I shall think of it at Bordeaux every Saturday."
She had risen, but exhibited no immutable resolve. "I really must go, Mr. Bevis."
"Don't drive me to despair. I am capable of turning my poor sisters out of house and home, flat and home, I mean, in anger at their delay. On their account, in pity for their youth, do stay, Mrs. Widdowson. Besides, I have a new song that I want you to hear, words and music of my own. 1 little quarter of an hour. I know the girls will be here directly."
His will and her inclination prevailed. Monica sat down again, and Bevis disappeared to make the tea. Water must have been already boiling, for in less than 5 minutes the young man returned with a tray, on which all the necessaries were neatly arranged. With merry homage he waited upon his guest. Monica's cheeks were warm. After the vain attempt to release herself from what was now distinctly a compromising situation, she sat down in an easier attitude than before, as though resolved to enjoy her liberty whilst she might. There was a suspicion in her mind that Bevis had arranged this interview. She doubted the truth of his explanation. And indeed, she hoped his sisters would not return until after her departure. It would be very embarrassing to meet them. Whilst talking and listening, she silently defended herself against the charge of impropriety. What wrong was she committing? What matter that they were alone? Their talk was precisely what it might have been in other people's presence. And Bevis, such a frank, good-hearted fellow, could not by any possibility fail in respect to her. The objections were all cant, and cant of the worst kind. She would not be a slave of such ignoble prejudices. "You haven't made Mr. Barfoot's acquaintance yet?" she asked.
"No, I haven't. There seems to have been no opportunity. Did you seriously wish me to know him?"
"Oh, I had no wish in the matter at all."
"You like Mr. Barfoot?"
"I think him very pleasant."
"How delightful to be praised by you, Mrs. Widdowson. Now, if any one speaks to you about me, when I have left England, will you find some nice word? Don't think me foolish. I do so desire the good opinion of my friends. To know that you spoke of me as you did for Mr. Barfoot would give me a whole day of happiness."
"How enviable, to be so easily made happy."
"Now let me sing you this song of mine. It isn't very good. I haven't composed for years. But—"
He sat down and rattled over the keys. Monica was expecting a lively air and spirited words, as in the songs she had heard at Guernsey. But this composition told of sadness and longing, and the burden of a lonely heart. She thought it very beautiful, very touching. Bevis looked round to see the effect it produced upon her, and she could not meet his eyes.
"Quite a new sort of thing for me, Mrs. Widdowson. Does it strike you as so very bad?"
"No, not at all."
"But you can't honestly praise it."
He sighed in dejection.
"I meant to give you a copy. I made this one specially for you. And, if you will forgive me, I have taken the liberty of dedicating it to you. Songwriters do that, you know. Of course it is altogether unworthy of your acceptance."
"No, no, indeed. I am very grateful to you, Mr. Bevis. Do give it to me, as you meant to."
"You will have it?" he cried delightedly. "Now for a triumphal march."
Whilst he played, with look corresponding to the exultant strain, Monica rose from her chair. She stood with eyes downcast and lips pressed together. When the last chord had sounded— "Now I must say good-bye, Mr. Bevis. I am so sorry your sisters haven't come."
"So am I, and yet I am not. I have enjoyed the happiest half-hour of my life."
"Will you give me the piece of music?"
"Let me roll it up. There, it won't be very awkward to carry. But of course I shall see you again before the end of July. You will come some other afternoon?"
"If Miss Bevis will let me know when she is quite sure."
"Yes, she shall. Do you know, I don't think I shall say a word about what has happened this afternoon. Will you allow me to keep silence about your call, Mrs. Widdowson? They would be so annoyed, and really it was a silly thing not to tell them."
Monica gave no verbal reply. She looked towards the door. Bevis stepped forward and held it open.
"Good-bye, then. You know what I told you about my tendency to low spirits. I'm going to have a terrible turn. Down, down, down."
She laughed and offered her hand. He held it very lightly, looking at her with his blue eyes, which indeed expressed a profound melancholy.
"Thank you," he murmured. "Thank you for your great kindness."
And thereupon he opened the front door for her. Without another look, Monica went quickly down the stairs. She appreciated his motive for not accompanying her to the exit. Before entering the house, she managed to conceal the sheet of music which she was carrying. But happily Widdowson was still absent. Half an hour passed, half an hour of brooding and reverie, before she heard his footstep ascending the stairs. On the landing she met him with a pleasant smile. "Have you enjoyed your drive?"
"Pretty well."
"And do you feel better?"
"Not much, dear, but it isn't worth talking about."
Later he inquired where she had been. "I had an appointment with Milly Vesper." The first falsehood she had ever told him, and yet uttered with such perfect assumption of sincerity as would have deceived the acutest observer. He nodded, discontented as usual, but entertaining no doubt. And from that moment she hated him. If he had plied her with interrogations, if he had seemed to suspect anything, the burden of untruth would have been more endurable. His simple acceptance of her word was the sternest rebuke she could have received. She despised herself, and hated him for the degradation which resulted from his lordship over her. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women by George Gissing. Chapter 21. Towards the Decisive. Mary Barfoot had never suffered from lack of interest in life. Many a vivid moment dwelt in her memory. Joys and sorrows, personal or of larger scope, affected her the more deeply because of that ruling intelligence which enabled her to transmute them into principles. No longer anticipating or desiring any great change in her own environment, in the modes and motives of her activity, she found it a sufficient happiness to watch, and when possible to direct, the tendency of younger lives. So kindly had nature tempered her disposition that already she had been able to outlive those fervours of instinct which often make the middle life of an unwedded woman one long repining. But her womanly sympathies remained. And at present there was going forward under her own roof, within her daily observation, a comedy, a drama, which had power to excite all her disinterested emotions. It had been in progress for 12 months, and now, unless she was strangely mistaken, the dénouement drew very near. For all her self-study, her unflinching recognition of physical and psychical facts which the average woman blinks over, Mary deceived herself as to the date of that final triumph which permitted her to observe Rhoda Nunn with perfect equanimity. Her outbreak of angry feeling on the occasion of Bella Royston's death meant something more than she would acknowledge before the inquisition of her own mind. It was just then that she had become aware of Rhoda's changing attitude towards Everard Barfoot. Trifles such as only a woman would detect had convinced her that Everard's interest in Rhoda was awakening a serious response. And this discovery, though it could not surprise her, caused an obscure pang, which she attributed to impersonal regret, to mere natural misgiving. For some days she thought of Rhoda in an ironic, half-mocking spirit. Then came Bella's suicide, and the conversation in which Rhoda exhibited a seeming heartlessness, the result undoubtedly of grave emotional disturbance. To her own astonishment, Mary was overcome with an impulse of wrathful hostility, and spoke words which she regretted as soon as they had passed her lips. Poor Bella had very little to do with this moment of discord between two women who sincerely liked and admired each other. She only offered the occasion for an outburst of secret feeling which probably could not have been avoided. Mary Barfoot had loved her cousin Everard. It began when he was 21. She, so much older, had never allowed Everard or anyone else to suspect her passion, which made her for 2 or 3 years more unhappy than she had ever been, or was ever to be when her once strong reason had prevailed. The scandal of Amy Drake,
happening long after, revived her misery, which now took the form of truly feminine intolerance. She tried to believe that Everard was henceforth of less than no account to her, that she detested him for his vices. Amy Drake, however, she detested much more. When her friendship with Rhoda Nunn had progressed to intimacy, she could not refrain from speaking of her cousin Everard, absent at the ends of the earth, and perchance lost to her sight for ever. Her mention of him was severe, yet of a severity so obviously blended with other feeling that Rhoda could not but surmise the truth. Sentimental confession never entered Miss Barfoot's mind. She had conquered her desires, and was by no means inclined to make herself ridiculous. Rhoda Nunn, of all women, seemed the least likely to make remarks, or put questions, such as would endanger a betrayal of the buried past. Yet, at a later time, when pressing the inquiry whether Rhoda had ever been in love, Mary did not scruple to suggest that her own knowledge in that direction was complete. She did it in lightness of heart, secure under the protection of her 40 years. Rhoda, of course, understood her as referring to Everard. So the quarrel was one of jealousy. But no sooner had it taken place when Mary Barfoot experienced a shame, a distress, which in truth signified the completion of self-conquest. She thought herself ashamed of being angry where anger was uncalled for. In reality she chastised herself for the last revival of a conflict practically over and done with so many years ago. And on this very account, precisely because she was deceiving herself as to her state of mind, she prolonged the painful situation. She said to herself that Rhoda had behaved so wrongly that displeasure was justified, that to make up the quarrel at once would be unwise, for Miss Nunn needed a little discipline. This insistence upon the side issue helped her to disregard the main one, and when at length she offered Rhoda the kiss of reconcilement, that also signified something other than was professed. It meant a hope that Rhoda might know the happiness which to her friend had been denied. Everard's announcement of his passion for Miss Nunn seemed to Mary a well-calculated piece of boldness. If he seriously sought Rhoda for his wife, this frank avowal of the desire before a third person might remove some of the peculiar difficulties of the case. Whether willing or not to be wooed, Rhoda, in mere consistency with her pronounced opinions, must needs maintain a scornful silence on the subject of Everard's love-making. By assailing this proud reserve, this dignity which perchance had begun to burden its supporter, Everard made possible, if not inevitable, a discussion of his suit between the two women. She who talks of her lover will be led to think of him. Miss Barfoot knew not whether to hope for the marriage of this strange pair. She was distrustful of her cousin, found it hard to imagine him a loyal husband, and could not be sure whether Rhoda's qualities were such as would ultimately retain or repel him. She inclined to think this wooing a mere caprice. But Rhoda gave ear to him, of that there could be little doubt, and since his inheritance of ample means, the affair began to have a new aspect. That Everard persevered, though the world of women was now open to him, for on a moderate computation, any man with Barfoot's personal advantages, and armed with 1,500 a year, may choose among 50 possible maidens, seemed to argue that he was really in love. But what it would cost Rhoda to appear before her friends in this character of a bride! What a humbling of her glory! Was she capable of the love which defies all humiliation? Or, loving ardently, would she renounce a desired happiness from dread of female smiles and whispers? Or would it be her sufficient satisfaction to reject a wealthy suitor, and thus pose more grandly than ever before the circle who saw in her an example of woman's independence? Powerful was the incitement to curiosity in a situation which, however it ended, would afford such matter for emotional hypothesis. They did not talk of Everard. Whether Rhoda replied to his letters from abroad, Miss Barfoot had no means of ascertaining. But after his return he had a very cold reception, due perhaps to some audacity he had allowed himself in his correspondence. Rhoda again avoided meeting with him, and, as Miss Barfoot noticed, threw herself with increased energy into all her old pursuits. "What about your holiday this year?" Mary asked one evening in June. "Shall you go first, or shall I?" "Please make whatever arrangements you like." Miss Barfoot had a reason for wishing to postpone her holiday until late in August.
She said so, and proposed that Rhoda should take any 3 weeks she liked prior to that. "Miss Vesper," she added, "can manage your room very well. We shall be much more at ease in that respect than last year." "Yes, Miss Vesper is getting to be very useful and trustworthy." Rhoda mused when she had made this remark. "Do you know," she asked presently, "whether she sees much of Mrs. Widdowson?" "I have no idea." They decided that Rhoda should go away at the close of July. Where was her holiday to be spent? Miss Barfoot suggested the Lake country. "I was thinking of it myself," said Rhoda. "I should like to have some sea-bathing, though. A week by the shore, and then the rest of the time spent in vagabondage among the mountains, would suit me very well. Mrs. Cosgrove is at home in Cumberland. I must ask her advice." This was done, and there resulted a scheme which seemed to excite Rhoda with joyous anticipation. On the coast of Cumberland, a few miles south of St. Bees, is a little place called Seascale, unknown to the ordinary tourist, but with a good hotel and a few scattered houses where lodgings can be obtained. Not far away rise the mountain barriers of Lakeland, Wastdale clearly discernible. At Seascale, then, Rhoda would spend her first week, the quiet shore with its fine stretch of sand affording her just the retreat that she desired. "There are 1 or 2 bathing machines, Mrs. Cosgrove says, but I hope to avoid such abominations. How delicious it was in one's childhood, when one ran into the sea naked! I will enjoy that sensation once more, if I have to get up at 3 in the morning." About this time Barfoot made one of his evening calls. He had no hope of seeing Rhoda, and was agreeably surprised by her presence in the drawing-room. Just as happened a year ago, the subject of Miss Barfoot making a direct inquiry. With lively interest, Mary waited for the reply, and was careful not to smile when Rhoda made known her intentions. "Have you planned a route after your stay at Seascale?" Barfoot asked. "No, I shall do that when I am there." Whether or not he intended a contrast to these homely projects, Barfoot presently began to talk of travel on a grander scale. When he next left England, he should go by the Orient Express right away to Constantinople. His cousin asked questions about the Orient Express, and he supplied her with details very exciting to the imagination of anyone who longs to see the kingdoms of the earth, as undoubtedly Rhoda did. The very name, Orient Express, has a certain sublimity, such as attaches, more or less, to all the familiar nomenclature of world transits. He talked himself into fervour, and kept a watch on Rhoda's countenance, as also did Miss Barfoot. Rhoda tried to appear unaffected, but her coldness betrayed its insincerity. The next day, when work at Great Portland Street was just finished, she fell into conversation with Mildred Vesper. Miss Barfoot had an engagement to dine out that evening, and Rhoda ended by inviting Milly to come home with her to Chelsea. To Milly this was a great honour. She hesitated because of her very plain dress, but easily allowed herself to be persuaded when she saw that Miss Nunn really desired her company. Before dinner they had a walk in Battersea Park. Rhoda had never been so frank and friendly. She induced the quiet, unpretending girl to talk of her early days, her schools, her family. Remarkable was Milly's quiet contentedness. Not long ago she had received an increase of payment from Miss Barfoot, and one would have judged that scarcely a wish now troubled her, unless it were that she might see her scattered brothers and sisters, all of whom happily were doing pretty well in the struggle for existence. "You must feel rather lonely in your lodging sometimes," said Rhoda. "Very rarely. In future I shall have music in the evening. Our best room has been let to a young man who has a violin, and he plays the Bluebells of Scotland, not badly." Rhoda did not miss the humorous intention, veiled, as usual, under a manner of extreme sedateness. "Does Mrs. Widdowson come to see you?" "Not often. She came a few days ago." "You go to her house sometimes?" "I haven't been there for several months. At first I used to go rather frequently, but it's a long way." To this subject Rhoda returned after dinner, when they were cosily settled in the drawing-room. "Mrs. Widdowson comes here now and then, and we are always very glad to see her, but I can't help thinking she looks rather unhappy." "I'm afraid she does," assented the other gravely. "You and I were both at her wedding. It wasn't very cheerful, was it? I had a disagreeable sense of bad omens all the time. Do you think she is sorry?" I'm really afraid she is."
Rhoda observed the look that accompanied this admission.
"Foolish girl! Why couldn't she stay with us and keep her liberty? She doesn't seem to have made any new friends. Has she spoken to you of any?" "Only of people she has met here."
Rhoda yielded, or seemed to yield, to an impulse of frankness. Bending slightly forward, with an anxious expression, she said in confidential tones,
"Can you help to put my mind at rest about Monica? You saw her a week ago. Did she say anything, or give any sign, that might make one really uneasy on her account?"
There was a struggle in Milly before she answered. Rhoda added,
"Perhaps you'd rather not?" "Yes, I had rather tell you. She said a good many strange things, and I have been uneasy about her. I wish I could speak to someone." "How strange that I should feel urged to ask you about this,"
said Rhoda, her eyes, peculiarly bright and keen, fixed on the girl's face.
"The poor thing is very miserable, I am sure. Her husband seems to leave her entirely to herself."
Milly looked surprised.
"Monica made quite the opposite complaint to me. She said that she was a prisoner." "That's very odd. She certainly goes about a good deal, and alone." "I didn't know that," said Milly. "She has very often talked to me about a woman's right to the same freedom as a man, and I always understood that Mr. Widdowson objected to her going anywhere without him, except to just call here, or at my lodgings." "Do you think she has any acquaintance that he dislikes?"
The direct answer was delayed, but it came at length.
"There is someone. She hasn't told me who it is."
"In plain words, Mr. Widdowson thinks he has cause for jealousy?"
"Yes, I understand Monica to mean that."
Rhoda's face had grown very dark. She moved her hands nervously.
"But you don't think that she could deceive him?" "Oh, I can't think that," replied Miss Vesper with much earnestness. "But what I couldn't help fearing after I saw her last was that she might be almost tempted to leave her husband. She spoke so much of freedom, and of a woman's right to release herself if she found her marriage was a mistake." "I am so grateful to you for telling me all this. We must try to help her. Of course, I will make no mention of you, Miss Vesper. Then you are really under the impression that there's someone else she prefers to her husband?" "I can't help thinking that there is,"
admitted the other very solemnly.
"I was so sorry for her, and felt so powerless. She cried a little. All I could do was to entreat her not to behave rashly. I thought her sister ought to know." "Oh, Miss Madden is useless. Monica cannot look to her for advice or support." After this conversation Rhoda passed a very unquiet night, and gloom appeared in her countenance for the next few days. She wished to have a private interview with Monica, but doubted whether it would in any degree serve her purpose, that of discovering whether certain suspicions she entertained had actual ground. Confidence between her and Mrs. Widdowson had never existed, and in the present state of things she could not hope to probe Monica's secret feelings. Whilst she still brooded over the difficulty, there came a letter from her from Everard Barfoot. He wrote formally. It had occurred to him that he might be of some slight service, in view of her approaching holiday, if he looked through the guide-books and jotted down the outline of such a walking tour as she had in mind. This he had done, and the results were written out on an enclosed sheet of paper. Rhoda allowed a day to intervene, then sent a reply. She thanked Mr. Barfoot sincerely for the trouble he had so kindly taken. "I see you limit me to 10 miles a day. In such scenery, of course, one doesn't hurry on, but I can't help informing you that 20 miles wouldn't alarm me. I think it very likely that I shall follow your itinerary, after my week of bathing and idling. I leave on Monday week." Barfoot did not call again. Every evening she sat in expectation of his coming. Twice Miss Barfoot was away until a late hour, and on those occasions, after dinner, Rhoda sat in complete idleness, her face declaring the troubled nature of her thoughts. On the Sunday before her departure, she took a sudden resolve and went to call upon Monica at Herne Hill. Mrs. Widdowson, she learned from the servant, had left home about an hour since. "Is Mr. Widdowson at home?" Yes, he was, and Rhoda waited for some time in the drawing-room until he made his appearance. Of late Widdowson had grown so careless in the matter of toilet that an unexpected visit obliged him to hurry through a change of apparel before he could present himself. Looking upon him for the first time for several months, Rhoda saw the misery was undermining the man's health. Words could not have declared his trouble more plainly than the haggard features and stiff, depressed, self-conscious manner. He fixed his sunken eyes upon the visitor, and smiled, as was plain, only for civility's sake. Rhoda did her best to seem at ease. She explained, standing, for he forgot to ask her to be seated, that she was going away on the morrow, and had hoped to see Mrs. Widdowson, who, she was told, has not been very well of late. "No, she is not in very good health," said Widdowson vaguely. "She has gone this afternoon to Mrs. Cosgrove's. I think you know her." Less encouragement to remain could not have been offered, but Rhoda conceived a hope of hearing something significant if she persevered in conversation. The awkwardness of doing so was indifferent to her. "Shall you be leaving town shortly, Mr. Widdowson?" "We are not quite sure. But pray sit down, Miss Nunn. You haven't seen my wife lately." He took a chair, and rested his hands upon his knees, gazing at the visitor's skirt. "Mrs. Widdowson hasn't been to see us for more than a month, if I remember rightly." His look expressed both surprise and doubt. "A month? But I had an idea that she went only a few days ago." "In the daytime?" "To Great Portland Street, I mean, to hear a lecture or something of that kind by Miss Barfoot." Rhoda kept silence for a moment. Then she replied hastily, "Oh yes, very likely. I wasn't there that afternoon." "I see. That would explain." He seemed relieved, but only for the instant. Then his eyes glanced hither and thither, with painful restlessness. Rhoda observed him closely. After fidgeting with his feet, he suddenly took a stiff position, and said in a louder voice, "We are going to leave London altogether. I have decided to take a house at my wife's native place, Clevedon. Her sisters will come and live with us." "That is a recent decision, Mr. Widdowson?" "I have thought about it for some time. London doesn't really suit Monica's health. I'm sure it doesn't. She will be much better in the country." "Yes, I think that very likely." "As you say that you have noticed her changed looks, I shall lose no time in getting away." He made a great show of determined energy. "A few weeks. We will go down to Clevedon at once and find a house. Yes, we will go tomorrow. Or the day after. Miss Madden also is very far from well. I wish I hadn't delayed so long." "You are doing very wisely, I think. I had meant to suggest something of this kind to Mrs. Widdowson. Perhaps, if I went at once to Mrs. Cosgrove's, I might be fortunate enough to find her there still."
"You might. Did I understand you to say that you go away tomorrow? For 3 weeks? Ah, then we may be getting ready to move when you come back."
The change that had come over him was remarkable. He could not keep his seat, and began to pace the end of the room. Seeing no possibility of prolonging the talk for her own purposes, Rhoda accepted this dismissal, and with the briefest leave-taking, went her way to Mrs. Cosgrove's. She was deeply agitated. Monica had not attended that lecture of Miss Barfoot's, and so, it was evident, had purposely deceived her husband. To what end? Where were those hours spent? Mildred Vesper's report supplied grounds for sombre conjecture, and the incident at Sloane Square station, the recollection of Monica and Barfoot absorbed in talk, seemed to have a possible significance which fired Rhoda with resentment. Her arrival at Mrs. Cosgrove's was too late. Monica had been there, said the hostess, but had left nearly half an hour ago. Rhoda's instant desire was to go on to Bayswater, and somehow keep watch near the flats where Barfoot lived. Monica might be there. Her coming forth from the building might be detected. But the difficulty of the understanding, and still more a dread of being seen hovering about that quarter, checked her purpose as soon as it was formed. She returned home, and for an hour or two kept in solitude. "What has happened?" asked Miss Barfoot when they at length met. "Happened? Nothing that I know of." "You look very strange." "Your imagination. I've been packing. Perhaps it's from stooping over the trunk." This by no means satisfied Mary, who felt that things mysterious were going on about her. But she could only wait, repeating to herself that the grand dénouement decidedly was not far off. At 9 o'clock sounded the visitor's bell. If, as she thought likely, the caller was Everard, Miss Barfoot decided that she would disregard everything but the dramatic pressure of the moment, and leave those two alone together for half an hour. Everard it was. He entered the drawing-room with an unusual air of gaiety. "I have been in the country all day," were his first words, and he went on to talk of trivial things, the doings of a Cockney excursion party that had come under his notice. In a few minutes Mary made an excuse for absenting herself. When she was gone, Rhoda looked steadily at Barfoot and asked, "Have you really been out of town?" "Why should you doubt it?" "As I told you." She averted her look. After examining her curiously, Everard came and stood before her. "I want to ask your leave to meet you somewhere during these next 3 weeks. At any point on your route. We could have a day's ramble together, and then say good-bye." "The lake country is free to you, Mr. Barfoot." "But I mustn't miss you. You will leave Seascale tomorrow week?" "At present I think so, but I can't restrict myself by any agreement. Holiday must be a time of liberty." They looked at each other, she with a carelessness which was all but defiance, he with a significant smile. "Tomorrow week, then, perhaps we may meet again." Rhoda made no reply, beyond a movement of her eyebrows, as if to express indifference. "I won't stay any longer this evening. A pleasant journey to you." He shook hands and left the room. In the hall Miss Barfoot came to meet him. They exchanged a few words, unimportant and without reference to what had passed between him and Rhoda. Nor did Rhoda speak of the matter when joined by her friend. She retired early, having settled all the arrangements for her departure by the 10 o'clock express from Euston next morning. Her luggage was to consist of 1 trunk and a wallet with a strap, which would serve the purposes of a man's knapsack. Save the indispensable umbrella, she carried no impeding trifles. A new costume, suitable for shore and mountain, was packed away in the trunk. Miss Barfoot had judged of its effect, and was of opinion that it became the wearer admirably. But Rhoda, having adjusted everything that she was going to take with her, still had an occupation which kept her up for several hours. From a locked drawer she brought forth packets of letters, the storage of many years, and out of these carefully selected perhaps a tithe, which she bound together and deposited in a box. The remainder she burnt in the empty fireplace. Moreover, she collected from about the room a number of little objects, ornaments and things of use, which also found a place in the same big box. All her personal property which had any value for her, except books, was finally under lock and key, and in portable repositories. But still she kept moving, as if in search of trifles that might have escaped her notice. Silently, in her soft slippers, she strayed hither and thither, till the short summer night had all but given place to dawn, and when at length weariness compelled her to go to bed, she was not able to sleep. Nor did Mary Barfoot enjoy much sleep that night. She lay thinking, and forecasting strange possibilities. On Monday evening, returned from Great Portland Street, the first thing she did was to visit Rhoda's chamber. The ashes of burnt paper had been cleared away, but a glance informed her of the needless and unprecedented care with which Miss Nunn had collected and packed most of the things that belonged to her. Again, Mary had a troubled night. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women, by George Gissing. Chapter 22. Honour in Difficulties. At Mrs. Cosgrove's, this Sunday afternoon, Monica had eyes and thoughts for one person only. Her coming at all was practically an appointment to meet Bevis, whom she had seen twice since her visit to the flat. A day or two after that occasion, she received a call from the Bevis girls, who told her of their brother's approaching departure for Bordeaux, and thereupon she invited the trio to dine with her. A fortnight subsequently to the dinner, she had a chance encounter with Bevis in Oxford Street. Constraint of business did not allow him to walk beside her for more than a minute or two, but they spoke of Mrs. Cosgrove's on the following Sunday, and there accordingly found each other. Tremor of self-consciousness kept Monica in dread of being watched and suspected.
Few people were present to-day, and after exchanging formal words with Bevis, she moved away to talk with the hostess. Not till half an hour had passed did she venture to obey the glances which her all but avowed lover cast towards her in conversation. He was so much at ease, so like what she had always known him, that Monica asked herself whether she had not mistaken the meaning of his homage. One moment she hoped it might be so. The next she longed for some sign of passionate devotion, and thought with anguish of the day, now so near, when he would be gone for ever. This, she ardently believed, was the man who should have been her husband. Him she could love with heart and soul, could make his will her absolute law, could live on his smiles, could devote herself to his interests. The independence she had been struggling to assert ever since her marriage meant only freedom to love. If she had understood herself as she now did, her life would never have been thus cast into bondage. "The girls," Bevis was saying, "leave on Thursday. The rest of the week I shall be alone. On Monday the furniture will be stowed away at the Pantechnicon, and on Tuesday off I go." A casual listener could have supposed that the prospect pleased him. Monica, with a fixed smile, looked at the other groups conversing in the room. No one was paying any attention to her. In the same moment she heard a murmur from her companion's lips. He was speaking still, but in a voice only just audible. "Come on Friday afternoon about 4 o'clock." Her heart began to throb painfully, and she knew that a treacherous colour had risen to her cheeks. "Do come, once more, for the last time. It shall be just as before, just as before. An hour's talk, and we will say good-bye to each other." She was powerless to breathe a word. Bevis, noticing that Mrs. Cosgrove had thrown a look in their direction, suddenly laughed as if at some jest between them, and resumed his lively strain of talk. Monica also laughed. An interval of make-believe, and again the soft murmur fell upon her ear. "I shall expect you. I know you won't refuse me this one last kindness. Some day," his voice was all but extinguished, "some day, who knows?" Dreadful hope struck through her. A stranger's eyes turned their way, and again she laughed. "On Friday, at 4, I shall expect you." She rose, looked for an instant about the room, then offered him her hand, uttering some commonplace word of leave-taking. Their eyes did not meet. She went up to Mrs. Cosgrove, and as soon as possible left the house. Widdowson met her as she crossed the threshold of home. His face told her that something extraordinary had happened, and she trembled before him. "Back already?" he exclaimed with a grim smile. "Be quick and take your things off and come to the library." If he had discovered anything, the lie, for instance, that she had told him a month ago, or that more recent falsehood when she pretended, without serious reason, to have been at Miss Barfoot's lecture, he would not look and speak thus. Hurrying, panting, she made a change of dress, and obeyed his summons. "Miss Nunn has been here," were his first words. She turned as pale as death. Of course he observed it. She was now preparing for anything. "She wanted to see you because she is going away on Monday. What's the matter?" "Nothing. You spoke so strangely." "Did I? And you look very strangely. I don't understand you. Miss Nunn says that everybody has noticed how ill you seem. It's time we did something. To-morrow morning we are going down into Somerset, to Clevedon, to find a house." "I thought you had given up that idea." "Whether I had or not doesn't matter." In the determination to appear and be energetic, he spoke with a rough obstinacy, a doggedness that now and then became violence. "I am decided on it now. There's a train to Bristol at 10:20. You will pack just a few things. We shan't be away for more than a day or two." Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. By Friday they might be back. Till now, in an anguish of uncertainty, Monica had made up her mind. She would keep the appointment on Friday, come of it what might. If she could not be back in time, she would write a letter. "Why are you talking in this tone?" she said coldly. "What tone? I'm telling you what I have decided to do, that's all. I shall easily find a house down there, no doubt. Knowing the place, you will be able to suggest the likely localities." She sat down, for strength was failing her. "It's quite true," Widdowson went on, staring at her with inflamed eyes. "You are beginning to look like a ghost. Oh, we'll have an end of this." He cackled in angry laughter. "Not a day's unnecessary delay. Write to both your sisters this evening and tell them. I wish them both to come and live with us." "Very well." "Now won't you be glad? Won't it be better in every way?" He came so near that she felt his feverish breath. "I told you before," she answered, "to do just as you liked." "And you won't talk about being kept a prisoner?" Monica laughed. "Oh no, I won't say anything at all." She scarcely knew what words fell from her lips. Let him propose, let him do what he liked. To her it was indifferent. She saw something before her, something she durst not, even an hour ago, have steadily contemplated. It drew her with the force of fate. "You know we couldn't go on living like this, don't you, Monica?" "No, we couldn't." "You see!" he almost shouted in triumph, misled by the smile on her face. "All that was needed was resolution on my part. I have been absurdly weak, and weakness in the husband means unhappiness in the wife. From to-day you look to me for guidance. I am no tyrant, but I shall rule you for your own good." Still she smiled. "So there's an end of our misery, isn't it, darling? What misery! Good God, how I have suffered! Haven't you known it?" "I have known it too well." "And now you will make up to me for it, Monica?" Again, prompted by the irresistible force, she answered mechanically, "I will do the best for both." He threw himself on the ground beside her and clasped her in his arms. "No, that is my own dear wife once more. Your face is altogether changed. See how right it is that a husband should take the law into his own hands. Our second year of marriage shall be very different from the first. And yet we were happy, weren't we, my beautiful? It's only this cursed London that has come between us. At Clevedon we shall begin our life over again, like we did at Guernsey. All our trouble, I am convinced, has come of your ill health. This air has never suited you. You have felt miserable, and couldn't be at peace in your home. My poor little girl, my poor darling." Through the evening he was in a state of transport, due partly to the belief that Monica really welcomed his decision, partly to the sense of having behaved at length like a resolute man. His eyes were severely bloodshot, and before bedtime headache racked him intolerably. Everything was carried out as he had planned it. They journeyed down into Somerset, put up at a Clevedon hotel, and began house-hunting. On Wednesday the suitable abode was discovered, a house of modest pretensions, but roomy and well situated. It could be made ready for occupation in a fortnight. Bent on continuing his exhibition of vigorous promptitude, Widdowson signed a lease that same evening. "To-morrow we will go straight home and make our preparations for removal. When all is ready you shall come down here and live at the hotel until the house is furnished. Go to your sister Virginia and simply bid her to do as you wish. Imitate me." He laughed fatuously. "Don't listen to any objection. When you have once got her away, she will thank you." By Thursday afternoon they were back at Herne Hill. Widdowson still kept up the show of extravagant spirits, but he was worn out. He spoke so hoarsely that one would have thought he had contracted a severe sore throat. It resulted merely from nervous strain. After a pretence of dinner, he seated himself as if to read. Glancing at him a few minutes later, Monica found that he was fast asleep. She could not bear to gaze at him, yet her eyes turned thither again and again. His face was repulsive to her. The deep furrows, the red eyelids, the mottled skin moved her to loathing. And yet she pitied him. His frantic exultation was the cruellest irony. What would he do? What would become of him? She turned away, and presently left the room, for the sound of his uneasy breathing made her suffer too much. When he woke up, he came in search of her, and laughed over his involuntary nap. "Well now, you will go and see your sister to-morrow morning." "In the afternoon, I think." "Why? Don't let us have any procrastination. The morning, the morning." "Please do let me have my way in such a trifle as that," Monica exclaimed nervously. "I have all sorts of things to see to here before I can go out." He caressed her. "You shan't say that I am unreasonable. In the afternoon, then.
And don't listen to any objections."
"No, no."
It was Friday. All the morning Widdowson had business with house-agents and furniture-removers, for he would not let a day go by without some practical step towards relief from the life he detested. Monica seemed to be equally active in her own department. She was turning out drawers and wardrobes, and making selection of things, on some principle understood by herself. A flush remained on her cheeks, in marked contrast to the pallor which for a long time had given her an appearance of wasting away. That and her singularly bright eyes endowed her with a beauty suggestive of what she might have gained in happy marriage. They had luncheon at 1 o'clock, and at 1:45 Monica started by train for Clapham Junction. It was her purpose to have a short conversation with Virginia, who knew of the trip to Clevedon, and to speak as though she were quite reconciled to the thought of removal. After that she would pursue her journey so as to reach Bayswater by 4 o'clock. But Virginia was not at home. Mrs. Conisbee said that she had gone out at 11 in the morning, and with the intention of returning by tea-time. After a brief hesitation, Monica requested the landlady to deliver a message.
"Please ask her not to come to Herne Hill until she hears from me, as I am not likely to be at home for a day or two."
This left more time at her disposal than she knew how to employ. She returned to the railway station, and travelled on to Victoria. There, in the corner of the waiting-room, she sat feverishly impatient until her watch told her that she might take the next train westward. A possible danger was before her, though perhaps she need not trouble herself with the thought of such dangers. What if Mr. Barfoot happened to encounter her as she ascended the stairs? But most likely he had no idea that her female friends, who dwelt on the floor above him, were gone away. Did it matter what he might think? In a day or two— She came to the street, approached the block of flats, involuntarily casting anxious glances about her, and when she was within 20 yards of the door, it opened, and forth came Barfoot. Her first sensation was unreasoning terror, her next, thankfulness that she had not been a few minutes sooner, when the very meeting she had feared, within the building itself, would have come to pass. He walked this way, he saw her, and the pleasantest smile of recognition lit up his face. "Mrs. Widdowson! Not a moment ago you were in my thoughts. I wished I could see you."
"I am going to make a call in this neighbourhood."
She could not command herself. The shock had left her trembling, and the necessity of feigning calmness was a new trial of her nerves. Barfoot, she felt certain, was reading her face like a printed page. He saw guilt there. His quickly averted eyes, his peculiar smile, seemed to express the facile tolerance of a man of the world. "Allow me to accompany you to the end of the street." His words buzzed in her ears. She walked on without conscious effort, like an automaton obedient to a touch. "You know that Miss Nunn has gone down into Cumberland?" Barfoot was saying, his look bent upon her.
"Yes, I know."
She tried to glance at him with a smile. "Tomorrow," he pursued, "I am going there myself."
"To Cumberland?"
"I shall see her, I hope. Perhaps she will only be angry with me."
"Perhaps, but perhaps not."
Her confusion would not be overcome. She felt a burning in her ears, on her neck. It was an agony of shame. The words she spoke sounded imbecile mutterings, which must confirm Barfoot in his worst opinion of her. "If it is all in vain," he continued, "then I shall say good-bye, and there's an end."
"I hope not. I should think—"
Useless. She set her lips and became mute. If only he would leave her. And almost immediately he did so, with a few words of kind tone. She felt the pressure of his hand, and saw him walk rapidly away. Doubtless he knew this is what she desired. Until he had passed out of sight, Monica kept the same direction. Then she turned round and hurried back, fearful lest the detention might make her late, and Bevis might lose hope of her coming. There could be no one in the building now whom she need fear to meet. She opened the big entrance door and went up. Bevis must have been waiting for the sound of her light footstep. His door flew open before she could knock. Without speaking, a silent laugh of joy upon his lips, he drew back to make room for her entrance, and then pressed both her hands. In the sitting-room were beginnings of disorder. Pictures had been taken down from the walls, and light ornaments removed. "I shan't sleep here after tonight," Bevis began,
his agitation scarcely less obvious than Monica's. "Tomorrow I shall be packing what is to go with me. How I hate it all!" Monica dropped into a chair near the door. "Oh, not there!" he exclaimed. "Here, where you sat before. We are going to have tea together again." His utterances were forced, and the laugh that came between them betrayed the quivering of his nerves. "Tell me what you have been doing. I have thought of you day and night." He brought a chair close to her, and when he had seated himself he took one of her hands. Monica, scarcely repressing a sob, the result of reaction from her fears and miseries, drew the hand away. But again he took it. "There's the glove on it," he said in a shaking voice. "What harm in my holding your glove? Don't think of it, and talk to me. I love music, but no music is like your voice." "You go on Monday?" It was her lips that spoke the sentence, not she. "No, on Tuesday, I think." Mr. Widdowson is going to take me away from London." "Away?" She told him the circumstances. Bevis kept his eyes upon her face, with a look of rapt adoration which turned at length to pain and woeful perplexity. "You have been married a year," he murmured. "Oh, if I had met you before that! What a cruel fate that we should know each other only when there was no hope!" The man revealed himself in this dolorous sentimentality. His wonted blitheness and facetiousness, his healthy features, his supple, well-built frame, suggested that when love awoke within him he would express it with virile force. But he trembled and blushed like a young girl, and his accents fell at last into a melodious whining. He raised the gloved finger to his lips. Monica bent her face away, deadly pale, with closed eyes. "Are we to part to-day, and never again see each other?" he went on. "Say that you love me. Only say that you love me." "You despise me for coming to you like this." "Despise you?" In a sudden rapture he folded his arms about her. "Say that you love me." He kissed away the last syllable of her whispered reply. "Monica, what is there before us? How can I leave you?" Yielding herself for the moment in a faintness that threatened to subdue her, she was yet able, when his caresses grew wild with passion, to put back his arms and move suddenly away. He sprang up, and they stood speechless. Again he drew near. "Take me away with you," Monica then cried, clasping her hands together. "I can't live with him. Let me go with you to France." Bevis's wide blue eyes widened with consternation. "Dare you? Dare you do that?" he stammered. "Dare I? What courage is needed? How dare I remain with a man I hate?" "You must leave him. Of course you must leave him." "Oh, before another day is past," sobbed Monica. "It is wrong even to go back to-day. I love you, and in that there is nothing to be ashamed of. But what bitter shame to be living with him, practising hypocrisy. He makes me hate myself as much as I hate him." "Has he behaved brutally to you, dearest?" "I have nothing to accuse him of, except that he persuaded me to marry him, made me think that I could love him, when I didn't know what love meant. And now he wishes to get me away from all the people I know because he is jealous of everyone. And how can I blame him? Hasn't he cause for jealousy? I am deceiving him. I have deceived him for a long time, pretending to be a faithful wife when I have often wished that he might die and release me. It is I who am to blame. I ought to have left him. Every woman who thinks of her husband as I do ought to go away from him. It is base and wicked to stay there, pretending, deceiving." Bevis came towards her and took her in his arms. "You love me," she panted under his hot kisses. "You will take me away with you?" "Yes, you shall come. We mustn't travel together, but you shall come, when I am settled there." "Why can't I go with you?" "My own darling, think what it would mean if our secret were discovered." "Discovered? But how can we think of that? How can I go back there with your kisses on my lips? Oh, I must live somewhere in secret until you go, and then I have put aside the few things that I want to take. I could never have continued to live with him even if you hadn't said you love me. I was obliged to pretend that I agreed to everything, but I will beg and starve rather than bear that misery any longer. Don't you love me enough to face whatever may happen?"
I love you with all my soul, Monica. Sit down again, dearest. Let us talk about it, and see what we can do."
He half led, half carried her to a couch, and there, holding her embraced, gave way to such amorous frenzy that again Monica broke from him. "If you love me," she said in tones of bitter distress, "you will respect me as much as before I came to you. Help me! I am suffering so dreadfully. Say at once that I shall go away with you, even if we travel as strangers. If you are afraid of it becoming known, I will do everything to prevent it. I will go back and live there until Tuesday, and come away only at the last hour, so that no one will ever suspect where— I don't care how humbly I live when we are abroad. I can have lodgings somewhere in the same town, or near, and you will come." His hair disordered, his eyes wild, quivering throughout with excitement, he stood as if pondering possibilities. "Shall I be a burden to you?" she asked in a faint voice. "Is the expense more than you—"
"No, no, no! How can you think of such a thing? But it would be so much better if you could wait here until I— Oh, what a wretched thing to have to seem so cowardly to you! But the difficulties are so great, darling. I shall be a perfect stranger at Bordeaux. I don't even speak the language at all well. When I reach there I shall be met at the station by one of our people, and just think, how could we manage? You know, if it were discovered that I had run away with you, it would damage my position terribly. I can't say what might happen. My darling, we shall have to be very careful. In a few weeks it might all be managed very easily. I would write to you to some address, and as soon as ever I had made arrangements—" Monica broke down. The unmanliness of his tone was so dreadful a disillusion. She had expected something so different entirely, swift, virile passion, eagerness even to anticipate her desire of flight, a strength, a courage to which she could abandon herself body and soul. She broke down utterly, and wept with her hands upon her face. Bevis, in sympathetic distraction, threw himself on his knees before, clutching at her waist. "Don't, don't!" he wailed. "I can't bear that. I will do as you wish, Monica. Tell me some place where I can write to you. Don't cry, darling, don't." She went to the couch again, and rested her face against the back, sobbing. For a time they exchanged mere incoherences. Then passion seized upon both, and they clung together, mute, motionless. "To-morrow I shall leave him," whispered Monica, when at length their eyes met. "He will be away in the morning, and I can take what I need. Tell me where I shall go to, dear, to wait until you are ready. No one will ever suspect that we have gone together. He knows that I am miserable with him. He will believe that I have found some way of supporting myself in London. Where shall I live till Tuesday?" Bevis scarcely listened to her words. The temptation of the natural man, basely selfish, was strengthening its hold upon him. "Do you love me? Do you really love me?" he replied to her, with thick, agitated utterance. "Why should you ask that? How can you doubt it?" "If you really love me—" His face and tones frightened her. "Don't make me doubt your love. If I have not perfect trust in you, what will become of me?" Yet once more she drew resolutely away from him. He pursued, and held her arms with violence. "Oh, I am mistaken in you!" Monica cried in fear and bitterness. "You don't know what love means, as I feel it. You won't speak, you won't think of our future life together." "I have promised—" "Leave loose of me. It's because I have come here. You think me a worthless woman, without sense of honour, with no self-respect." He protested vehemently. The anguished look in her eyes had its effect upon his senses. By degrees it subjugated him, and made him ashamed of his ignoble impulse. "Shall I find a lodging for you till Tuesday?" he asked, after moving away. "Will you?" "You are sure you can leave home tomorrow, without being suspected?" "Yes, I am sure I can. He is going to the city in the morning. Appoint some place where I can meet you. I will come in a cab, and then you can take me on to the—" "But you are forgetting the risks. If you take a cab from Herne Hill with your luggage, he will be able to find out the driver afterwards, and learn where you went." "Then I will drive only as far as the station, and come to Victoria, and you shall meet me there." The necessity of these paltry arrangements filled her soul with shame. On the details of her escape she had hardly reflected.
All such considerations were, she deemed, naturally the care of her lover, who would act with promptitude, and so as to spare her a moment's perplexity. She had imagined everything in readiness within a few hours, on her no responsibility save that of breaking the hated bond. Inevitably she turned to the wretched thought that Bevis regarded her as a burden. Yes, he had already his mother and his sisters to support. She ought to have remembered that. "What time would it be?" he was asking. Unable to reply, she pursued her reflections. She had money, but how to obtain possession of it? Afterwards, when her flight was accomplished, secrecy, it appeared, would be no less needful than now. That necessity had never occurred to her. Declaration of the love that had freed her seemed inevitable, nay, desirable. Her self-respect demanded it. Only thus could she justify herself before his sisters and other people who knew her. They, perhaps, would not see it in the light of justification, but that mattered little. Her own conscience would approve what she had done. But to steal away, and live henceforth in hiding, like a woman dishonoured even in her own eyes, from that she shrank with repugnance. Rather than that, would it not be preferable to break with her husband, and live openly apart from him, alone? "Be honest with me," she suddenly exclaimed. "Had you rather I didn't come?" "No, no, I can't live without you." "But if that is true, why haven't you the courage to let every one know it? In your heart you must think that we are acting wrongly." "I don't. I believe, as you do, that love is the only true marriage. Very well," he made a desperate gesture. "Let us defy all consequences. For your sake—" His exaggerated vehemence could not deceive Monica. "What is it," she asked, "that you most fear?" He began to babble protestations, but she would not listen to them. "Tell me. I have every right to ask. What do you most fear?" "I fear nothing if you were with me. Let my relatives say and think what they like. I have made great sacrifices for them. To give you up would be too much." Yet his distress was evident. It strained the corners of his mouth, wrinkled his forehead. "The disgrace would be more than you could bear. You would never see your mother and your sisters again." "If they are so prejudiced, so unreasonable, I can't help it. They must—" He was interrupted by a loud rat-tat at the outer door. Blanched herself, Monica saw that her lover's face turned to ghastly pallor. "Who can that be?" he whispered hoarsely. "I expect no one." "Need you answer?" "Can it be— Have you been followed? Does any one suspect?" They stared at each other, still half paralysed, and stood waiting thus until the knock was repeated impatiently. "I daren't open," Bevis whispered, coming close to her, as if on the impulse of seeking protection, for to offer it was assuredly not in his mind. "It might be—" "No, that's impossible." "I daren't go to the door. The risk is too frightful. He will go away, whoever it is, if no one answers." Both were shaking in the second stage of terror. Bevis put his arms about Monica, and felt her heart give great throbs against his own. Their passion for the moment was effectually quenched. "Listen. That's the chink of the letter-box. A card or something has been put in. Then it's all right. I'll wait a moment." He stepped to the door of the room, opened it without sound, and at once heard footsteps descending the stairs. In the look which he cast back at her, a grin rather than a smile, Monica saw something that gave her a pang of shame on his behalf. On going to the letter-box he found a card, with a few words scribbled upon it. "Only one of our partners!" he exclaimed gleefully. "Wants to see me tonight. Of course he took it for granted I was out." Monica was looking at her watch. Past 5 o'clock. "I think I must go," she said timidly. "But what are our arrangements? Do you still intend—" "Intend? Isn't it for you to decide?" There was a coldness in the words of both, partly the result of the great shock they had undergone, in part due to their impatience with each other. "Darling, do what I proposed at first. Stay for a few days, until I am settled at Bordeaux." "Stay with my husband." She used the word purposely, significantly, to see how it would affect him. The bitterness of her growing disillusion allowed her to think and speak as if no ardent feeling were concerned. "For both our sakes, dearest, dearest love. A few days longer until I have written to you, and told you exactly what to do.
The journey won't be very difficult for you. And think how much better, dear Monica, if we can escape discovery, and live for each other without any shame or fear to disturb us. You will be my own dear true wife. I will love and guard you as long as I live." He embraced her with placid tenderness, laying his cheek against hers, kissing her hands. "We must see each other again," he continued. "Come on Sunday, will you? And in the meantime find out some place where I could address letters to you. You can always find a stationer's shop where they will receive letters. Be guided by me, dear little girl. Only a week or two, to save the happiness of our whole lives." Monica listened, but with half attention, her look fixed on the floor. Encouraged by her silence, the lover went on in a strain of heightening enthusiasm, depicting the raptures of their retirement from the world in some suburb of Bordeaux. How this retreat was to escape the notice of his business companions, through whom the scandal might get wind, he did not suggest. The truth was, Bevis found himself in an extremely awkward position, with issues he had not contemplated, and all he cared for was to avert the immediate peril of public discovery. The easy-going, kindly fellow had never considered all the responsibility involved in making wild love, timorously selfish from the first, to a married woman who took his advances with desperate seriousness. He had not in him the stuff of vigorous rascality, still less the only other quality which can support a man in such a situation as this, heroism of moral revolt. So he cut a very poor figure, and was dolefully aware of it. He talked, trying to disguise his feebleness in tinsel phrases, and Monica still kept her eyes cast down. When another half-hour had passed, she sighed deeply and rose from her seat. She would write to him, she said, and let him know where a reply would reach her. No, she must not come here again. All he had to tell her would be communicated by letter. The subdued tone, the simple sadness of her words, distressed Bevis, and yet he secretly congratulated himself. He had done nothing for which this woman could justly reproach him. Marvellous, so he considered, had been his self-restraint. Absolutely he had behaved like a gentleman. To be sure, he was miserably in love, and, if circumstances by any means allowed of it, would send for Monica to join him in France. Should the thing prove impossible, he had nothing whatever on his conscience. He held out his arms to her. Monica shook her head and looked away. "Say once more that you love me, darling," he pleaded. "I shall not rest for an hour until I am able to write and say, 'Come to me.'" She permitted him to hold her once more in his soft embrace. "Kiss me, Monica." She put her lips to his cheek, and withdrew them, still shunning his look. "Oh, not that kind of kiss, like you kissed me before." "I can't," she replied, with a choking voice, the tears again starting forth. "But what have I done that you should love me less, dearest?" He kissed the falling drops, murmuring assurances, encouragements. "You shan't leave me until I have heard you say that your love is unchanged. Whisper it to me, sweetest." "When we meet again, not now." "You frighten me. Monica, are we not saying good-bye forever?" "If you send for me, I will come." "You promise faithfully? You will come?" "If you send for me, I will come." That was her last word. He opened the door for her, and listened as she departed. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women, by George Gissing. Chapter 23. In Ambush. Hitherto Widdowson had entertained no grave mistrust of his wife. The principles she had avowed, directly traceable, as it seemed, to her friendship with the militant women in Chelsea, he disliked and feared, but her conduct he fully believed to be above reproach. His jealousy of Barfoot did not glance at Monica's attitude towards the man, merely at the man himself, whom he credited with native scoundreldom. Barfoot represented to his mind a type of licentious bachelor. Why, he could not have made perfectly clear to his own understanding. Possibly the ease of Everard's bearing,
the something aristocratic in his countenance and his speech, the polish of his manner, especially in formal converse with women, from the first gave offence to Widdowson's essentially middle-class sensibilities. If Monica were in danger at all, it was, he felt convinced, from that quarter. The subject of his wife's intimate dialogue with Barfoot at the Academy still remained a mystery to him. He put faith in her rebellious declaration that every word might have been safely repeated in his hearing, but be the matter what it might, the manner of Barfoot's talk meant evil. Of that conviction he could not get rid. He had read somewhere that a persistently jealous husband may not improbably end by irritating an innocent wife into affording real ground for jealousy. A man with small knowledge of the world is much impressed by dicta such as these. They get into the crannies of his mind, and thence direct the course of his thinking. Widdowson, before his marriage, had never suspected the difficulty of understanding a woman. Had he spoken his serious belief on that subject, it would have been found to represent the most primitive male conception of the feminine being. Women were very like children. It was rather a task to amuse them and to keep them out of mischief. Therefore the blessedness of household toil, in especial the blessedness of childbearing and all that followed. Intimacy with Monica had greatly affected his views, yet chiefly by disturbing them. No firmer ground offered itself to his threading when he perforce admitted that his former standpoint was every day assailed by some incontestable piece of evidence. Women had individual characters. That discovery, though not a very profound one, impressed him with the force of something arrived at by independent observation. Monica often puzzled him gravely. He could not find the key to her satisfactions and discontents. To regard her simply as a human being was beyond the reach of his intelligence. He cast the blame of his difficulties upon sex, and paid more attention to the hints on such afforded him by his reading. He would endeavour to keep his jealousy out of sight, lest the mysterious tendency of the female nature might prompt Monica to deliberate wrong-doing. To-day, for the first time, there flashed across him the thought that he might already have been deceived. It originated in the peculiarity of Monica's behaviour at luncheon. She ate scarcely anything. She seemed hurried, frequently glancing at the clock, and she lost herself in reverie. Discovering that his eye was upon her, she betrayed uneasiness, and began to talk without considering what she meant to say. All this might mean nothing more than her barely concealed regret at being obliged to leave London. But Widdowson remarked it with a vivacity of feeling perhaps due to the excitement in which he had lived for the past week. Perhaps the activity, the resolution to which he had urged himself, caused a sharpening of his perceptions. And the very thought, never out of his mind, that only a few days had to elapse before he carried off his wife from the scene of peril, tended to make him more vividly conscious of that peril. Certain it was that a moment's clairvoyance assailed his peace, and left behind it all manner of ugly conjectures. Women, so said the books, are adepts at dissimulation. Was it conceivable that Monica had taken advantage of the liberty he had of late allowed her? If a woman could not endure a direct, searching gaze, must it not imply some enormous wickedness? Seeing that nature has armed them for this very trial. In her setting forth for the railway station, hurry was again evident, and disinclination to exchange parting words. If the eagerness were simple and honest, would she not have accepted his suggestion and have gone in the morning? For 5 minutes after her departure he stood in the hall, staring before him. A new jealousy, a horrible constriction of the heart, had begun to torture him. He went and walked about in the library, but could not dispel his suffering. Vain to keep repeating that Monica was incapable of baseness. Of that he was persuaded, but none the less a hideous image returned upon his mental vision, a horror, a pollution of thought. One thing he could do to restore his sanity. He would walk over to Lavender Hill and accompany his wife on her return home. Indeed, the mere difficulty of getting through the afternoon advised this project. He could not employ himself, and he knew that his imagination, once inflamed, would leave him not a moment's rest. Yes, he would walk to Lavender Hill, and ramble about that region until Monica had had reasonable time for talk with her sister. About 3 o'clock there fell a heavy shower of rain. Strangely against his habits, Widdowson turned into a quiet public house, and sat for a quarter of an hour at the bar, drinking a glass of whisky. During the past week he had taken considerably more wine than usual at meals. He seemed to need the support. While sipping his glass of spirits, he oddly enough fell into talk with the barmaid, a young woman of some charms, and what appeared to be unaffected modesty. Not for 20 years had Widdowson conversed with a member of this sisterhood. Their dialogue was made up of the most trifling of trivialities: weather, a railway accident, the desirability of holidays at this season. And when at length he rose and put an end to the chat, it was with appreciable reluctance. "A good, nice sort of girl," he went away saying to himself. "Pity she should be serving at a bar, hearing doubtful talk, and seeing very often vile sights. A nice, soft-spoken little girl." And he mused upon her remembered face with a complacency which soothed his feelings. Of a sudden he was checked by the conversion of his sentiment into thought. Would he not have been a much happier man if he had married a girl distinctly his inferior in mind and station? Provided she were sweet, lovable, docile, such a wife would have spared him all the misery he had known with Monica. From the first he had understood that Monica was no representative shop-girl, and on that very account he had striven so eagerly to win her. But it was a mistake. He had loved her, still loved her, with all the emotion of which he was capable. How many hours' genuine happiness of soul had that love afforded him? The minutest fraction of the 12 months for which she had been his wife. And of suffering, often amounting to frantic misery, he could count many weeks. Could such a marriage as this be judged a marriage at all, in any true sense of the word? Let me ask myself a question. If Monica were absolutely free to choose between continuing to live with me and resuming her perfect liberty, can I persuade myself that she would remain my wife? She would not. Not for a day, not for an hour. Of that I am morally convinced. And I acknowledge the grounds of her dissatisfaction. We are unsuited to each other. We do not understand each other. Our marriage is physical and nothing more. My love. What is my love? I do not love her mind, her intellectual part. If I did, this frightful jealousy from which I suffer would be impossible. My ideal of the wife perfectly suited to me is far liker that girl at the public-house bar than Monica. Monica's independence of thought is a perpetual irritation to me. I don't know what her thoughts really are, what her intellectual life signifies. And yet I hold her to me with the sternest grasp. If she endeavoured to release herself, I should feel capable of killing her. Is not this a strange, a brutal thing? Widdowson had never before reached this height of speculation. In the moment, by the very fact of admitting that Monica and he ought not to be living together, he became more worthy of his wife's companionship than ever hitherto. Well, he would exercise greater forbearance. He would endeavour to win her respect by respecting the freedom she claimed. His recent suspicions of her were monstrous. If she knew them, how her soul would revolt from him! What if she took an interest in other men, perchance more her equals than he? Why had he not just been thinking of another woman, reflecting that she, or one like her, would have made him a more suitable wife than Monica? Yet this could not reasonably be called unfaithfulness. They were bound together for life, and their wisdom lay in mutual toleration, the constant endeavour to understand each other aright, not in fierce restraint of each other's mental liberty. How many marriages were anything more than mutual forbearance? Perhaps there ought not to be such a thing as enforced permanence of marriage. This was daring speculation. He could not have endured to hear it from Monica's lips. But perhaps, some day, marriage would be dissoluble at the will of either party to it. Perhaps the man who sought to hold a woman when she no longer loved him would be regarded with contempt and condemnation. What a simple thing marriage had always seemed to him, and how far from simple he had found it! Why, it led him to musings which overset the order of the world, and flung all ideas of religion and morality into wildest confusion. It would not do to think like this. He was a man wedded to a woman very difficult to manage. There was the practical upshot of the matter. His duty was to manage her. He was responsible for her right conduct. With intentions perfectly harmless, she might run into unknown jeopardy, above all, just at this time when she was taking reluctant leave of her friends. The danger justified him in exceptional vigilance.
So, from his excursion into the realms of reason, did he return to the safe sphere of the commonplace. And now he might venture to press on towards Mrs. Conisbee's house, for it was 4:30, and already Monica must have been talking with her sister for a couple of hours. His knock at the door was answered by the landlady herself. She told of Mrs. Widdowson's arrival and departure. Ah, then Monica had no doubt gone straight home again. But as Miss Madden had returned, he would speak with her. "The poor lady isn't very well, sir," said Mrs. Conisbee, fingering the hem of her apron. "Not very well, but couldn't I see her for a moment?" Virginia answered this question by appearing on the staircase. "Some one for me, Mrs. Conisbee?" she called from above. "Oh, is it you, Edmund? So very glad. I'm sure Mrs. Conisbee will have the kindness to let you come into her sitting-room. What a pity I was away when Monica called. I've had business to see to in town, and I've walked and walked until I'm really hardly able." She sank upon a chair in the room and looked fixedly at the visitor with a broad, benevolent smile, her head moving up and down. Widdowson was for a moment in perplexity. If the evidence of his eyes could be trusted, Miss Madden's indisposition pointed to a cause so strange that it seemed incredible. He turned to look for Mrs. Conisbee, but the landlady had hurriedly withdrawn, closing the door behind her. "It is foolish of me, Edmund," Virginia rambled on, addressing him with a familiarity she had never yet used. "While I am away from home I forget all about my meals, really forget, and that all at once I find I am quite exhausted, as you see. And the worst of it is, I have altogether lost my appetite by the time I get back. I couldn't eat a mouthful of food, not a mouthful, I assure you I couldn't. And it does so distress good Mrs. Conisbee. She is exceedingly kind to me, exceedingly careful about my health. Oh, and in Battersea Park Road I saw such a shocking sight. A great cart ran over a poor little dog, and it was killed on the spot. It unnerved me dreadfully. I do think, Edmund, those drivers ought to be more careful. I was saying to Mrs. Conisbee only the other day— And that reminds me, I do so want to know all about your visit to Clevedon. Dear, dear Clevedon. And have you really taken a house there, Edmund? Oh, if we could end all our days at Clevedon! You know that our dear father and mother are buried in the old churchyard. You remember Tennyson's lines about the old church at Clevedon? Oh, and what did Monica decide about— really, what was I going to ask? It is so foolish of me to forget that dinner time has come and gone. I get so exhausted, and even my memory fails me." He could doubt no longer. This poor woman had yielded to one of the temptations that beset a life of idleness and solitude. His pity was mingled with disgust. "I only wish to tell you," he said gravely, "that we have taken a house at Clevedon." "You really have?" She clasped her hands together. "Whereabouts?" "Near Dial Hill." Virginia began a rhapsody which her brother-in-law had no inclination to hear. He rose abruptly. "Perhaps you had better come and see us tomorrow." "But Monica left a message that she wouldn't be at home for the next few days, and that I wasn't to come till I heard from her." "Not at home? I think there's a mistake." "Oh, impossible! We'll ask Mrs. Conisbee." She went to the door and called. From the landlady Widdowson learnt exactly what Monica had said. He reflected for a moment. "She shall write to you, then. Don't come just yet. I mustn't stay any longer now." And with a mere pretence of shaking hands, he abruptly left the house. Suspicions thickened about him. He would have thought it utterly impossible for Miss Madden to disgrace herself in this vulgar way, and the appalling discovery affected his view of Monica. They were sisters, they had characteristics in common, family traits, weaknesses. If the elder woman could fall into this degradation, might there not be possibilities in Monica's character such as he had refused to contemplate? Was there not terrible reason for mistrusting her? What did she mean by her message to Virginia? Black and haggard, he went home as fast as a hansom could take him. It was 5:30 when he reached the house. His wife was not here, and had not been here. At this moment Monica was starting by train from Bayswater, after her parting with Bevis. Arrived at Victoria, she crossed to the main station, and went to the ladies' waiting-room for the purpose of bathing her face. She had red, swollen eyes, and her hair was in slight disorder. This done, she inquired as to the next train to Herne Hill. One had just gone, another would leave in about a quarter of an hour. A dreadful indecision was harassing her. Ought she,
Did she dare to return home at all? Even if her strength sufficed for simulating a natural manner, could she consent to play so base a part? There was but one possible alternative. She might go to Virginia's lodgings, and there remain, writing to her husband that she had left him. The true cause need not be confessed. She would merely declare that life with him had become intolerable to her, that she demanded a release. Their approaching removal to Clevedon offered the occasion. She would say that her endurance failed before that prospect of solitude, and that, feeling as she did, it was dishonourable to make longer pretence of doing her duty as a wife. Then, if Bevis wrote to her in such a way as to revive her love, if he seriously told her to come to him, all difficulties could be solved by her disappearance. Was such revival of disheartened love a likely or possible thing? At this moment she felt that to flee in secret, and live with Bevis as he proposed, would be no less dishonour than abiding with the man who had a legal claim upon her companionship. Her lover, as she had thought of him for the past 2 or 3 months, was only a figment of her imagination. Bevis had proved himself a complete stranger to her mind. She must reshape her knowledge of him. His face was all that she could still dwell upon with the old desire. Nay, even that had suffered a change. Insensibly the minutes went by. Whilst she sat in the waiting-room her train started, and when she had become aware of that, her irresolution grew more tormenting. Suddenly there came upon her a feeling of illness, of nausea. Perspiration broke out on her forehead, her eyes dazzled, she had to let her head fall back. It passed, but in a minute or two the fit again seized her, and with a moan she lost consciousness. 2 or 3 women who were in the room rendered assistance. The remarks they exchanged, though expressing uncertainty and discreetly ambiguous, would have been significant to Monica. On her recovery, which took place in a few moments, she at once started up, and with hurried thanks to those about her, listening to nothing that was said and answering no inquiry, she went out onto the platform. There was just time to catch the train now departing for Herne Hill. She explained her fainting fit by the hours of agitation through which she had passed. There was no room for surprise. She had suffered indescribably, and still suffered. Her wish was to get back into the quietness of home, to rest and to lose herself in sleep. On entering she saw nothing of her husband. His hat hung on the hall tree, and he was perhaps sitting in the library. The more genial temper would account for his not coming forth at once to meet her, as had been his custom when she returned from an absence alone. She changed her dress, and disguised as far as was possible the traces of suffering on her features. Weakness and tremor urged her to lie down, but she could not venture to do this until she had spoken to her husband. Supporting herself by the banisters, she slowly descended and opened the library door. Widdowson was reading a newspaper. He did not look round, but said carelessly, "So you are back?"
"Yes. I hope you didn't expect me sooner."
"Oh, it's all right." He threw a rapid glance at her over his shoulder. "Had a long talk with Virginia, I suppose?"
"Yes. I couldn't get away before."
Widdowson seemed to be much interested in some paragraph. He put his face closer to the paper, and was silent for 2 or 3 seconds. Then he again looked round, this time observing his wife steadily, but with a face that gave no intimation of unusual thoughts. "Does she consent to go?" Monica replied that it was still uncertain. She thought, however, that Virginia's objections would be overcome. "You look very tired," remarked the other.
"I am, very."
And thereupon she withdrew, unable to command her countenance, scarce able to remain standing for another moment. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women, by George Gissing. Chapter 24. Tracked. When Widdowson went up to the bedroom that night, Monica was already asleep. He discovered this on turning up the gas. The light fell upon her face, and he was drawn to the bedside to look at her. The features signified nothing but repose. Her lips were just apart, her eyelids lay softly with their black fringe of exquisite pencilling, and her hair was arranged as she always prepared it for the pillow. He watched her for full 5 minutes,
and detected not the slightest movement, so profound was her sleep. Then he turned away, muttering savagely under his breath, "Hypocrite! Liar!" But for a purpose in his thoughts he would not have lain down beside her. On getting into bed he kept as far away as possible, and all through the wakeful night his limbs shrank from the touch of hers. He rose an hour earlier than usual. Monica had long been awake, but she moved so seldom that he could not be sure of this. Her face was turned away from him. When he came back to the room after his bath, Monica propped herself on her elbow and asked why he was moving so early. "I want to be in the city at 9, he replied with a show of cheerfulness. "There's a money affair I must see after." "Something that's gone wrong?" "I'm afraid so. I must lose no time in looking into it. What plans have you for to-day?" "None whatever." "It's Saturday, you know. I promised to see Newdick this afternoon. Perhaps I may bring him to dinner." About 12 o'clock he returned from his business. At 2 he went away again, saying that he should not be back before 7, it might be a little later. In Monica these movements excited no special remark. They were merely a continuance of his restlessness. But no sooner had he departed after luncheon than she went to her dressing-room and began to make slow, uncertain preparations for leaving home herself. This morning she had tried to write a letter for Bevis, but vainly. She knew not what to say to him, uncertain of her own desires and of what lay before her. Yet if she were to communicate with him henceforth at all, it was necessary, this very afternoon, to find an address where letters could be received for her, and to let him know of it. Tomorrow, Sunday, was useless for the purpose, and on Monday it might be impossible for her to go out alone. Besides that, she could not be sure of the safety of a letter delivered to the flat Monday night or Tuesday morning. She dressed at length and went out. Her wisest course probably was to seek for some obliging shopkeeper near Lavender Hill. Then she could call on Virginia, transact the business she had pretended to discharge yesterday, and there pen a note to Bevis. Her moods alternated with distracting rapidity. 100 times she had resolved that Bevis could be nothing more to her, and again had thought of him with impulses of yearning, trying to persuade herself that he had acted well and wisely. 100 times she determined to carry out her idea of yesterday, to quit her husband and resist all his efforts to recall her, and again had all but resigned herself to live with him, accepting degradation as so many wives perforce did. Her mind was in confusion, and physically she felt far from well. A heaviness weighed upon her limbs, making it hardship to walk however short a distance. Arrived at Clapham Junction, she began to search wearily, indifferently, for the kind of shop that might answer her purpose. The receiving of letters which, for one reason or another, must be dispatched to a secret address is a very ordinary complaisance on the part of small London stationers. Hundreds of such letters are sent and called for every week within the metropolitan postal area. It did not take Monica long to find an obliging shopkeeper. The first to whom she applied, a decent woman behind a counter which displayed newspapers, tobacco, and fancy articles, willingly accepted the commission. She came out of the shop with flushed cheeks. Another step in shameful descent, yet it had the result of strengthening once more her emotions favourable to Bevis. On his account she had braved this ignominy, and it drew her towards him, instead of producing the effect which would have seemed more natural. Perhaps the reason was that she felt herself more hopelessly an outcast from the world of honourable women, and therefore longed in her desolation for the support of a man's love. Did he not love her? It was her fault if she expected him to act with a boldness that did not lie in his nature. Perhaps his discretion, which she had so bitterly condemned as weakness, meant a wise regard for her interests as well as his own. The public scandal of divorce was a hideous thing. If it damaged his prospects and sundered him from his relatives, how could she hope that his love of her, the cause of it all, would long endure? The need of love overcame her. She would submit to any conditions rather than lose this lover whose kisses were upon her lips, and whose arms had held her so passionately. She was too young to accept a life of resignation, too ardent. Why had she left him in despondency, in doubt whether he would ever again see her? She turned back on her way to Virginia's lodgings,
re-entered the station, and journeyed townwards. It was an odd incident, by Monica unperceived, that when she was taking her ticket there stood close by her a man, seemingly a mechanic, who had also stood within hearing when she booked at Herne Hill. This same man, though he had not travelled in the compartment with her, followed her when she alighted at Bayswater. She did not once observe him. Instead of writing, she had resolved to see Bevis again, if it were possible. Perhaps he would not be at the flat, yet his wish might suggest the bare hope of her coming to-day. The risk of meeting Barfoot probably need not be considered, for he had told her that he was travelling to-day into Cumberland, and for so long a journey he would be sure to set forth in the morning. At worst she would suffer a disappointment. Indulgence of her fervid feelings had made her as eager to see Bevis as she was yesterday. Words of tenderness rushed to her lips for utterance. When she reached the building all but delirium possessed her. She had hurried up to the first landing, when a footstep behind drew her attention. It was a man in mechanic's dress, coming up with head bent, doubtless for some task or other in one of the flats. Perhaps he was going to Bevis's. She went forward more slowly, and on the next landing allowed the man to pass her. Yes, more likely than not he was engaged in packing her lover's furniture. She stood still. At that moment a door closed above, and another step, lighter and quicker, that of a woman, came downstairs. As far as her ear could judge, this person might have left Bevis's flat. A conflict of emotions excited her to panic. She was afraid either to advance or retreat, and an equal dread of standing without purpose. She stepped up to the nearest door, and gave a summons with the knocker. This door was Barfoot's. She knew that. In the first instant of fear occasioned by the workman's approach, she had glanced at the door and reminded herself that here Mr. Barfoot dwelt, immediately beneath Bevis. But for the wild alarm due to her conscience-stricken state, she could not have risked the possibility of the tenant being still at home, and yet it seemed to her that she was doing the only thing possible under the circumstances. For this woman, whom she had heard just above, might perchance be one of Bevis's sisters returned to London for some purpose or other, and in that case she preferred being seen at Barfoot's door to detection as she made for her lover's. Uncertainty on this point lasted but a few seconds. Dreading to look at the woman, Monica yet did so, just as she passed, and beheld the face of a perfect stranger. A young and good-looking face, however. Her mind, sufficiently tumultuous, received a new impulse of disturbance. Had this woman come forth from Bevis's flat or from the one opposite? For on each floor there were 2 dwellings. In the meantime no one answered her knock. Mr. Barfoot had gone. She breathed thankfully. Now she might venture to ascend to the next floor. But then a knock sounded from above. That, she felt convinced, was at Bevis's door, and if so her conjecture about the workman was correct. She stood waiting for certainty, as if still expecting a reply to her own signal at Mr. Barfoot's door. The mechanic looked down at her over the banisters, but of this she was unaware. The knock above was repeated. Yes, this time there could be no mistake. It was on this side of the landing, that is to say, at her lover's door. But the door did not open. Thus, without going up herself, she received assurance that Bevis was not at home. He might come later. She still had an hour or 2 to spare. So, as if disappointed in a call at Mr. Barfoot's, she descended the stairs and issued into the street. Agitation had exhausted her, and a dazzling of her eyes threatened a recurrence of yesterday's faintness. She found a shop where refreshments were sold, and sat for half an hour over a cup of tea, trying to amuse herself with illustrated papers. The mechanic who had knocked at Bevis's door passed once or twice along the pavement, and as long as she remained there, kept the shop within sight. At length she asked for writing materials, and penned a few lines. If on her second attempt she failed to see Bevis, she would drop this note into his letter-box. It acquainted him with the address to which he might direct letters, assured him passionately of her love, and implored him to be true to her, to send for her as soon as circumstances made it possible. Self-torment of every kind was natural to her position. Though the relief of escaping from several distinct dangers had put her mind comparatively at ease for a short time, she had now begun to suffer a fresh uneasiness with reference to the young and handsome woman who came downstairs. The fact that no one answered the workman's knock had seemed to her a sufficient proof that Bevis was not at home,
and that the stranger must have come forth from the flat opposite his. But she recollected the incident which had so alarmingly disturbed her and her lover yesterday. Bevis did not then go to the door, and suppose— Oh, it was folly! But suppose that woman had been with him? Suppose he did not care to open to a visitor whose signal sounded only a minute or two after that person's departure? Had she not anguish enough to endure without the addition of frantic jealousy? She would not give another thought to such absurd suggestions. The woman had of course come from the dwelling opposite. Yet why might she not have been in Bevis's flat when he himself was absent? Suppose her an intimate to whom he had entrusted a latch-key? If any such connection existed, might it not help to explain Bevis's half-heartedness? To think thus was courting madness. Unable to sit still any longer, Monica left the shop, and strayed for some 10 minutes about the neighbouring streets, drawing nearer and nearer to her goal. Finally she entered the building and went upstairs. On this occasion no one met her, and no one entered in her rear. She knocked at her lover's door, and stood longing, praying that it might open. But it did not. Tears started to her eyes. She uttered a moan of bitterest disappointment, and slipped the envelope she was carrying into the letter-box. The mechanic had seen her go in, and he waited outside a few yards away. Either she would soon reappear, or her not doing so would show that she had obtained admittance somewhere. In the latter case, this workman of much curiosity and leisure had only to lurk about the staircase until she came forth again. But this trial of patience was spared him. He found that he had simply to follow the lady back to Herne Hill. Acting on very suggestive instructions, it never occurred to the worthy man that the lady's second visit was not to the same flat as in the former instance. Monica was home again long before dinner-time. When that hour arrived, her husband had not yet come. The delay, no doubt, was somehow connected with his visit to Mr. Newdick. But this went on. At 9 o'clock Monica still sat alone, hungry, yet scarce conscious of hunger owing to her miseries. Widdowson had never behaved thus. Another quarter of an hour, and she heard the front door open. He came to the drawing-room, where she sat waiting. "How late you are! Are you alone?" "Yes, alone." "You haven't had dinner?" "No." He seemed to be in rather a gloomy mood, but Monica noticed nothing that alarmed her. He was drawing nearer, his eyes on the ground. "Have you had bad news? In the city?" "Yes, I have." Still he came nearer, and at length, when a yard or two away, raised his look to her face. "Have you been out this afternoon?" She was prompted to a falsehood, but durst not utter it, so keenly was he regarding her. "Yes, I went to see Miss Barfoot." "Liar!" As the word burst from his lips, he sprang at her, clutched her dress at the throat, and flung her violently upon her knees. A short cry of terror escaped her. Then she was stricken dumb, with eyes starting and mouth open. It was well that he held her by the garment and not by the neck, for his hand closed with murderous convulsion, and the desire of crushing out her life was for an instant all his consciousness. "Liar!" again burst from him. "Day after day you have lied to me. Liar! Adulteress!" I am not that!" She clung upon his arms and strove to raise herself. The bloodless lips, the choked voice meant dread of him, but the distortion of her features was hatred and the will to resist. "Not that? What is your word worth? The prostitute in the street is sooner to be believed. She has the honesty to say what she is, but you— Where were you yesterday when you were not at your sister's? Where were you this afternoon?" She had nearly struggled to her feet. He thrust her down again, crushed her backwards until her head all but touched the floor. "Where were you? Tell the truth, or you shall never speak again." "Oh, help! Help! He will kill me!" Her cry rang through the room. "Call them up. Let them come and look at you and hear what you are. Soon every one will know. Where were you this afternoon? You were watched every step of the way from here to that place where you have made yourself a base, vile, unclean creature." "I am not that. Your spies have misled you." "Misled? Didn't you go to that man Barfoot's door and knock there? And because you were disappointed, didn't you wait about and go there a second time?" What if I did? It doesn't mean what you think. What? You go time after time to the private chambers of an unmarried man, a man such as that, and it means no harm? I have never been there before. You expect me to believe you? Widdowson cried with savage contumely. He had just loosed his hold of her, and she was upright again before him, her eyes flashing defiance, though every muscle in her frame quivered. When did your lies begin? Was it when you told me you had been to hear Miss Barfoot's lecture, and never went there at all? He aimed the charge at a venture, and her face told him that his suspicion had been grounded. For how many weeks, for how many months have you been dishonouring me and yourself? I am not guilty of what you believe, but I shan't try to defend myself. Thank heaven this is the end of everything between us. Charge me with what you like. I am going away from you, and I hope we may never meet again. Yes, you are going, no doubt of that, but not before you have answered my questions. Whether with lies or not doesn't matter much. You shall give your own account of what you have been doing. Both panting as if after some supreme effort of their physical force, they stood and looked at each other. Each to the other's eyes was incredibly transformed. Monica could not have imagined such brutal ferocity in her husband's face, and she herself had a wild recklessness in her eyes, a scorn and abhorrence in all the lines of her countenance, which made Widdowson feel as if a stranger were before him. "I shall answer no question whatever," Monica replied. "All I want is to leave your house, and never see you again." He regretted what he had done. The result of the first day's espionage being a piece of evidence so incomplete, he had hoped to command himself until more solid proof of his wife's guilt were forthcoming. But jealousy was too strong for such prudence, and the sight of Monica as she uttered her falsehood made a mere madman of him. Predisposed to believe a story of this kind, he could not reason as he might have done if fear of Barfoot had never entered his thoughts. The whole course of dishonour seemed so clear. He traced it from Monica's earliest meetings with Barfoot at Chelsea. Wavering between the impulse to cast off his wife with every circumstance of public shame, and the piteous desire to arrest her on her path of destruction, he rushed into a middle course, compatible with neither of these intentions. If at this stage he chose to tell Monica what had come to his knowledge, it should have been done with the sternest calm, with dignity capable of shaming her guilt. As it was, he had spoiled his chances in every direction. Perhaps Monica understood this. He had begun to esteem her a mistress in craft and intrigue. "You say you were never at that man's rooms before to-day?" he asked in a lower voice. "What I have said you must take the trouble to recollect. I shall answer no question." Again the impulse assailed him to wring confession from her by terror. He took a step forward, the demon in his face. Monica in that moment leapt past him, and reached the door of the room before he could stop her. "Stay where you are!" she cried. "If your hands touch me again, I shall call for help until someone comes up. I won't endure your touch." "Do you pretend you are innocent of any crime against me?"
"I am not what you called me. Explain everything as you like. I will explain nothing. I want only to be free of you." She opened the door, rapidly crossed the landing, and went upstairs. Feeling it was useless to follow, Widdowson allowed the door to remain wide and waited. 5 minutes passed, and Monica came down again, dressed for leaving the house. "Where are you going?" he asked, stepping out of the room to intercept her. "It is nothing to you. I am going away." They subdued their voices, which might else have been audible to the servants below. "No, that you shall not." He stepped forward to block the head of the stairs, but again Monica was too quick for him. She fled down and across the hall and to the house door. Only there, as she was arrested by the difficulty of drawing back the 2 latches, did Widdowson overtake her. "Make what scandal you like. You don't leave this house." His tones were violent rather than resolute. What could he do? If Monica persisted, what means had he of confining her to the house, short of carrying her by main force to an upper room and there locking her in? He knew that his courage would not sustain him through such a task as this. "For scandal I care nothing," was her reply. "One way or another I will leave the house." "Where are you going?" "To my sister's." His hand on the door, Widdowson stood as if determined in opposition.
But her will was stronger than his. Only by homicide can a man maintain his dignity in a situation of this kind. Widdowson could not kill his wife, and every moment that he stood there made him more ridiculous, more contemptible. He turned back into the hall and reached his hat. Whilst he was doing so, Monica opened the door. Heavy rain was falling, but she paid no heed. In a moment Widdowson hastened after her, careless, he too, of the descending floods. Her way was towards the railway station, but the driver of a cab chancing to attract her notice, she accepted the man's offer and bade him drive to Lavender Hill. On the first opportunity Widdowson took like refuge from the rain, and was driven in the same direction. He alighted not far from Mrs. Conisbee's house. That Monica had come hither he felt no doubt, but he would presently make sure of it. As it still rained, he sought shelter in a public-house, where he quenched a painful thirst, and then satisfied his hunger with such primitive foods as a licensed victualler is disposed to vend. It was nearing 11 o'clock, and he had neither eaten nor drunk since lunch-time. After that he walked to Mrs. Conisbee's and knocked at the door. The landlady came. "Will you please tell me," he asked, "whether Mrs. Widdowson is here?" The sly curiosity of the woman's face informed him at once that she saw something unusual in these circumstances. "Yes, sir. Mrs. Widdowson is with her sister." "Thank you." Without another word he departed, but went only a short distance, and until midnight kept Mrs. Conisbee's door in view. The rain fell, the air was raw. Shelterless and often shivering with fever, Widdowson walked the pavement with a constable's regularity. He could not but remember the many nights when he thus kept watch in Walworth Road and in Rutland Street, with jealousy then too burning in his heart, but also with amorous ardours, never again to be revived. A little more than 12 months ago. And he had waited, longed for marriage through half a lifetime. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women, by George Gissing. Chapter 25. The Fate of the Ideal. Rhoda's week at the seashore was spoilt by uncertain weather. Only 2 days of abiding sunshine, for the rest, mere fitful gleams across a sky heaped with storm-clouds. Over Wastdale hung a black canopy. From Scawfell came mutterings of thunder, and on the last night of the week, when Monica fled from her home in pelting rain, tempest broke upon the mountains and the sea. Wakeful until early morning, and at times watching the sky from her inland-looking window, Rhoda saw the rocky heights that frown upon Wastwater, illuminated by lightning flare of such intensity and duration that miles of distance were annihilated, and it seemed but a step to these stern crags and precipices. Sunday began with rain, but also with promise of better things. Far over the sea was a broad expanse of blue, and before long the foam of the fallen tide glistened in strong, hopeful rays. Rhoda wandered about the shore toward St. Bees Head. A broad stream flowing in the sea stopped her progress before she had gone very far. The only way of crossing it was to go up onto the line of railway, which here runs along the edge of the sands. But she had little inclination to walk further. No house, no person within sight. She sat down to gaze at the gulls fishing by the little river-mouth, their screams the only sound that blended with that of the subdued breakers. On the horizon lay a long, low shape that might have been mistaken for a cloud, though it resembled land. It was the Isle of Man. In an hour or two the outline had grown much clearer, the heights and hollows were no longer doubtful. In the north became visible another remote and hilly tract. It was the coast of Scotland beyond Solway Firth. These distant objects acted as incentives to Rhoda's imagination. She heard Everard Barfoot's voice as he talked of travel, of the Orient Express. That joy of freedom he had offered her. Perhaps he was now very near her, anxious to repeat his offer. If he carried out the project suggested at their last interview, she would see him to-day or to-morrow morning. Then she must make her choice. To have a day's walk with him among the mountains would be practically deciding.
But for what? If she rejected his proposal of a free union, was he prepared to marry her in legal form? Yes, she had enough power over him for that. But how would it affect his thought of her? Constraining him to legal marriage, would she not lower herself in his estimation, and make the endurance of his love less probable? Barfoot was not a man to accept with genuine satisfaction even the appearance of bondage, and more likely than not, his love of her depended upon the belief that in her he had found a woman capable of regarding life from his own point of view, a woman who, when she once loved, would be scornful of the formalities clung to by feeble minds. He would yield to her if she demanded forms, but afterwards, when passion had subsided. A week had been none too long to ponder these considerations by themselves, but they were complicated with doubts of a more disturbing nature. Her mind could not free itself from the thought of Monica. That Mrs. Widdowson was not always truthful with her husband she had absolute proof. Whether that supported her fear of an intimacy between Monica and Everard she was unable to determine. The grounds of suspicion seemed to her very grave, so grave that during her first day or two in Cumberland she had all but renounced the hopes long secretly fostered. She knew herself well enough to understand how jealousy might wreck her life, even if it were only retrospective. If she married Barfoot, forms or none, that question in no way touched this other, she would demand of him a flawless faith. Her pride revolted against the thought of possessing only a share in his devotion. The moment that any faithlessness came to her knowledge, she would leave him, perforce, inevitably. And what miseries were then before her! Was flawless faith possible to Everard Barfoot? His cousin would ridicule the hope of any such thing, or so Rhoda believed. A conventional woman would of course see the completest evidence of his untrustworthiness in his dislike of legal marriage, but Rhoda knew the idleness of this argument. If love did not hold him, assuredly the forms of marriage could be no restraint upon Everard. Married 10 times over, he would still deem himself absolutely free from any obligation save that of love. Yet how did he think of that obligation? He might hold it perfectly compatible with the indulgence of casual impulse. And this, which he suspected to be the view of every man, Rhoda had no power of tolerating. It must be all or nothing, whole faith or none whatsoever. In the afternoon she suffered from impatient expectancy. If Barfoot came to-day, she imagined him somewhere in the neighbourhood, approaching Seascale as the time of his appointment drew near. Would he call at her lodgings? The address she had not given him, but doubtless he had obtained it from his cousin. Perhaps he would prefer to meet her unexpectedly, not a difficult thing in this little place, with its handful of residents and visitors. Certain it was she desired his arrival. Her heart leapt with joy in the thought that this very evening might bring him. She wished to study him under new conditions, and possibly to talk with him even more frankly than ever yet, for there would be opportunity enough. About 6 o'clock a train coming from the south stopped at the station, which was visible from Rhoda's sitting-room window. She had been waiting for this moment. She could not go to the station, and did not venture even to wait anywhere in sight of the exit. Whether any passenger had alighted must remain uncertain. If Everard had arrived by this train, doubtless he would go to the hotel, which stood only a few yards from the line. He would take a meal, and presently come forth. Having allowed half an hour to elapse, she dressed and walked shoreward. Seascale has no street, no shops, only 2 or 3 short rows of houses irregularly placed on the rising ground above the beach. To cross the intervening railway, Rhoda could either pass through the little station, in which case she would also pass the hotel and be observable from its chief windows, or descend by a longer road which led under a bridge, and in this way avoid the hotel altogether. She took the former route. On the sands were a few scattered people, and some children subdued to Sunday decorum. The tide was rising. She went down to the nearest tract of hard sand, and stood there for a long time, a soft western breeze playing upon her face. If Barfoot were here, he would now be coming out to look for her. From a distance he might not recognize her figure, clad as she was in a costume such as he had never before seen her wearing. She might venture now to walk up towards the dry white sand-heaps, where the little convolvulus grew in abundance,
and other flowers of which she neither knew nor cared to learn the names. Scarcely had she turned, when she saw Everard approaching, still far off, but unmistakable. He signalled by taking off his hat, and quickly was beside her. "Did you know me before I happened to look round?" she asked laughingly. "Of course I did. Up there by the station I caught sight of you. Who else bears herself as you do, with splendid disdain of common mortals?" "Please don't make me think that my movements are ridiculous." "They are superb. The sea has already touched your cheeks. But I am afraid you have had abominable weather." "Yes, rather bad, but there's hope to-day. Where do you come from?" "By train, only from Carnforth. I left London yesterday morning, and stopped at Morecambe. Some people I know are there. As trains were awkward to-day, I drove from Morecambe to Carnforth. Did you expect me?" "I thought that you might come, as you spoke of it." "How I have got through the week I couldn't tell you. I should have been here days ago, but I was afraid. Let us go nearer to the sea. I was afraid of making you angry." "It's better to keep one's word." "Of course it is, and I am all the more delighted to be with you for the miserable week of waiting. Have you bathed?" "Once or twice." "I had a swim this morning before breakfast in pouring rain. Now you can't swim." "No, I can't. But why were you sure about it?" "Only because it's so rare for any girl to learn swimming. A man who can't swim is only half the man he might be, and to a woman I should think it must be of even more benefit. As in everything else, women are trammelled by their clothes. To be able to get rid of them, and to move about with free and brave exertion of all the body, must tend to every kind of health, physical, mental, and mortal." "Yes, I quite believe that," said Rhoda, gazing at the sea. "I spoke rather exultantly, didn't I? I like to feel myself superior to you in some things. You have so often pointed out to me what a paltry, ineffectual creature I am." "I don't remember ever using those words, or implying them." "How does the day stand with you?" asked Everard in the tone of perfect comradeship. "Have you still to dine?" "My dining is a very simple matter. It happens at 1 o'clock. About 9 I shall have supper." "Let us walk a little then. And may I smoke?" "Why not?" Everard lit a cigar, and as the tide drove them back, they moved eventually to the higher ground, whence there was a fine view of the mountains, rich in evening colours. "Tomorrow you leave here?" "Yes," Rhoda answered. "I shall go by railway to Coniston, and walk from there towards Helvellyn, as you suggested." "I have something else to propose. A man I talked to in the train told me of a fine walk in this neighbourhood. From Ravenglass, just below here, there's a little line runs up to Eskdale to a terminus at the foot of Scawfell, a place called Boot. From Boot one can walk either over the top of Scawfell or by a lower track to Wastdale Head. It's very grand, wild country, especially the last part, the going down to Wastwater, and not many miles in all. Suppose we have that walk tomorrow. From Wastdale we could drive back to Seascale in the evening, and then the next day, just as you like." "Are you quite sure about the distances?" "Quite. I have the ordnance map in my pocket. Let me show you." He spread the map on the top of a wall, and they stood side by side inspecting it. "We must take something to eat. I'll provide for that. And at the Wastdale Head Hotel we can have dinner, about 3 or 4 probably. It would be enjoyable, wouldn't it?" "If it doesn't rain." "Well, let's hope it won't. As we go back we can look out the trains at the station. No doubt there's one soon after breakfast." Their rambling, with talk in a strain of easy friendliness, brought them back to Seascale half an hour after sunset, which was of a kind that seemed to promise well for the morrow. "Won't you come out again after supper?" Barfoot asked. "Not again to-night." "For 1/4 of an hour," he urged. "Just down to the sea and back." "I have been walking all day. I shall be glad to rest and read." "Very well. Tomorrow morning." Having discovered the train which would take them to Ravenglass and connect with one on the Eskdale line, they agreed to meet at the station. Barfoot was to bring with him such refreshment as would be necessary. Their hopes for the weather had complete fulfilment. The only fear was lest the sun's heat might be oppressive, but this anxiety could be cheerfully borne. Slung over his shoulders, Barfoot had a small forage bag, which gave him matter for talk on the railway journey. It had been his companion in many parts of the world, and had held strange kinds of food. The journey up Eskdale, from Ravenglass to Boot, is by a miniature railway, with the oddest little engine and a carriage or two of primitive simplicity. At each station on the upward winding track, stations represented only by a wooden shed like a tool-house, the guard jumps down and acts as booking clerk, if passengers there be desirous of booking. In a few miles the scenery changes from beauty to grandeur, and at the terminus no further steaming would be possible, for the great flank of Scawfell bars the way. Everard and his companion began their climb through the pretty straggling village of Boot. A mountain torrent roared by the wayside, and the course they had marked upon the map showed that they must follow this stream for some miles up to the tarn where it originated. Houses, human beings, and even trodden paths they soon left behind, coming out on to a vast moorland, with hill summits near and far. Scawfell they could not hope to ascend. With the walk that lay before them, it was enough to make a way over one of his huge shoulders. "If your strength fails," said Everard merrily, when for an hour they had been plodding through grey solitudes, "there is no human help. I should have to choose between carrying you back to Boot or on to Wastdale." "My strength is not likely to fail sooner than yours," was the laughing reply. "I have chicken sandwiches, and wine that maketh glad the heart of man. Tell me when hunger overcomes you. I should think we had better make our halt at Bourmoor Tarn." That indeed proved to be the convenient resting-place. A wild spot, a hollow amid the rolling expanse of moorland, its little lake of black water glistening under the midday sun. And here stood a shepherd's cottage, the only habitation they had seen since leaving Boot. Somewhat uncertain about the course to be henceforth followed, they made inquiry at this cottage, and a woman who appeared to be quite alone gave them the needful direction. Thus at ease in mind, they crossed the bridge at the foot of the tarn, and just beyond it found a spot suitable for repose. Everard brought forth his sandwiches and his flask of wine, moreover a wine-glass, which was for Rhoda's use. They ate and drank festively. "Now this is just what I have enjoyed in imagination for a year or more," said Barfoot, when the luncheon was over, and he lay propped upon his pillow, gazing at Rhoda's fine eyes and her sun-warmed cheeks. "An ideal realized for once in one's life. A perfect moment." "Don't you like the scent of burning peat from that cottage?" "Yes, I like everything about us, in heaven and earth. And most of all I like your companionship, Rhoda." She could not resent this first use of her Christian name. It was so natural, so inevitable. Yet she moved her head as if with a slight annoyance. "Is mine as agreeable to you?" he added, stroking the back of her hand with a spray of heather. "Or do you just tolerate me out of good nature?" "I have liked your companionship all the way from Seascale. Don't disturb my enjoyment of it for the rest of the way." "That would be a misfortune indeed. The whole day shall be perfect, not a note of discord. But I must have liberty to say what comes into my mind, and when you don't choose to answer, I shall respect your silence." "Wouldn't you like to smoke a cigar before we start again?" "Yes, but I like still better not to. The scent of peat is pleasanter to you than that of tobacco." "Oblige me by lighting the cigar." "If you command." He did her bidding. "The whole day shall be perfect. A delightful dinner at the inn, a drive to Seascale, an hour or two of rest, and then one more quiet talk by the sea at nightfall." "All but the last. I shall be too tired." "No, I must have that hour of talk by the sea. You are free to answer me or not, but your present you must grant me. We are in an ideal world, remember. We care nothing for all the sons and daughters of men. You and I will spend this one day together between cloudless heaven and silent earth, a memory for lifetime. At nightfall you will come out again and meet me down by the sea, where you stood when I first saw you yesterday." Rhoda made no reply. She looked away from him at the deep black water. "What an opportunity," he went on, raising his hand to point at the cottage, "for saying the silliest of conceivable things." "What might that be, I wonder?" "Why, that to dwell there together for the rest of our lives would be supreme felicity.
You know the kind of man that would say that." "Not personally, thank goodness." "A week, a month even, with weather such as this. Nay, with a storm for variety, clouds from the top of Scawfell falling thick about us, a fierce wind shrieking across the tarn, sheets and torrents and floods of rain beating upon our roof, and you and I by the peat fire. With a good supply of books, old and new, I can picture it for 3 months, for half a year." "Be on your guard. Remember that kind of man." "I am in no danger. There is a vast difference between 6 months and all one's life. When the half-year was over, we would leave England." "By the Orient Express?" They laughed together, Rhoda colouring, for the words that had escaped her meant too much for mere jest. "By the Orient Express. We would have a house by the Bosphorus for the next half-year, and contrast our emotions with those we had known by Bournemore Tarn. Think what a rich year of life that would make! How much we should have learnt from nature, and from each other!" "And how dreadfully tired of each other we should be!" Barfoot looked keenly at her. He could not with certainty read her countenance. "You mean that?" he asked. "You know it is true." "Hush! The day is to be perfect. I won't admit that we could ever tire of each other with reasonable variety of circumstance. You to me are infinitely interesting, and I believe that I might become so to you." He did not allow himself to vary from this tone of fanciful speculation, suited to the idle hour. Rhoda said very little. Her remarks were generally a purposed interruption of Everard's theme. When the cigar was smoked, out they rose, and set forth again. The latter half of their walk proved the most interesting, for they were expectant of the view down upon Wastdale. A bold summit came in sight, dark, desolate, which they judged to be Great Gable, and when they had pressed on eagerly for another mile, the valley opened beneath them with such striking suddenness that they stopped on the instant and glanced at each other in silence. From a noble height they looked down upon Wastwater, sternest and blackest of the lakes, on the fields and copses of the valley-head with its winding stream, and the rugged gorges which lie beyond in mountain shadow. The descent was by a path which in winter becomes the bed of a torrent, steep and stony, zigzagging through a thick wood. Here, and when they had reached the level road leading into the village, their talk was in the same natural, light-hearted strain as before they rested. So at the inn where they dined, and during their drive homewards, by the dark lake with its woods and precipices, out into the country of green hills, and thence through Gosforth on the long road descending seaward. Since their early departure, scarcely a cloud had passed over the sun. A perfect day. They alighted before reaching Seascale. Barfoot discharged his debt to the driver, who went on to bait at the hotel, and walked with Rhoda for the last quarter of a mile. This was his own idea. Rhoda made no remark, but approved his discretion. "It is 6 o'clock," said Everard after a short silence. "You remember your arrangement. At 8, down on the shore." "I should be much more comfortable in the armchair with a book." "Oh, you've had enough of books. It's time to live." "It's time to rest." "Are you so very tired? Poor girl, the day has been rather too much for you." Rhoda laughed. "I could walk back again to Wastwater if it were necessary." "Of course, I knew that. You are magnificent. At 8 o'clock, then." Nothing more was said on the subject. When, in sight of Rhoda's lodgings, they parted without handshaking. Before 8, Everard was straying about the beach, watching the sun go down in splendour. He smiled to himself frequently. The hour had come for his last trial of Rhoda, and he felt some confidence as to the result. If her mettle endured his test, if she declared herself willing not only to abandon her avowed ideal of life, but to defy the world's opinion by becoming his wife without forms of mutual bondage, she was the woman he had imagined, and by her side he would go cheerfully on his way as a married man. Legally married, the proposal of free union was to be a test only. Loving her as he had never thought to love, there still remained with him so much of the temper in which he first wooed her that he could be satisfied with nothing short of unconditional surrender. Delighting in her independence of mind, he still desired to see her in complete subjugation to him, to inspire her with unreflecting passion. Tame consent to matrimony was an everyday experience. Agnes Brissenden, he felt sure, would marry him whenever he chose to ask her, and would make one of the best wives conceivable. But of Rhoda Nunn he expected and demanded more than this. She must rise far above the level of ordinary intelligent women. She must manifest an absolute confidence in him. That was the true significance of his present motives. The censures and suspicions which she had not scrupled to confess in plain words must linger in no corner of her mind. His heart throbbed with impatience for her coming. Come she would. It was not in Rhoda's nature to play tricks. If she had not meant to meet him, she would have said so resolutely, as last night. At a few minutes past the hour he looked landward, and saw her figure against the golden sky. She came down from the sand-bank very slowly, with careless, loitering steps. He moved but a little way to meet her, and then stood still. He had done his part. It was now hers to forego female privileges, to obey the constraint of love. The western afterglow touched her features, heightening the beauty Everard had learnt to see in them. Still she loitered, stooping to pick up a piece of seaweed, but still he kept his place, motionless, and she came nearer. "Did you see the light of sunset on the mountains?" "Yes," he replied. "There has been no such evening since I came." "And you wanted to sit at home with a book. That was no close for a perfect day." "I found a letter from your cousin. She was with her friends the Goodalls yesterday." "The Goodalls? I used to know them." "Yes." The word was uttered with significance. Everard understood the allusion, but did not care to show that he did. "How does Mary get on without you?" "There's no difficulty." "Has she any one capable of taking your place?" "Yes, Miss Vesper can do all that's necessary." "Even to inspiring the girls with zeal for an independent life?" "Perhaps even that." They went along by the waves in the warm-coloured twilight until the houses of Seascale were hidden. Then Everard stopped. "Tomorrow we go to Coniston," he said, smiling as he stood before her. "You are going?" "Do you think I can leave you?" Rhoda's eyes fell. She held the long strip of seaweed with both hands and tightened it. "Do you wish me to leave you?" he added. "You mean that we are to go through the lakes together, as we have been today?" "No, I don't mean that." Rhoda took a few steps onward, so that he remained standing behind. Another moment, and his arms had folded about her, his lips were on hers. She did not resist. His embrace grew stronger, and he pressed kiss after kiss upon her mouth. With exquisite delight he saw the deep crimson flush that transfigured her countenance, saw her look for one instant into his eyes, and was conscious of the triumphant gleam she met there. "Do you remember my saying in the letter how I hungered to taste your lips? I don't know how I've refrained so long." "What is your love worth?" asked Rhoda, speaking with a great effort. She had dropped the seaweed, and one of her hands rested upon his shoulder, with a slight repelling pressure. "Worth your whole life," he answered, with a low, glad laugh. "That is what I doubt. Convince me of that." "Convince you? With more kisses? But what is your love worth?" "Perhaps more than you yet understand. Perhaps more than you can understand." "I will believe that, Rhoda. I know at all events that it is something of inestimable price. The knowledge has grown in me for a year and more." "Let me stand away from you again. There is something more to be said before— No, let me be quite apart from you." He released her after one more kiss. "Will you answer me a question with perfect truthfulness?" Her voice was not quite steady, but she succeeded in looking at him with unflinching eyes. "Yes, I will answer you any question." "That is spoken like a man. Tell me, then, is there at this moment any woman living who has a claim upon you, a moral claim?" "No such woman exists." "But do we speak the same language?" "Surely," he answered with great earnestness, "there is no woman to whom I am bound by any kind of obligation." A long wave rolled up, broke and retreated, whilst Rhoda stood in silent uncertainty. "I must put the question in another way. During the past month, the past 3 months, have you made profession of love, have you even pretended love to any woman?" "To no woman whatever," he answered firmly. "That satisfies me." "If I knew what is in your mind!" exclaimed Everard, laughing. "What sort of life have you imagined for me? Is this the result of Mary's talk?" "Not immediately." "Still she planted the suspicion. Believe me, you have been altogether mistaken. I never was the kind of man Mary thought me. Some day you shall understand more about it. In the meantime, my word must be enough. I have no thought of love for any woman but you. Did I frighten you with those joking confessions in my letters? I wrote them purposely, as you must have seen. The mean, paltry jealousies of women such as one meets every day are so hateful to me. They argue such a lack of brains. If I were so unfortunate as to love a woman who looked sour when I praised a beautiful face, I would snap the bond between us like a bit of thread. But you are not one of those poor creatures." He looked at her with some gravity. "Should you think me a poor creature if I resented any kind of unfaithfulness, whether love in any noble sense had part in it or not?" "No, that is the reasonable understanding between man and wife. If I exact fidelity from you, and certainly I should, I must consider myself under the same obligation." "You say man or wife. Do you say it with the ordinary meaning?" "Not as it applies to us. You know what I mean when I ask you to be my wife. If we cannot trust each other without legal bonds, any union between us would be unjustified." Suppressing the agitation which he felt, he awaited her answer. They could still read each other's faces perfectly in a pale yellow light from across the sea. Rhoda's manifested an intense conflict. "After all, you doubt of your love for me," said Barfoot quietly. That was not her doubt. She loved with passion, allowing herself to indulge the luxurious emotion as never yet. She longed once more to feel his arms about her. But even thus she could consider the vast issues of the step to which she was urged. The temptation to yield was very strong, for it seemed to her an easier and a nobler thing to proclaim her emancipation from social statutes than to announce before her friends the simple news that she was about to marry. That announcement would excite something more than surprise. Mary Barfoot could not but smile with gentle irony. Other women would laugh among themselves. The girls would feel a shock, as at the fall of one who had made heroic pretences. A sure way of averting this ridicule was by furnishing occasion for much graver astonishment. If it became known that she had taken a step such as few women would have dared to take, deliberately setting an example of new liberty, her position in the eyes of all who knew her remained one of proud independence. Rhoda's character was specially exposed to the temptation of such a motive. For months this argument had been in her mind. Again and again she decided that the sensational step was preferable to a commonplace renunciation of all she had so vehemently preached. And now that the moment of actual choice had come, she felt able to dare everything, as far as the danger concerned herself, but she perceived more strongly than hitherto that not only her future was involved. How would such a practical heresy affect Everard's position? She uttered this thought. "Are you willing, for the sake of this idea, to abandon all society but that of the very few people who would approve or tolerate what you have done?" "I look upon the thing in this way. We are not called upon to declare our principles wherever we go. If we regard each other as married, why, we are married. I am no Quixote, hoping to convert the world. It is between you and me, our own sense of what is reasonable and dignified." "But you would not make it a mere deception?" "Mary would of course be told, and anyone else you like." She believed him entirely serious. Another woman might have suspected that he was merely trying her courage, either to assure himself of her love or to gratify his vanity. But Rhoda's idealism enabled her to take him literally. She herself had for years maintained an exaggerated standard of duty and merit. Desirous of seeing Everard in a nobler light than hitherto, she endeavoured to regard his scruple against formal wedlock as worthy of all respect. "I can't answer you at once," she said, half turning away. "You must, here and at once." The one word of assent would have satisfied him. This he obstinately required.
He believed that it would confirm his love beyond any other satisfaction she could render him. He must be able to regard her as magnanimous, a woman who had proved herself worth living or dying for, and he must have the joy of subduing her to his will. "No," said Rhoda firmly. "I can't answer you tonight. I can't decide so suddenly." This was disingenuous, and she felt humiliated by her subterfuge. Anything but a sudden decision was asked of her. Before leaving Chelsea she had foreseen this moment, and had made preparations for the possibility of never returning to Miss Barfoot's house, knowing the nature of the proposal that would be offered to her. But the practical resolve needed a greater effort than she had imagined. Above all, she feared an ignominious failure of purpose after her word was given. That would belittle her in Everard's eyes, and so shame her in her own that all hope of happiness in marriage must be at an end. "You are still doubtful of me, Rhoda?" He took her hand, and again drew her close, but she refused her lips. "Or are you doubtful of your own love?" "No. If I understand what love means, I love you." "Then give me the kiss I am waiting for. You have not kissed me yet." "I can't, until I am sure of myself, of my readiness." Her broken words betrayed the passion with which she was struggling. Everard felt her tremble against his side. "Give me your hand," he whispered. "The left hand." Before she could guess his purpose, he had slipped a ring upon her finger, a marriage ring. Rhoda started away from him, and at once drew off the perilous symbol. "No, that proves to me I can't. What should we gain? You see, you dare not be quite consistent. It's only deceiving the people who don't know us." "But I have explained it to you. The consistency is in ourselves, our own minds." "Take it back. Custom is too strong for us. We should only play at defying it. Take it back, or I shall drop it on the sand." Profoundly mortified, Everard restored the gold circlet to its hiding-place, and stood gazing at the dim horizon. Some moments passed, then he heard his name murmured. He did not look round. "Everard, dearest." Was that Rhoda's voice, so low, tender, caressing? It thrilled him, and with a silent laugh of scorn at his own folly, he turned to her, every thought burnt up in passion. "Will you kiss me?" For an answer, she laid her hands on his shoulders and gazed at him. Barfoot understood. He smiled constrainedly, and said in a low voice, "You wish for that old idle form?" "Not the religious form, which has no meaning for either of us. But—" "You've been living here 7 or 8 days. Stay till the 15th, then we can get a licence from the registrar of the district. Does that please you?" Her eyes made reply. "Do you love me any the less, Everard?" "Kiss me." She did, and consciousness was lost for them as their mouths clung together and their hearts throbbed like one. "Isn't it better?" Rhoda asked as they walked back in the darkness. "Won't it make our life so much simpler and happier?" "Perhaps." "You know it will." She laughed joyously, trying to meet his look. "Perhaps you are right." "I shall let no one hear of it until— Then let us go abroad." "You dare not face Mary?" "I dare, if you wish it. Of course she will laugh at me. They will all laugh at me." "Why, you may laugh as well." "But you have spoilt my life, you know. Such a grand life it might have been. Why did you come and interfere with me? And you have been so terribly obstinate." "Of course. That's my nature. But after all, I have been weak." "Yielding in one point that didn't matter to you at all? It was the only way of making sure that you loved me." Barfoot laughed slightingly. "And what if I needed the other proof that you loved me?" End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women, by George Gissing. Chapter 26. The Unideal Tested. And neither was content. Barfoot, over his cigar and glass of whisky at the hotel, fell into a mood of chagrin. The woman he loved would be his, and there was matter enough for ardent imagination in the indulgence of that thought, but his temper disturbed him. After all, he had not triumphed. As usual, the woman had her way. She played upon his senses, and made him her obedient slave. To prolong the conflict would have availed nothing. Rhoda, doubtless, was in part actuated by the desire to conquer, and she knew her power over him. So it was a mere repetition of the old story, a marriage like any other. And how would it result? She had great qualities, but there was not much in her that he must subdue, reform, if they were really to spend their lives together. Her energy of domination perhaps excelled his. Such a woman might be unable to concede him the liberty in marriage which theoretically she granted to be just. Perhaps she would torment him with restless jealousies, suspecting on every trivial occasion an infringement of her right. From that point of view it would have been far wiser to persist in rejecting legal marriage, that her dependence upon him might be more complete. Later, if all went well, the concession would have been made, if, for instance, she became a mother. But then returned the exasperating thought that Rhoda had overcome his will. Was not that a beginning of evil augury? To be sure, after marriage their relations would be different. He would not then be at the mercy of his senses. But how miserable to anticipate a long, perhaps bitter struggle for predominance! After all, that could hardly come about. The commencement of any such discord would be the signal for separation. His wealth ensured his freedom. He was not like the poor devils who must perforce live with an intolerable woman because they cannot support themselves and their families in different places. Need he entertain that worst of fears, the dread that his independence might fail him, subdued by his wife's will? Free as he had boasted himself from lovers' silliness, he had magnified Rhoda's image. She was not the glorious rebel he had pictured. Like any other woman, she mistrusted her love without the sanction of society. Well, that was something relinquished, lost. Marriage would, after all, be a compromise. He had not found his ideal, though in these days it assuredly existed. And Rhoda, sitting late in the little lodging-house parlour, visited her soul with questionings no less troublesome. Everard was not satisfied with her. He had yielded, perhaps more than half contemptuously, to what he thought a feminine weakness. In going with her to the registrar's office he would feel himself to be acting an ignoble part. Was it not a bad beginning to rule him against his conscience? She had triumphed splendidly. In the world's eyes, this marriage of hers was far better than any she could reasonably have hoped, and her heart approved it with rapture. At a stage in life when she had sternly reconciled herself never to know a man's love, this love had sought her with a passionate persistency of which even a beautiful young girl might feel proud. She had no beauty, she was loved for her mind, her very self. But must not Everard's conception of her have suffered? In winning her, had he obtained the woman of his desire? Why was she not more politic? Would it not have been possible to gratify him, and yet to gain his consent to legal marriage? By first of all complying, she would have seemed to confirm all he believed of her, and then, his ardour at height, how simple to point out to him, without entreaty, without show of much concern, that by neglecting the formalities they gained absolutely nothing. Artifice of that kind was perhaps demanded by the mere circumstances. Possibly he himself would have welcomed it, after the grateful sense of inspiring such complete devotion. It is the woman's part to exercise tact. She had proved herself lamentably deficient in that quality. To-morrow she must study his manner. If she discerned any serious change, any grave indication of disappointment— What was her life to be? At first they would travel together, but before long it might be necessary to have a settled home, and what then would be her social position, her duties and pleasures? Housekeeping, mere domesticities, could never occupy her for more than the smallest possible part of each day. Having lost one purpose in life, dignified, absorbing, likely to extend its sphere as time went on, what other could she hope to substitute for it? Love of husband, perhaps of child. There must be more than that. Rhoda did not deceive herself as to the requirements of her nature. practical activity in some intellectual undertaking, a share, nay leadership, in some movement, contact with the revolutionary life of her time. The impulses of her heart once satisfied, these things would again claim her. But how if Everard resisted such tendencies? Was he in truth capable of respecting her individuality? Or would his strong instinct of lordship urge him to direct his wife as a dependent, to impose upon her his own view of things? She doubted whether he had much genuine sympathy with woman's emancipation as she understood it. Yet in no particular had her convictions changed, nor would they change. She herself was no longer one of the odd women. Fortune had, or seemed to have, been kind to her. None the less, her sense of a mission remained. No longer an example of perfect female independence, and unable therefore to use the same language as before, she might illustrate woman's claim of equality in marriage, if her experience proved no obstacle. Next morning, as had been agreed, they met at some distance from Seascale, and spent 2 or 3 hours together. There was little danger in observation unless by a casual peasant. For the most part their privacy could not have been more secure in a locked chamber. Lest curiosity should be excited by his making inquiries at the hotel, Barfoot proposed to walk over to Gosforth, the nearest town, this afternoon, and learn where the registrar for the locality of Seascale might be found. By neither was allusion made to their difference of last evening. But Rhoda distressed herself by imagining a diminished fervour in her companion. He seemed unusually silent and meditative, and was content to hold her hand now and then. "Shall you stay here all the week?" she inquired. "If you wish me to." "You will find it wearisome." "Impossible with you here. But if I run up to London for a day or two it might be better. There are preparations. We shall go first of all to my rooms." "I would rather not have stayed in London." "I thought you might wish to make purchases." "Let us go to some other town, and spend a few days there before leaving England." "Very well. Manchester or Birmingham." "You speak rather impatiently," said Rhoda, looking at him with an uneasy smile. "Let it be London if you prefer." "On no account. It's all indifferent to me so long as we get safely away together. Every man is impatient of these preliminaries. Yes, in that case I must of course go up to London. To-morrow, and back on Saturday." A shower of rain caused them some discontent. Through the afternoon it still rained at intervals, whilst Barfoot was discharging his business at Gosforth. He was to see Rhoda again at 8 o'clock, and as the time threatened to hang heavily on his hands, he returned by a long detour, reaching the Seascale Hotel at about 6:30. No sooner had he entered than there was delivered to him a letter, brought by messenger an hour or two ago. It surprised him to recognize Rhoda's writing on the envelope, which seemed to contain at least 2 sheets of note-paper. What now? Some whimsy? Agitated and annoyed by the anticipation of trouble, he went apart and broke the letter open. First appeared an enclosure, a letter in his cousin Mary's writing. He turned to the other sheet and read these lines. "I send you something that has come by post this afternoon. Please to bring it with you when you meet me at 8 o'clock, if you still care to do so." His face flushed with anger. What contemptible woman's folly was this? "If you still care to do so," and written in a hand that shook. If this was to be his experience of matrimonial engagement, what rubbish had Mary been communicating? "My dear Rhoda, I have just gone through a very painful scene, and I feel bound to let you know of it without delay, as it may concern you. This evening, Monday, when I came home from Great Portland Street, Emma told me that Mr. Widdowson had called, that he wished to see me as soon as possible, and would be here again at 6 o'clock. He came, and his appearance alarmed me. He was looking so dreadfully ill. Without preface he said, 'My wife has left me. She has gone to her sister, and refuses to return.' This was astonishing in itself, and I wondered still more why he should come and tell me about it in so strange a way. The explanation followed very promptly, and you may judge how I heard it. Mr. Widdowson said that his wife had been behaving very badly of late, that he had discovered several falsehoods she had told him as to her employment during absences from home, in daytime and evening. Having cause for suspecting the worst, he last Saturday engaged a private detective to follow Mrs. Widdowson wherever she went. This man saw her go into the flats in Bayswater where Everard lives, and knock at his door.
As no one replied, she went away for a time and returned, but again found no one at home. This being at once reported to Mr. Widdowson, he asked his wife where she had been that afternoon. The answer was false. She said she had been here with me. Thereupon he lost command of himself, and charged her with infidelity. She refused to offer any kind of explanation, but denied that she was guilty, and at once left the house. Since she has utterly refused to see him. Her sister can only report that Monica is very ill, and that she charges her husband with accusing her falsely. He had come to me, he said, in unspeakable anguish and helplessness, to ask me whether I had seen anything suspicious in the relations between Monica and my cousin when they met at this house or elsewhere. A nice question. Of course I could only reply that it had never even occurred to me to observe them, that to my knowledge they had met so rarely, and that I should never have dreamt of suspecting Monica. Yet you see she must be guilty, he kept on repeating. I said no, that I thought her visit might have an innocent significance, though I couldn't suggest why she had told falsehoods. Then he inquired what I knew about Everard's present movements. I answered that I had every reason to think that he was out of town, but didn't know when he went, or when he might be expected to return. The poor man was grievously dissatisfied. He looked at me as if I were in a base plot against him. It was an immense relief when he went away, after begging me to respect his confidence. I write very hurriedly, as you see. That I ought to write is, I think, clear, though I may be doing lamentable mischief. I cannot credit this charge against Mrs. Widdowson. There must surely be some explanation. If you have already left Seascale, no doubt this letter will be forwarded. Ever yours, dear Rhoda, Mary Barfoot. Everard laughed bitterly. The completeness of the case against him in Rhoda's eyes must be so overwhelming that his absolute innocence made it exasperating to have to defend himself. How indeed was he to defend himself? The story was strange enough. Could he be right in the interpretation which at once suggested itself to his mind, or perhaps to his vanity? He remembered the meeting with Mrs. Widdowson near his abode on Friday. He recollected, moreover, the signs of interest in himself, which, as he now thought, she had shown on previous occasions. Had the poor little woman, doubtless miserable with her husband, actually let herself fall in love with him? But even in that case, what a reckless thing to do, to come to his rooms! Why, she must have been driven by a despair that blinded her to all sense of delicacy. Perhaps, had he been at home, she would have made a pretence of wishing to speak about Rhoda Nunn. That was imprudent behaviour of his, making such a person his confidant. But he was tempted by his liking for her. "By Jove!" he muttered, overcome by the thought, "I'm glad I was not at home." But then he had told her that he was going away on Saturday. How could she expect to find him? The hour of her visit was not stated. Probably she hoped to catch him before he left. And was her appearance in the neighbourhood on Friday, her troubled aspect, to be explained as an abortive attempt to have a private interview with him? The queerest affair, and maddening in its issues. Rhoda was raging with jealousy. Well, he too would rage, and without affectation. It was strange that he almost felt glad of ground of a quarrel with Rhoda. All day he had been in an irritable temper, and so far as he could understand himself, it was due to resentment of his last night's defeat. He thought of Rhoda as ardently as ever, but an element that was very like brutality had intruded into his emotions. That was his reason from refraining from caresses this morning. He could not trust himself. He would endure no absurdities. If Rhoda did not choose to accept his simple assurance, let her take the consequences. Even now, perhaps, he would bring her to her knees before him. Let her wrong him by baseless accusation. Then it would no longer be he who sued her favour. He would whistle her down the wind, and await her penitent reappearance. Sooner or later his pride and hers, the obstinacy in their natures, must battle it out. Better that it should be now, before the irrevocable step had been taken. He ate his dinner with savage appetite, and drank a good deal more wine than of wont. Then he smoked until the last minute of delay that his engagement allowed. Of course she had sent the letter to the hotel, because he might be unable to read it in twilight. Wise precaution. And he was glad to have been able to think the matter over, to work himself into reasonable wrath. If ever man did well to be angry. There she was, down by the edge of the waves. She would not turn to see if he were coming. He felt sure of that. Whether she heard his footsteps he could not tell. When quite close to her, he exclaimed, "Well, Rhoda?" She must have known of his approach, for she gave no start. She faced slowly to him, no trace of tears on her countenance. No, Rhoda was above that. Gravity of the sternest, that was all. "Well," he continued, "what have you to say to me?" "I? Nothing." "You mean that it is my business to explain what Mary has told you? I can't, so there's an end of it." "What do you mean by that?" she asked in clear, distant tones. "Precisely what I said, Rhoda, and I am obliged to ask what you mean by this odd way of speaking to me. What has happened since we parted this morning?"
Rhoda could not suppress her astonishment. She gazed fixedly at him. "If you can't explain this letter, who can?"
"I suppose Mrs. Widdowson would be able to account for her doings. I certainly am not able to. And it seems to me that you are strangely forgetful of something that passed between us yesterday."
"Of what?" she asked coldly, her face, which was held proudly up, turning towards the sea.
"Evidently you accuse me of concealing something from you. Please to remember a certain plain question you asked me, and the equally plain answer I gave."
He detected the beginning of a smile about her rigid lips. "I remember," she said.
"And you can still behave to me with indignation? Surely the indignation should be on my side. You are telling me that I deceived you."
For a moment Rhoda lost her self-control. "How can I help thinking so?" she exclaimed with a gesture of misery. "What can this letter mean? Why should she go to your rooms?"
"I simply don't know, Rhoda."
He preserved the show of calmness just because he saw that it provoked her to anger. "She has never been there before?"
"Never, to my knowledge."
Rhoda watched his face with greedy attention. She seemed to find there a confirmation of her doubts. Indeed, it was impossible for her to credit his denials after what she had observed in London, and the circumstances which, even before Mary's letter, had made her suspicious. "When did you last see Mrs. Widdowson?"
"No, I shan't consent to be cross-examined," replied Everard, with a disdainful smile. "As soon as you refuse to accept my word, it's folly to ask further questions. You don't believe me. Say it honestly, and let us understand each other."
"I have good reason for thinking that you could explain Mrs. Widdowson's behaviour if you chose."
"Exactly. There's no misunderstanding that. And if I get angry, I am an unpardonable brute. Come now, you can't be offended if I treat you simply as my equal, Rhoda. Let me test your sincerity. Suppose I had seen you talking somewhere with some man who seemed to interest you very much, and then, today, let us say, I heard that he had called upon you and you were alone. I turn with a savage face and accuse you of grossly deceiving me, in the worst sense. What would your answer be?"
"These are idle suppositions," she exclaimed scornfully.
"But the case is possible, you admit. I want you to realize what I am feeling. In such a case as that, you could only turn from me with contempt. How else can I behave to you, conscious of my innocence, yet in the nature of things unable to prove it?"
"Appearances are very strongly against you."
"That's an accident, to me quite unaccountable. If I charged you with dishonour, you would only have your word to offer in reply. So it is with me, and my word is bluntly rejected. You try me rather severely."
Rhoda kept silence.
"I know what you are thinking. My character was previously none of the best. There is a prejudice against me in such a matter for your good. My record is not immaculate, nor, I believe, is any as this. Well, you shall hear some more plain speech, altogether man's. I have gone here and there, and have had my adventures like other men. One of them you have heard about, the story of that girl Amy Drake, the subject of Mrs. Goodall's righteous wrath. You shall know the truth, and if it offends your ears, I can't help it. The girl simply threw herself into my arms on a railway journey when we met by pure chance."
"I don't care to hear that," said Rhoda, turning away.
"But you shall hear it. That story has predisposed you to believe the worst things of me. If I hold you by force, you shall hear every word of it. Mary seems to have given you mere dark hints."
"No, she has told me the details. I know it all."
"From their point of view. Very well, that saves me a lot of narrative. What those good people didn't understand was the girl's character. They thought her a helpless innocent. She was I'll spare you the word. She simply planned to get me into her power, thought I should be forced to marry her. It's the kind of thing that happens far oftener than you would suppose. That's the reason why men so often smile in what you would call a brutal way when certain stories are told to other men's discredit. You will have to take this into account, Rhoda, before you reach satisfactory results on the questions that have occupied you so much. I was not in the least responsible for Amy Drake's desertion of creditable paths. At the worst, I behaved foolishly, and knowing I had done so, knowing how thankless it was to try and clear myself at her expense, I let people say what they would. It didn't matter. And you don't believe me, I can see you don't. Sexual pride won't let you believe me. In such a case the man must necessarily be the villain.
What do you mean by saying you only behaved foolishly? I can't understand.
Perhaps not, and I can't explain as I once did in telling the story to a man, a friend of mine. But however strict your moral ideas, you will admit that a girl of thoroughly bad character isn't a subject for the outcry that was raised about Miss Amy Drake. By taking a little trouble I could have brought things to light which would have given worthy Mrs. Goodall and cousin Mary a great shock. Well, that's enough. I have never pretended to sanctity, but on the other hand I have never behaved like a scoundrel. You charge me deliberately with being a scoundrel, and I defend myself as best as I can. You argue that the man who would mislead an innocent girl and then cast her off is more likely than not to be guilty in a case like this of Mrs. Widdowson, when appearances are decidedly against him. There is only my word in each instance. The question is, will you accept my word?
For a wonder, their privacy was threatened by the approach of two men who were walking this way from Seascale. Voices in conversation caused Rhoda to look round. Barfoot had already observed the strangers.
"Let us go up onto the higher sand," he said.
Without reply Rhoda accompanied him, and for several minutes they exchanged no word. The men, talking and laughing loudly, went by. They seemed to be tourists of a kind that do not often trouble this quiet spot on the coast. Their cigars glowed in the dusk.
"After all this, what have you to say to me, Rhoda?"
"Will you please to give me your cousin's letter?" she said coldly.
"Here it is. Now you will go back to your lodgings, and sit with that letter open before you half through the night. You will make yourself unutterably wretched, and all for what?"
He felt himself once more in danger of weakness. Rhoda, in her haughty, resentful mood, was very attractive to him. He was tempted to take her in his arms, and kiss her until she softened, pleaded with him. He wished to see her shed tears. But the voice in which she now spoke to him was far enough from tearfulness. "You must prove to me that you have been wrongly suspected." Ah, that was to be her line of conduct. She believed her power over him was absolute. She stood on her dignity, would bring him to supplication, would give him all the trouble she could before she professed herself satisfied.
"How am I to prove it?"
he asked bluntly. "If there was nothing wrong between you and Mrs. Widdowson, there must be some very simple explanation of her coming to your rooms and being so anxious to see you."
"And is it my business to discover that explanation?"
"Can it be mine?"
"It must either be yours, Rhoda, or no one's. I shall take no single step in the matter."
The battle was declared. Each stood at full height, pertinacious, resolved on victory.
"You are putting yourself wildly in the wrong," Everard continued. "By refusing to take my word, you make it impossible for me to hope that we could live together as we imagined."
The words fell upon her heart like a crushing weight. But she could not yield. Last night she had suffered in his opinion by urging what he thought a weak womanly scruple. She had condescended to plead tenderly with him, and had won her cause. Now she would prevail in another way. If he were telling the truth, he should acknowledge that natural suspicion made it incumbent upon him to clear so strange a case of its difficulties. If he were guilty of deception, as she still believed, though willing to admit to herself that Monica might be most at fault, that there might have been no actual wrong-doing between them, he should confess with humblest penitence and beseech pardon. Impossible to take any other attitude, impossible to marry him with this doubt in her mind, equally out of the question to seek Monica and humiliate herself by making inquiries on such a subject. Guilty or not, Monica would regard her with secret disdain, with woman's malice. Were she able to believe him, that indeed would be grand consummation of their love, and ideal union of heart and soul. Listening to him, she had tried to put faith in his indignant words. But it was useless. The incredulity she could not help must either part them forever, or be to her an occasion of new triumph. "I don't refuse to take your word," she said with conscious quibbling. "I only say that your name must be cleared from suspicion. Mr. Widdowson is sure to tell his story to other people.
Why has his wife left him?"
"I neither know nor care."
"You must prove to me that you are not the cause of it."
"I shall not make the slightest effort to do so."
Rhoda began to move away from him. As he kept silence, she walked on in the Seascale direction. He followed at a distance of a few yards, watching her movements. When they had gone so far that 5 minutes more must bring them within sight of the hotel, Everard spoke.
"Rhoda."
She paused and awaited him.
"You remember that I was going to London tomorrow. It seems that I had better go and not trouble to return."
"That is for you to decide."
"For you, rather."
"I have said all that I can say."
"And so have I. But surely you must be unconscious how grossly you are insulting me."
"I want only to understand what purpose Mrs. Widdowson had in going to your rooms."
"Then why not ask her? You are friends. She would doubtless tell you the truth."
"If she comes to me voluntarily to make an explanation, I will hear it, but I shall not ask her."
"Your view of the fitness of things is that I should request her to wait upon you for that purpose."
"There are others who can act for you."
"Very well. Then we are at a deadlock. It seems to me that we had better shake hands like sensible people and say good-bye."
"Much better, if it seems so to you."
The time for emotional help was past. In very truth they had nothing more to say to each other, being now hardened in obstinacy. Each suffered from the other's coldness, each felt angry with the other's stubborn refusal to concede a point of dignity. Everard put out his hand. "When you are ready to say that you have used me very ill, I shall remember only yesterday. Till then, good-bye, Rhoda." She made a show of taking his hand, but said nothing. And so they parted. At 8 o'clock next morning, Barfoot was seated in the southward train. He rejoiced that his strength of will had thus far asserted itself. Of final farewell to Rhoda he had no thought whatever. Her curiosity would, of course, compel her to see Monica. One way or another she would learn that he was blameless. His part was to keep aloof from her, and to wait for her inevitable submission. Violent rain was beating upon the carriage windows. It drove from the mountains, themselves invisible, though dense low clouds marked their position. Poor Rhoda! She would not have a very cheerful day at Seascale. Perhaps she would follow him by a later train. Certain it was that she must be suffering intensely, and that certainly rejoiced him. The keener her suffering, the sooner her submission. Oh, but the submission should be perfect! He had seen her in many moods, but not yet in the anguish of broken pride. She must shed tears before him, declare her spirit worn and subjugated by torment of jealousy and fear. Then he would raise her, and seat her in the place of honour, and fall down at her feet, and fill her soul with rapture. Many times between Seascale and London he smiled in anticipation of that hour. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women, by George Gissing. Chapter 27. The Reascent. Whilst the rain pelted, and it did so until afternoon, Rhoda sat in her little parlour, no whit less miserable than Barfoot imagined. She could not be sure whether Everard had gone to London. At the last moment reflection or emotion might have detained him. Early in the morning she had sent to post a letter for Miss Barfoot, written last night, a letter which made no revelation of her feelings, but merely expressed a cold curiosity to hear anything that might become known as to the course of Mr. Widdowson's domestic troubles. "You may still write to this address. If I leave, letters shall be forwarded." When the sky cleared she went out. In the evening she again rambled about the shore. Evidently Barfoot had gone. If still here, he would have watched and joined her. Her solitude now grew insufferable, yet she could not decide whither to betake herself. The temptation to return to London was very strong, but pride prevailed against it. Everard might perhaps go to see his cousin, and relate all that had happened at Seascale, justifying himself as he had here done. Whether Miss Barfoot became aware of the story or not, Rhoda could not reconcile it with her self-respect to curtail the stipulated 3 weeks of holiday. Rather she would strain her nerves to the last point of endurance,
and if she were not suffering, then never did woman suffer. Another cheerless day helped her to make up her mind. She cared nothing now for lake and mountain. Human companionship was her supreme need. By the earliest train next day she started, not for London, but for her brother's home in Somerset, and there she remained until it was time to return to work. Miss Barfoot wrote twice in the interval, saying that she had heard nothing more of Monica. Of Everard she made no mention. Rhoda got back again to Chelsea on the appointed Saturday afternoon. Miss Barfoot knew when she would arrive, but was not at home to meet her, and did not return till a couple of hours had passed. They met at length as if nothing remarkable had occurred during the 3 weeks. Mary, if she felt any solicitude, effectually concealed it. Rhoda talked as if very glad to be at home again, explaining her desertion of the lake country by the bad weather that prevailed there. It was not till after dinner that the inevitable subject came up between them. "Have you seen Everard since you went away?" Miss Barfoot began by asking. So he had not been here to tell his story and plead his cause, or it seemed not.
"Yes, I saw him at Seascale,"
Rhoda replied, without sign of emotion. "Before or after that news came?"
"Both before and after. I showed him your letter, and all he had to say was that he knew nothing of the affair."
"That's all he has had to say to me. I haven't seen him.
A letter I sent to his address was answered after a week, from a place I never heard of, Arromanches in Normandy. The shortest and rudest letter I've ever had from him. Practically he told me to mind my own business, and there things stand."
Rhoda smiled a little, conscious of the extreme curiosity her friend must be feeling, and determined not to gratify it. For by this time, though her sunken cheeks were hard to reconcile with the enjoyment of a summer holiday, she had matured a resolve to betray nothing of what she had gone through. Her state of mind resembled that of the ascetic who has arrived at a morbid delight in self-torture. She regarded the world with an intense bitterness, and persuaded herself not only that the thought of Everard Barfoot was hateful to her soul, but that sexual love had become, and would ever be, to her an impure idea, a vice of blood.
"I suppose," she said carelessly, "Mr. Widdowson will try to divorce his wife."
"I am in dread of that. But they have made it up."
"Of course you have no doubt of her guilt?"
Mary tried to understand the hard, austere face, with its touch of cynicism. Conjecture as to its meaning was not difficult, but in the utter absence of information, certainty there could be none. Under any circumstances it was to be expected that Rhoda would think and speak of Mrs. Widdowson no less severely than of the errant Bella Royston.
"I have some doubt," was Miss Barfoot's answer, "but I should be glad of someone else's favourable opinion to help my charity." "Miss Madden hasn't been here, you see. She certainly would have come if she had felt convinced that her sister was wronged." "Unless a day or two saw the end of the trouble, when naturally none of them would say any more about it."
This was the possibility which occupied Rhoda's reflections as long as she lay awake that night. Her feelings on entering the familiar bedroom were very strange. Even before starting for her holiday she had bidden it good-bye, and at Seascale, that night following upon the perfect day, she had thought of it as a part of her past life, the place abandoned for ever, already infinitely remote. Her first sensation when she looked upon the white bed was one of disgust. She thought it would be impossible to use this room henceforth, and that she must ask Miss Barfoot to let her change to another. To-night she did not restore any of the ornaments which were lying packed up. The scent of the room revived so many hours of conflict, of hope, that it caused her a sick faintness. In a frenzy of detestation she cursed the man who had so disturbed and sullied the swift, pure stream of her life. Arromanches, in Normandy. On Sunday she sought the name on a map, but it was not marked, being doubtless too insignificant. Improbable that he had gone to such a place alone. He was enjoying himself with friends, careless what became of her. Having allowed all this time to go by, he would never seek her again. He found that her will was the equal of his own, and as he could not rule her, she was numbered among the women who had afforded him interesting experiences, to be thought of seriously no more. During the next week she threw herself with energy upon her work, stifling the repugnance with which at first it affected her, and seeming at length to recover the old enthusiasm. This was the only way of salvation. Idleness and absence of purpose would soon degrade her in a sense she had never dreamt of. She made a plan of daily occupation, which, by leaving not a vacant moment from early morning to late at night, should give her the sleep of utter weariness. New studies were begun in the hour or two before breakfast. She even restricted her diet, and ate only just enough to support life, rejecting wine and everything that was most agreeable to her palate. She desired to speak privately with Mildred Vesper, and opportunity might have been made, but as part of her scheme of self-subdual, this conversation was postponed until the second week. It took place one evening when work was over. "I've been wanting to ask you," Rhoda began, "whether you have any news of Mrs. Widdowson." "I wrote to her not long ago, and she answered from a new address. She said that she had left her husband, and would never go back to him." Rhoda nodded gravely. "Then what I had heard was true. You haven't seen her?" "She asked me not to come. She is living with her sister." "Did she give you any reason for the separation from her husband?" "None," answered Mildred. "But she said it was no secret, that every one knew. That's why I haven't spoken to you about it, as I should have done otherwise after our last conversation." "The fact is no secret," said Rhoda coldly. "But why will she offer no explanation?" Mildred shook her head, signifying inability to make any satisfactory reply, and there the dialogue ended, for Rhoda could not proceed in it without appearing to encourage scandal. The hope of eliciting some suggestive information had failed, but whether Mildred had really disclosed all she knew seemed doubtful. At the end of the week Miss Barfoot left home for her own holiday. She was going to Scotland, and would be away for nearly the whole of September. At this time of year the work in Great Portland Street was very light. Not much employment offered for the typewriters, and the pupils numbered only about half a dozen. Nevertheless, it pleased Rhoda to have the establishment under her sole direction. She desired authority, and by magnifying the importance of that which now fell into her hands, she endeavoured to sustain herself under the secret misery which, for all her efforts, weighed no less upon her as time went on. It was a dreary make-believe. On the first night of solitude at Chelsea she shed bitter tears, and not only wept, but agonized in mute frenzy, the passions of her flesh torturing her until she thought of death as a refuge. Now she whispered the name of her lover with every word and phrase of endearment that her heart could suggest. The next moment she cursed him with the fury of deadliest hatred. In the half-delirium of sleeplessness she revolved wild, impossible schemes for revenging herself, or, as the mood changed, all but resolved to sacrifice everything to her love, to accuse herself of ignoble jealousy and entreat forgiveness. Of many woeful nights this was the worst she had yet suffered. It recalled to her with much vividness a memory of girlhood, or indeed of childhood. She thought of that figure in the dim past, that rugged, harsh-featured man, who had given her the first suggestion of independence, thrice her own age, yet the inspirer of such tumultuous emotion in her ignorant heart, her friend at Clevedon, Mr. Smithson. A question from Mary Barfoot had caused her to glance back at him through the years, but only for an instant, and with self-mockery. What she now endured was the ripe intensity of a woe that fell upon her, at 15, when Mr. Smithson passed from her sight and away forever. Childish folly! But the misery of it, the tossing at night, the blank outlook! How contemptible to revive such sensations with mature intellect after so long and stern a discipline. Dreading the Sunday, so terrible in its depressing effect upon the lonely and unhappy, she breakfasted as soon as possible and left home, simply to walk, to exert herself physically, that fatigue and sleep might follow. There was a dull sky, but no immediate fear of rain. The weather brightened a little towards noon. Careless of the direction, she walked on until the last maddening church bell had ceased its clangour. She was far out in the western suburbs, and weariness began to check her quick pace. Then she turned back. Without intending it, she passed by Mrs. Cosgrove's house, or rather would have passed, when she saw Mrs. Cosgrove at the dining-room window making signs to her. In a moment the door opened and she went in. She was glad of this accident, for the social lady might have something to tell about Mrs. Widdowson, who often visited her. "In mercy, come and talk to me!" exclaimed Mrs. Cosgrove. I am quite alone, and feel as if I could hang myself. Are you obliged to go anywhere?"
"No, I was having a walk."
"A walk? What astonishing energy! It never occurs to me to take a walk in London. I came from the country last night and expected to find my sister here, but she won't arrive till Tuesday. I have been standing at the window for an hour, getting crazy with ennui."
They went to the drawing-room. It was not long before Mrs. Cosgrove made an allusion which enabled Rhoda to speak of Mrs. Widdowson. For a month or more Mrs. Cosgrove had seen and heard nothing of her. She had been out of town all the time. Rhoda hesitated, but could not keep silence on the subject that had become a morbid preoccupation of her mind. She told as much as she knew, excepting the suspicion against Everard Barfoot.
"It doesn't in the least surprise me," said the listener with interest. "I saw they wouldn't be able to live together very well. Without children the thing was impossible. Of course she has told you all about it?"
"I haven't seen her since it happened."
"Do you know, I always have a distinct feeling of pleasure when I hear of married people parting. How horrible that would seem to some of our good friends! But it isn't a malicious pleasure. There's nothing personal in it. As I have told you before, I think I led a very contented life with my husband. But marriage in general is such a humbug. You forgive the word."
"Of course it is," assented Rhoda, laughing with forced gaiety.
"I am glad of anything that seems to threaten it as an institution, in its present form. A scandalous divorce case is a delight to me. Anything that makes it evident how much misery would be spared if we could civilize ourselves in this respect. There are women whose conduct I think personally detestable, and whom yet I can't help thanking for their assault upon social laws. We shall have to go through a stage of anarchy, you know, before reconstruction begins. Yes, in that sense I am an anarchist. Seriously, I believe if few men and women in prominent position would contract marriage of the free kind, without priest or lawyer, openly and defiantly, they would do more benefit to their kind than in any other possible way. I don't declare this opinion to everyone, but only because I am a coward. Whatever one believes with heart and soul, one ought to make known."
Rhoda wore a look of anxious reflection. "It needs a great deal of courage," she said. "To take that step, I mean."
"Of course. We need martyrs. And yet I doubt whether the martyrdom would be very long or very trying to intellectual people. A woman of brains who boldly acted upon her conviction would have no lack of congenial society. The best people are getting more liberal than they care to confess to each other. Wait until someone puts the matter to the test, and you will see."
Rhoda became so busy with her tumultuous thoughts that she spoke only a word now and then, allowing Mrs. Cosgrove to talk at large on this engrossing theme.
"Where is Mrs. Widdowson living?" the revolutionist at length inquired.
"I don't know, but I can get you her address."
"Pray do. I shall go and see her. We are quite friendly enough for me to do so without impertinence."
Having lunched with her acquaintance, Rhoda went in the afternoon to Mildred Vesper's lodgings. Miss Vesper was at home, reading, in her usual placid mood. She gave Rhoda the address that was on Mrs. Widdowson's last brief note, and that evening Rhoda sent it to Mrs. Cosgrove by letter. In 2 days she received a reply. Mrs. Cosgrove had called upon Mrs. Widdowson at her lodgings at Clapham.
"She is ill, wretched, and unwilling to talk. I could only stay about a quarter of an hour, and to ask questions was impossible. She mentioned your name, and appeared very anxious to hear about you, but when I asked whether she would like you to call, she grew timid all at once, and said she hoped you wouldn't unless you really desired to see her. Poor thing! Of course I don't know what it all means, but I came away with maledictions and marriage in my heart. One is always safe in indulging that feeling."
A week or so after this there arrived for Miss Barfoot a letter from Everard. The postmark was Ostend. Never before had Rhoda been tempted to commit a break of confidence such as in anyone else she would have scorned beyond measure. She had heard, of course, of people secretly opening letters with the help of steam. Whether it could be done with absolute security from detection she did not feel sure, but her thoughts dwelt on the subject for several hours. It was terrible to hold this letter of Everard's writing, and yet be obliged to send it away without knowledge of the contents, which perhaps gravely concerned her. She could not ask Miss Barfoot to let her know what Everard had written. The information might perhaps be voluntarily granted, but perhaps not. To steam the back of the envelope, would it not leave marks, a rumpling or discoloration?
Even to be suspected of such dishonour would be more bitter to her than death. Could she even think of it? How she was degraded by this hateful passion, which wrought in her like a disease. With 2 others which that day had arrived, she put the letter into a large envelope, and so dispatched it. But no satisfaction rewarded her. Her heart raged against the world, against every law of life. When, in a few days, a letter came to her from Miss Barfoot, she tore it open, and there, yes, there was Everard's handwriting. Mary had sent the communication for her to read. Dear Cousin Mary, after all, I was rather too grumpy in my last note to you, but my patience had been desperately tried. I have gone through a good deal. Now at last I am recovering sanity, and can admit that you had no choice but to ask those questions. I know and care nothing about Mrs. Widdowson. By her eccentric behaviour she either did me a great injury or a great service, I am not quite sure which, but I incline to the latter view. Here is a conundrum, not very difficult to solve, I dare say. Do you know anything about Armage, a very quiet little spot on the Normandy coast? You get to it by an hour's coach from Bayeux, not invested by English. I went there on an invitation from the Brissendens, who discovered the place last year. Excellent people, these. I like them better the more I know of them. A great deal of quiet liberality, even extreme liberality, in the 2 girls. They would suit you, I am sure. Well instructed, Agnes the younger reads 6 languages, and shames me by her knowledge of all sorts of things, and yet delightfully feminine. As they were going to Ostend, I thought I might as well follow them, and we continue to see each other pretty frequently. By the by, I shall have to find new quarters if I come back to London. The engineer, back from Italy after a longer absence than he had anticipated, wants his flat, and of course must have it. But then I may not come back at all, except to gather my traps. I shall not call on you, unless I have heard that you don't doubt the assurance I have now twice given. Your profligate relative, E. B.
I think, wrote Mary, that we may safely believe him. Such a lie would be too bad. He is incapable of it. Remember, I have never charged him with falsehood. I shall write and tell him that I accept his word. Has it or has it not occurred to you to see Mrs. Widdowson yourself? Or if there are insuperable objections, why not see Miss Madden? We talk to each other in a sort of cipher, dear Rhoda. Well, I desire nothing but your good, as I think you know, and you must decide for yourself where that good lies.
Everard's letter put Rhoda beside herself with wrath. In writing it, he knew it would come into her hands. He hoped to sting her with jealousy. So Mrs. Widdowson had done him a service. He was free to devote himself to Agnes Brissenden, with her 6 languages, her extreme liberality, her feminine charm. If she could not crush out her love for this man, she would poison herself, as she had so often decided she would do, if ever some hopeless malady, such as cancer, took hold upon her. And be content to feed his vanity, to give him the lifelong reflection that for love of him a woman excelled by few in qualities of brain and heart had died like a rat. She walked about the rooms, here and there, upstairs and downstairs, in a fever of unrest. After all, was he not behaving in the very way she ought to desire? Was he not helping her to hate him? He struck at her with unmanly blows, thinking, no doubt, to quell her pride and bring her to him in prostrate humility. Never! Even if it were proved in the clearest way that she ought to have believed him, she would make no submission. If he loved her, he must woo once more. But the suggestion in Mary's letter was not fruitless. When she had thought over it for a day or 2, she wrote to Virginia Madden, asking her as a favour to come to Queen's Road on Saturday afternoon. Virginia quickly replied with a promise to call, and punctually kept the engagement. Though she was much better dressed than in the days previous to Monica's marriage, she had lost something for which costume could not compensate. Her face had no longer that unmistakable refinement which had been wont to make her attire a secondary consideration. A disagreeable redness tinged her eyelids and the lower part of her nose. Her mouth was growing coarse and lax, the underlip hanging a little. She smiled with a shrinking, apologetic shyness only seen in people who have done something to be ashamed of, smiled even when she was endeavouring to look sorrowful, and her glance was furtive. She sat down on the edge of a chair, like an anxious applicant for work or charity, and a moistness of the eyes, which obliged her to use her handkerchief frequently, strengthened this resemblance. Rhoda could not play at smooth phrases with this poor dispirited woman, whose change during the last few years, and especially during the last 12 months, had often occupied her thoughts in a very unpleasant way. She came almost at once to the subject of their interview.
"Why have you not been to see me before this?" "I really couldn't. The circumstances—everything is so painful. You know—of course you know it has happened?" "Of course I do." "How," asked Virginia timidly, "did the news first of all reach you?" "Mr. Widdowson came here and told Miss Barfoot everything." "He came? We didn't know that. Then you have heard the accusation he makes?" "Everything." "It is quite unfounded, I do assure you. Monica is not guilty. The poor child has done nothing. It was an indiscretion, nothing more than indiscretion." "I am very anxious to believe it. Can you give me certainty? Can you explain Monica's behaviour? Not only on that one occasion, but the deceit she practised at other times. Her husband told Miss Barfoot that she had frequently told him untruths, such as saying that she called here when she certainly did not." "I can't explain that," lamented Virginia. "Monica won't tell me why she concealed her movements." "Then how can you ask me to believe your assurance that she isn't guilty?" The sternness of this question caused Virginia to redden and become utterly disconcerted. She dropped her handkerchief, fumbled for it, breathed hard. "Oh, Miss Nunn, how can you think Monica— You know her better, I'm sure you do." "Any human being may commit a crime," said the other impatiently, exasperated by what seemed to be merely new evidence against Barfoot. "Who knows any one well enough to say that a charge must be unfounded?" Miss Madden began to sob. "I'm afraid that is true. But my sister, my dear sister—" "I didn't want to distress you. Do command yourself, and let us talk about it calmly." "Yes, I will. I shall be so glad to talk about it with you. Oh, if I could persuade her to return to her husband! He is willing to receive her. I meet him very often on Clapham Common, and we are living at his expense. When Monica had been with me in my old lodgings for about a week, he took these new rooms for us, and Monica consented to move. But she won't hear of going back to live with him. He has offered to let us have the house to ourselves, but it's of no use. He writes to her, but she won't reply. Do you know that he has taken a house at Clevedon, a beautiful house? They were to go to it in a week or two, and Alice and I would have gone to share it with them. Then this dreadful thing happened. And Mr. Widdowson doesn't even insist on her telling him what she keeps secret. He is willing to take her back under any circumstances, and she is so ill—" Virginia broke off, as if there were something more that she did not venture to impart. Her cheeks coloured, and she looked distressfully about the room. "Seriously ill, do you mean?" inquired Rhoda, with difficulty softening her voice. "She gets up each day, but I'm often afraid that she has had fainting fits." Rhoda gazed at the speaker with pitiless scrutiny. "What can have caused this? Is this the result of her being falsely accused?" "Partly that, but—" Suddenly Virginia rose, stepped to Rhoda's side, and whispered a word or two. Rhoda turned pale, her eyes glared fiercely. "And still you believe her innocent?" "She has sworn to me that she is innocent. She says that she has a proof of it which I shall see some day, and her husband also. A presentiment has fixed itself in her mind that she can't live, and before the end she will tell everything." "Her husband knows of this, of course, of what you have told me?" "No, she has forbidden me to say anything. And how could I, Miss Nunn? She has made me promise solemnly that he shall not be told. I haven't even told Alice. But she will know very soon. At the end of September she leaves her place and will come to London to be with us, for a time at all events. We do so hope that we shall succeed in persuading Monica to go to the house at Clevedon. Mr. Widdowson is keeping it, and will move the furniture from Herne Hill at any moment. Couldn't you help us, dear Miss Nunn? Monica would listen to you, I am sure she would." "I'm afraid I can be of no use," Rhoda answered coldly. "She has been hoping to see you." "She has said so?" "Not in so many words, but I am sure she wishes to see you. She has asked about you several times, and when your note came she was very pleased. It would be a great kindness to us." "Does she declare that she will never return to her husband?" "Yes, I am sorry to say she does.
But the poor child believes that she has only a short time to live. Nothing will shake her presentiment. I shall die and give no more trouble, that's what she always says to me, and a conviction of that kind is so likely to fulfil itself. She never leaves the house, and of course that is very wrong. She ought to go out every day. She won't see a medical man. Has Mr. Widdowson given her any cause for disliking him? Rhoda inquired. He was dreadfully violent when he discovered. I'm afraid it was natural. He thought the worst of her, and he has always been so devoted to Monica. She says he seemed on the point of killing her. He is a man of a very severe nature, I have always thought. He never could bear that Monica should go anywhere alone. They were very, very unhappy, I'm afraid, so ill-matched in almost every respect. Still, under the circumstances, surely she ought to return to him. I can't say. I don't know. Rhoda's voice signified a conflict of feeling. Had she been disinterested, her opinion would not have wavered for a moment. She would have declared that the wife's inclination must be the only law in such a case. As it was, she could only regard Monica with profound mistrust and repugnance. The story of decisive evidence kept back seemed to her only a weak woman's falsehood, a fiction due to shame and despair. Undoubtedly it would give some vague relief to her mind if Monica were persuaded to go to Clevedon, but she could not bring herself to think of visiting the suffering woman. Whatever the end might be, she would not have any part in bringing it about. Her dignity, her pride should remain unsullied by such hateful contact. "I mustn't stay any longer," said Virginia, rising after a painful silence. "I am always afraid to be away from her even for an hour. The fear of dreadful things that might happen haunt me day and night. How glad I shall be when Alice comes." Rhoda had no words of sympathy. Her commiseration for Virginia was only such as she might have felt for any stranger involved in sordid troubles. All the old friendliness had vanished. Nor would she have been greatly shocked or astonished had she followed Miss Madden on the way to the railway station, and seen her, after a glance up and down the street, turn quickly into a public-house, and come forth again, holding her handkerchief to her lips. A feeble, purposeless, hopeless woman, type of a whole class, living only to deteriorate. Will. Purpose. Was she not in danger of forgetting these watchwords which had guided her life out of youth into maturity? That poor creature's unhappiness was doubtless in great measure due to the conviction that in missing love and marriage she had missed everything. So thought the average woman, and in her darkest hours she too had fallen among those poor of spirit, the flesh prevailing. But the soul in her had not finally succumbed. Passion had a new significance. Her conception of life was larger, more liberal. She made no vows to crush the natural instincts. But her conscience, her sincerity should not suffer. Whatever destiny might lead, she would still be the same proud and independent woman, responsible only to herself, fulfilling the nobler laws of her existence. A day or two after this she had guests to dine with her, Mildred Vesper and Winifred Haven. Among the girls whom she had helped to educate, these two seemed by far the most self-reliant, the most courageous and hopeful. In minor details of character they differed widely, and intellectually Miss Haven was far in advance. Rhoda had a strong desire to observe them as they talked about the most various subjects. She knew them well, but hoped to find in them some new suggestion of womanly force which would be of help in her own struggle for redemption. It was seldom that either of them ailed anything. Mildred still showed traces of her country breeding. She was the more robust, walked with a heavier step, had less polish of manner. Under strain of any kind, Winifred's health would soon give way, but her natural vivacity promised longer resistance to oppressing influences. Mildred had worked harder, and amid privations of which the other girl knew nothing. She would never distinguish herself, but it was difficult indeed to imagine her repining so long as she had her strength in her congenial friends. 20 years hence, in all probability, she would keep the same clear, steady eye, the same honest smile, and the same dry humour in her talk. Winifred was more likely to traverse a latitude of storm. For one thing, her social position brought her in the way of men who might fall in love with her, whereas Mildred lived absolutely apart from the male world. Doubtless, too, her passions were stronger. She loved literature, spent as much time as possible in study, and had set her mind upon helping to establish that ideal woman's paper of which there was often talk at Miss Barfoot's. In this company, Rhoda felt her old ambitions regaining their power over her. To these girls she was an exemplar. It made her smile to think how little they could dream of what she had experienced during the last few weeks. If ever a moment of discontent assailed them, they must naturally think of her, of the brave, encouraging words she had so often spoken. For a moment she had deserted them, abandoning a course which her reason steadily approved, for one that was beset with perils of indignity. It would shame her if they knew the whole truth, and yet she wished it were possible for them to learn that she had been passionately wooed. A contemptible impulse of vanity. Away with it. There was a chance, it seemed to her, that during Miss Barfoot's absence Everard might come to the house. Mary had written to him. He would know that she was away. What better opportunity, if he had not dismissed her memory from his thoughts? Every evening she made herself ready to receive a possible visitor. She took thought for her appearance. But the weeks passed by, Miss Barfoot returned, and Everard had given no sign. She would set a date, a limit. If before Christmas he neither came nor wrote, all was at an end. After that she would not see him, whatever his plea. And having persuaded herself that this decision was irrevocable, she thought it as well to gratify Miss Barfoot's curiosity, for by now she felt able to relate what had happened in Cumberland with a certain satisfaction, the feeling she had foreseen when, in the beginning of her acquaintance with Everard, it flattered her to observe his growing interest. Her narrative, to which Mary listened with downcast eyes, presented the outlines of the story veraciously. She told of Everard's wish to dispense with the legal bond, of her own indecision, and of the issue. "When your letter came, could I very well have acted otherwise than I did? It was not a flat refusal to believe him. All I asked was that things should be cleared up before our marriage. For his own sake he ought to have willingly agreed to that. He preferred to take my request as an insult. His unreasonable anger made me angry too. And now I don't think we shall ever meet again, unless as mere acquaintances." "I think," commented the listener, "that he behaved with extraordinary impudence." "In the first proposal? But I myself attach no importance to the marriage ceremony." "Then why did you insist upon it?" asked Mary, with a smile that might have become sarcastic, but that her eye met Rhoda's. "Would you have received us?" "In the one case as readily as in the other." Rhoda was silent, and darkly thoughtful. "Perhaps I never felt entire confidence in him." Mary smiled, and sighed. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women, by George Gissing. Chapter 28. The Burden of Futile Souls. My own dearest love, if I could but describe to you all I have suffered before sitting down to write this letter. Since our last meeting I have not known 1 hour of quietness. To think that I have missed you when you called and left that note, for it was you yourself, was it not? The journey was horrible, and the week that I have spent here, I assure you I have not slept for more than a few minutes at a time, and I am utterly broken down by misery. My darling, etc. I regard myself as a criminal. If you have suffered 1,000th part of what I have, I deserve any punishment that could be devised. For it has all been my fault. Knowing as I did that our love could never end in happiness, it was my duty to hide what I felt. I ought never to have contrived that first meeting alone, for it was contrived. I sent my sisters away on purpose. I ought never, etc. The only reflection that can ever bring me comfort is that our love has been pure. We can always think of each other without shame. And why should this love ever have an end? We are separated, and perhaps shall never see each other again, but may not our hearts remain for ever true? May we not think, etc. If I were to bid you leave your home and come to me, I should be once more acting with base selfishness. I should ruin your life, and load my own with endless self-reproach. I find that even mere outward circumstances would not allow of what for a moment we dreamt might be possible, and of that I am glad, since it helps me to overcome the terrible temptation. Oh, if you only knew how that temptation, etc. Time will be a friend to both of us, dearest Monica.
Forget each other we never can, we never will, but our unsullied love, etc.
Monica read it through again, the long rigmarole. Since the day that she received it, addressed to Mrs. Williamson at the little stationer's by Lavender Hill, the day before she consented to accompany her sister into new lodgings, the letter had lain in its hiding-place. Alone this afternoon, for Virginia was gone to call on Miss Nunn, alone and miserable, every printed page a weariness to her sight, she took out the French-stamped envelope and tried to think that its contents interested her. But not a word had power of attraction or of repulsion. The tender phrases affected her no more than if they had been addressed to a stranger. Love was become a meaningless word. She could not understand how she had ever drifted into such relations with the writer. Fear and anger were the sole passions surviving in her memory from those days which had violently transformed her life, and it was not with Bevis, but her husband, that these emotions were connected. Bevis's image stood in that already distant past like a lay figure, the mere semblance of a man. And with such conception of him his letter corresponded. It was artificial, lifeless, as if extracted from some vapid novel. But she must not destroy it. Its use was still to come. Letter and envelope must go back again into hiding, and await the day which would give them power over human lives. Suffering as always from headache and lassitude, she sat by the window and watched the people who passed along, her daily occupation. This sitting-room was on the ground floor. In a room above someone was receiving a music lesson. Every now and then the teacher's voice became audible, raised in sharp impatience, and generally accompanied by a clash upon the keys of the piano. At the area gate of the house opposite a servant was talking angrily with a tradesman's errand-boy, who at length put his thumb to his nose with insulting significance and scampered off. Then at the house next to that one there stopped a cab, from which 3 busy-looking men alighted. Cabs full of people were always stopping at that door. Monica wondered what it meant, who might live there. She thought of asking the landlady. Virginia's return aroused her. She went upstairs with her sister into the double-bedded room which they occupied. "What have you heard?" "He went there. He told them everything." "How did Miss Nunn look? How did she speak?" "Oh, she was very, very distant," lamented Virginia. "I don't quite know why she sent for me. She said there would be no use in her coming to see you, and I don't think she ever will. I told her that there was no truth in—" "But how did she look?" asked Monica impatiently. "Not at all well, I thought. She had been away for her holiday, but it doesn't seem to have done her much good." "He went there and told them everything?" "Yes, just after it happened. But he hasn't seen them since that. I could see they believed him. It was no use all that I said. She looked so stern and— Did you ask anything about Mr. Barfoot?" "My dear, I didn't venture to. It was impossible. But I feel quite sure that they must have broken off all intercourse with him. Whatever he may have said, they evidently didn't believe it. Miss Barfoot is away now." "And what did you tell her about me?" "Everything that you said I might, dear." "Nothing else? You are sure?" Virginia coloured, but made asseveration that nothing else had passed her lips. "It wouldn't have mattered if you had," said Monica indifferently. "I don't care." The sister, struggling with shame, was irritated by the needlessness of her falsehood. "Then why were you so particular to forbid me, Monica?" "It was better. But I don't care. I don't care for anything. Let them believe and say what they like." "Monica, if I find out at last that you have deceived me—" "Oh, do be quiet!" cried the other wretchedly. "I shall go somewhere and live alone, or die alone. You worry me. I'm tired of it." "You are not very grateful, Monica." "I can't be grateful. You must expect nothing from me. If you keep talking and questioning, I shall go away. I don't care what becomes of me. The sooner I die, the better." Scenes such as this had been frequent lately. The sisters were a great trial to each other's nerves.
Tedium and pain drove Monica to the relief of altercation, and Virginia, through her secret vice, was losing all self-control. They wrangled, wailed, talked of parting, and only became quiet when their emotions had exhausted them. Yet no ill feeling resulted from these disputes. Virginia had a rooted faith in her sister's innocence. When angry, she only tried to provoke Monica into a full explanation of the mystery, so insoluble by unaided conjecture. And Monica, say what she might, repaid this confidence with profound gratitude. Strangely, she had come to view herself as not only innocent of the specific charge brought against her, but as a woman in every sense maligned. So utterly void of significance, from her present point of view, was all that had passed between her and Bevis. One reason for this lay in the circumstance that, when exchanging declarations with her lover, she was ignorant of a fact which, had she known it, would have made their meetings impossible. Her husband she could never regard but as a cruel enemy. None the less, nature had set a seal upon their marriage against which the revolt of her heart was powerless. If she lived to bear a child, that child would be his. Widdowson, when he heard of her condition, would declare it the final proof of infidelity, and this injustice it was that exclusively occupied her mind. On this account she could think only of the accusation which connected her name with Barfoot's. All else was triviality. Had there been no slightest ground for imputation upon her conduct, she could not have resented more vigorously her husband's refusal to acquit her of dishonour. On the following day, after their early dinner, Monica unexpectedly declared that she must go out. "Come with me. We'll go into the town." "But you refused to go out this morning when it was fine," complained Virginia. "And now you can see it will rain." "Then I shall go alone." The sister at once started up. "No, no, I'm quite ready. Where do you wish—" "Anywhere out of this dead place. We'll go by train and walk from Victoria, anywhere. To the Abbey, if you like." "You must be very careful not to catch cold, after all this time that you haven't left the house." Monica cut short the admonition and dressed herself with feverish impatience. As they set forth, drops of rain had begun to fall, but Monica would not hear of waiting. The journey by train made her nervous, but affected her spirits favourably. At Victoria it rained so heavily that they could not go out into the street. "It doesn't matter. There's plenty to see here. Let us walk about and look at things. We'll buy something at the bookstall to take back." As they turned again towards the platform, Monica was confronted by a face which she at once recognized, though it had changed noticeably in the 18 months since she last saw it. The person was Miss Eade, her old acquaintance at the shop. But the girl no longer dressed as in those days. Cheap finery of the loudest description arrayed her form, and it needed little scrutiny to perceive that her thin cheeks were artificially reddened. The surprise of the meeting was not Monica's only reason for evincing embarrassment. Seeing that Miss Eade was uncertain whether to make a sign of acquaintance, she felt it would be wiser to go by. But this was not permitted. As they were passing each other, the girl bent her head and whispered, "I want to speak to you. Just a minute." Virginia perceived the communication, and looked in surprise at her sister. "It's one of the girls from Walworth Road," said Monica. "Just walk on. I'll meet you at the bookstall." "But, my dear, she doesn't look respectable." "Go on. I won't be a minute." Monica motioned to Miss Eade, who followed her towards a more retired spot. "You have left the shop?" "Left, I should think so. Nearly a year ago. I told you I shouldn't stand it much longer. Are you married?" "Yes." Monica did not understand why the girl should eye her so suspiciously. "You are?" said Miss Eade. "Nobody that I know, I suppose?" "Quite a stranger to you." The other made an unpleasant click with her tongue, and looked vaguely about her. Then she remarked inconsequently that she was waiting the arrival of her brother by train. "He's a traveller for a West End shop, makes 500 a year. I keep house for him, because of course he's a widower." The "of course" puzzled Monica for a moment, but she remembered that it was an unmeaning expletive much used by people of Miss Eade's education. However, the story did not win her credence. By this time her disagreeable surmises had too much support.
Was there anything you wished particularly to speak about? You haven't seen nothing of Mr. Bullivant? To what a remote period of her life this name seemed to recall Monica. She glanced quickly at the speaker, and again detected suspicion in her eyes. I have neither seen nor heard of him since I left Walworth Road. Isn't he still there? Not he. He went about the same time you did, and nobody knew where he hid himself. Hid? Why should he hide? I only mean he got out of sight somewheres. I thought perhaps you might have come across him. No, I haven't. Now I must say good-bye. That lady is waiting for me. Miss Eade nodded, but immediately altered her mind and checked Monica as she was turning away. You wouldn't mind telling me what your married name may be? That really doesn't concern you, Miss Eade, replied the other stiffly. I must go. If you don't tell me, I'll follow you till I find out and chance it. The change from tolerable civility to coarse insolence was so sudden that Monica stood in astonishment. There was unconcealed malignity in the gaze fixed upon her. What do you mean? What interest have you in learning my name? The girl brought her face near, and snarled in the true voice of the pavement. Is it a name as you're ashamed to let out? Monica walked away to the bookstall. When she had joined her sister, she became aware that Miss Eade was keeping her in sight. Let us buy a book, she said, and go home again. The rain won't stop. They selected a cheap volume, and having their return tickets, moved towards the departure platform. Before she could reach the gates, Monica heard Miss Eade's voice just behind her. It had changed again, and the appealing note reminded her of many conversations in Walworth Road. Do tell me. I beg your pardon for being rude. Don't go without telling me. The meaning of this importunity had already flashed upon Monica, and now she felt a slight pity for the tawdry, abandoned creature, in whom there seemed to survive that hopeless passion of old days. My name, she said abruptly, is Mrs. Widdowson. Are you telling me the truth? I have told you what you wish to know. I can't talk, and you don't really know nothing about him. Nothing whatever. Miss Eade moved sullenly away, not more than half convinced. Long after Monica's disappearance she strayed about the platform and the approaches to the station. Her brother was slow in arriving. Once or twice she held casual colloquy with men who also stood waiting, perchance for their sisters, and ultimately one of these was kind enough to offer her refreshment, which she graciously accepted. Rhoda Nunn would have classed her and mused about her, a not unimportant type of the odd woman. After this Monica frequently went out, always accompanied by her sister. It happened more than once that they saw Widdowson, who walked past the house at least every other day. He didn't approach them, and had he done so Monica would have kept an obstinate silence. For more than a fortnight he had not written to her. At length there came a letter, merely a repetition of his former appeals. I hear, he wrote, that your elder sister is coming to London. Why should she live here in lodgings, when a comfortable house is at the disposal of you all? Let me entreat you again to go to Clevedon. The furniture shall be moved any moment you wish. I solemnly promise not to molest you in any way, not even by writing. It shall be understood that business makes it necessary for me to live in London. For your sister's sake, do accept this offer. If I could see you in private, I should be able to give you a very good reason why your sister Virginia would benefit by the change. Perhaps you yourself know of it. Do answer me, Monica. Never again will I refer by word or look to what has passed. I am anxious only to put an end to the wretched life that you are leading. Do go to the house at Clevedon, I implore you. It was not the first time that he had hinted darkly at a benefit that might accrue to Virginia if she left London. Monica had no inkling of what he meant. She showed her sister this communication, and asked if she could understand the passage which concerned her. I haven't the least idea, Virginia replied, her hand trembling as she held the paper. I can only suppose that he thinks that I am not looking well. The letter was burnt, as all the others had been, no answer vouchsafed. Virginia's mind seemed to waver with regard to the proposed settlement at Clevedon. Occasionally she had urged Monica, with extreme persistence, to accept what was offered. At other times, as now for instance, she said nothing. Yet Alice had written beseeching her to use all means for Monica's persuasion. Miss Madden infinitely preferred the thought of dwelling at Clevedon, however humble the circumstances had been, to that of coming back into London lodgings while she sought for a new engagement. The situation she was about to quit had proved more laborious than any in her experience. At first merely a governess, she had gradually become children's nurse as well, and for the past 3 months had been expected to add the tenets of a chronic invalid to her other duties. Not a day's holiday since she came. She was broken down and utterly woebegone. But Monica could not be moved. She refused to go again under her husband's roof until he had stated that his charge against her was absolutely unfounded. This concession went beyond Widdowson's power. He would forgive, but still declined to stultify himself by a statement that could have no meaning. To what extent his wife had deceived him might be uncertain, but the deception was a proved fact. Of course it never occurred to him that Monica's demand had a significance which emphasized the name of Barfoot. Had he said, "I am convinced that your relations with Barfoot were innocent," he would have seemed to himself to be acquitting her of all criminality, whereas Monica, from her point of view, illogically supposed that he might credit her on this one issue without overthrowing all the evidence that declared her untrustworthy. In short, she expected him to read a riddle which there was scarcely a possibility of his understanding. Alice was in correspondence with the gloomy husband. She had promised him to use every effort to gain Monica's confidence. Perhaps, as the eldest sister, she might succeed where Virginia had failed. Her faith in Monica's protestations had been much shaken by the item of intelligence which Virginia secretly communicated. She thought it too likely that her unhappy sister saw no refuge from disgrace but in stubborn denial of guilt. And in the undertaking that was before her, she had no hope save through the influence of religion, with her a much stronger force than with either of the others. Her arrival was expected on the last day of September. The evening before, Monica went to bed soon after 8 o'clock. For a day or two she had suffered greatly, and at length had allowed a doctor to be called. Whenever her sister retired very early, Virginia also went to her own bedroom, saying that she preferred to sit there. The room much surpassed in comfort that which she had occupied at Mrs. Conisbee's. It was spacious, and provided with a couple of very soft armchairs. Having locked her door, Virginia made certain preparations which had nothing to do with natural repose. From the cupboard she brought out a little spirit kettle, and put water to boil. Then from a more private repository were produced a bottle of gin and a sugar-basin, which, together with a tumbler and spoon, found a place on a little table drawn up within reach of the chair where she was going to sit. On the same table lay a novel procured this afternoon from the library. Whilst the water was boiling, Virginia made a slight change of dress, conducive to bodily ease. Finally, having mixed a glass of gin and water, 1/3 only of the diluent, she sat down with one of her frequent sighs and began to enjoy the evening. The last, the very last of such enjoyment, so she assured herself. Alice's presence in the house would render impossible what she had hitherto succeeded in disguising from Monica. Her conscience welcomed the restraint, which was coming none too soon, for her will could no longer be depended upon. If she abstained from strong liquors from 3 or 4 days, it was now a great triumph, yet worthless, for even in abstaining she knew that the hour of indulgence had only been postponed. A fit of unendurable depression soon drove her to the only resource which had immediate efficacy. The relief, she knew, was another downward step, but presently she would find courage to climb back again up to the sure ground. Save for her trouble on Monica's account, the temptation would already have been conquered. And now Alice's arrival made courage a mere necessity. Her bottle was all but empty. She would finish it tonight, and in the morning, as her custom was, take it back to the grocer's in her little handbag. How convenient that this kind of thing could be purchased at the grocer's! In the beginning she had chiefly made use of railway refreshment rooms. Only on rare occasions did she enter a public-house, and always with the bitterest sense of degradation. To sit comfortably at home, the bottle beside her and a novel on her lap, was an avoidance of the worst shame attaching to this vice. She went to bed, and in the morning— the morning brought its punishment, but she incurred no risk of being detected. Brandy had first of all been her drink, as is generally the case with women of the educated class. There are so many plausible excuses for taking a drop of brandy. But it cost too much. Whisky she had tried and did not like. Finally she had recourse to gin, which was palatable and very cheap. The name, debased by such foul associations, still confused her when she uttered it. As a rule she wrote it down in a list of groceries which she handed over the counter. Tonight she drank her first glass quickly. A consuming thirst was upon her. By 8:30 the second was gently steaming at her elbow. At 9 she had mixed the third. It must last a long time, for the bottle was now empty. The novel entertained her, but she often let her thoughts stray from it. She reflected with exultation that tonight's indulgence was her very last. On the morrow she would be a new woman. Alice and she would devote themselves to their poor sister, and never rest till they had restored her to a life of dignity. This was a worthy, a noble task. Success in it must need minister to her own peace. Before long they would all be living at Clevedon, a life of ideal contentment. It was no longer necessary to think of the school, but she would exert herself for the moral instruction of young women, on the principles inculcated by Rhoda Nunn. The page before her was no longer legible. The book dropped from her lap. Why this excited her laughter she could not understand, but she laughed for a long time, until her eyes were dim with tears. It might be better to go to bed. What was the hour? She tried vainly to read her watch, and again laughed at such absurd incapacity. Then, surely that was a knock at her door. Yes, it was repeated, with a distinct calling of her name. She endeavoured to stand up. "Miss Madden!" It was the landlady's voice. "Miss Madden, are you in bed yet?" Virginia succeeded in reaching the door. "What is it?" Another voice spoke. "It is I, Virginia. I have come this evening instead of tomorrow. Please let me come in." "Alice? You can't. I'll come. Wait downstairs." She was still able to understand the situation, and able, she thought, to speak coherently, to disguise her condition. The things on the table must be put out of sight. In trying to do this, she upset her glass and knocked the empty bottle onto the floor. But in a few minutes bottle, glass, and spirit kettle were hidden away. The sugar basin she lost sight of. It still remained in its former place. Then she opened the door, and with uncertain step went out into the passage. "Alice?" she called aloud. At once both her sisters appeared, coming out of Monica's chamber. Monica had partly dressed herself. "Why have you come tonight?" Virginia exclaimed, in a voice which seemed to her own ears perfectly natural. She tottered, and was obliged to support herself against the wall. The light from her room fell full upon her, and Alice, who had stepped forward to give her a kiss, not only saw, but smelt, that something very strange was the matter. The odour proceeding from the bedroom, and that of Virginia's breath, left small doubt as to the cause of delay in giving admittance. Whilst Alice stood bewildered, Monica received an illumination which instantly made clear to her many things in Virginia's daily life. At the same moment she understood those mysterious hints concerning her sister in Widdowson's letters. "Come into the room," she said abruptly. "Come, Virgie." "I don't understand. Why has Alice come tonight? What's the time?" Monica took hold of the tottering woman's arm and drew her out of the passage. The cold air had produced its natural effect upon Virginia, who now with difficulty supported herself. "Oh, Virgie!" cried the eldest sister, when the door was closed. "What is the matter? What does it mean?" Already she had been shedding tears at the meeting with Monica, and now distress overcame her. She sobbed and lamented. "What have you been doing, Virgie?" asked Monica with severity. "Doing? I feel a little faint. Surprise. Didn't expect—" "Sit down at once. You are disgusting. Look, Alice." She pointed to the sugar basin on the table. Then, after a rapid glance round the room, she went to the cupboard and threw the door open. "I thought so. Look, Alice. And to think I never suspected this. It has been going on a long time. Oh, a long time. She was doing it at Mrs. Coinsbee's before I was married. I remember smelling spirits." Virginia was making efforts to rise. "What are you talking about?" she exclaimed in a thick voice, and with a countenance which was changing from dazed astonishment to anger. "It's only when I feel faint. Do you suppose I drink? Where's Alice? Wasn't Alice here?" "Oh, Virgie, what does it mean? How could you?" "Go to bed at once, Virginia," said Monica. "We're ashamed of you. Go back into my room, Alice, and I'll get her to bed." Ultimately this was done. With no slight trouble Monica persuaded her sister to undress, and got her into a recumbent position, Virginia all the time protesting that she had perfect command of her faculties, that she needed no help whatever, and was utterly at a loss to comprehend the insults directed against her. "Lie still, and go to sleep," was Monica's last word, uttered contemptuously. She extinguished the lamp and returned to her own room, where Alice was still weeping. The unexpected arrival had already been explained to Monica. Sudden necessity for housing a visitor had led to the proposition that Miss Madden, for her last night, should occupy a servant's bedroom. Glad to get away, Alice chose the alternative of leaving the house at once. It had been arranged that she should share Virginia's room, but tonight this did not seem advisable. "Tomorrow," said Monica, "we must talk to her very seriously. I believe she has been drinking like that night after night. It explains the look she always has the first thing in the morning. Could you have imagined anything so disgraceful?" But Alice had softened towards the erring woman. "You must remember what her life has been, dear. I'm afraid loneliness is very often a cause." "She needn't have been lonely. She refused to come and live at Herne Hill, and now of course I understand why. Mrs. Conisbee must have known about it, and it was her duty to tell me. Mr. Widdowson had found out somehow, I feel sure." She explained the reason of this belief. "You know what it all points to," said Miss Madden, drying her sallow, pimpled cheeks. "You must do as your husband wishes, dearest. We must go to Clevedon. There the poor girl will be out of temptation." "You and Virgie may go." "You too, Monica. My dear sister, it is your duty." "Don't use that word to me," exclaimed the other angrily. "It is not my duty. It can be no woman's duty to live with a man she hates, or even to make a pretence of living with him." "But, dearest—" "You mustn't begin this tonight, Alice. I have been ill all day, and now my head is aching terribly. Go downstairs and eat the supper they have laid for you." "I couldn't touch a morsel," sobbed Miss Madden. "Oh, everything is too dreadful. Life is too hard." Monica had returned to bed, and lay there with her face half hidden against the pillow. "If you don't want any supper," she said in a moment, "please go and tell them, so that they needn't sit up for you." Alice obeyed. When she came up again, her sister was, or pretended to be, asleep. Even the noise made by bringing luggage into the room did not cause her to move. Having sat in despondency for a while, Miss Madden opened one of her boxes, and sought in it for the Bible which it was her custom to make use of every night. She read in the book for about half an hour, then covered her face with her hands, and prayed silently. This was her refuge from the barrenness and bitterness of life. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women, by George Gissing. Chapter 29. Confession and Counsel. The sisters did not exchange a word until morning, but both of them lay long awake. Monica was the first to lose consciousness. She slept for about an hour. Then the pains of a horrid dream disturbed her, and again she took up the burden of thought. Such waking after brief broken sleep, when mind and body are beset by weariness, yet cannot rest, when night with its awful hush and its mysterious movements makes a strange, dread habitation for the spirit. Such waking is a grim trial of human fortitude. The blood flows sluggishly, yet subject to sudden tremors that chill the veins and for an instant choke the heart. Purpose is idle, the will impure. Over the past hangs a shadow of remorse, and life that must yet be lived shows lurid, a steep pathway to the hopeless grave. Of this cup Monica drank deeply. A fear of death compassed her about. Night after night it had thus haunted her. In the daytime she could think of death with resignation, as a refuge from miseries of which she saw no other end. But this hour of silent darkness shook her with terrors. Reason availed nothing, its exercise seemed criminal. The old faiths, never abandoned, though modified by the breath of intellectual freedom that had just touched her, reasserted all their power. She saw herself as a wicked woman in the eye of truth not less wicked than her husband declared her, a sinner stubborn in impenitence, defending herself by a paltry ambiguity that had all the evil of a direct lie. Her soul trembled in its nakedness. What redemption could there be for her? What path of spiritual health was discoverable? She could not command herself to love the father of her child. The repugnance with which she regarded him seemed to her a sin against nature. Yet how was she responsible for it? Would it profit her to make confession and be humbled before him? The confession must some day be made, if only for her child's sake. But she foresaw in it no relief of mind. Of all human beings her husband was the one least fitted to console and strengthen her. She cared nothing for his pardon, from his love she shrank. But if there were some one to whom she could utter her thoughts with the certainty of being understood. Her sisters had not the sympathetic intelligence necessary for aiding her. Virginia was weaker than she herself, and Alice dealt only in sorrowful commonplaces, profitable perhaps to her own heart, but powerless over the trouble of another's. Among the few people she had called her friends, there was one strong woman, strong of brain, and capable, it might be, of speaking the words that go from soul to soul. This woman she had deeply offended, yet owing to mere mischance. Whether or no Rhoda Nunn had lent ear to Barfoot's wooing, she must be gravely offended. She had given proof of it in the interview reported by Virginia. The scandal spread abroad by Widdowson might even have been fatal to a happiness of which she had dreamt. To Rhoda Nunn some form of reparation was owing, and might not an avowal of the whole truth elicit from her counsel of gratitude, some solace, some guidance? Amid the tremors of night, Monica felt able to take this step, for the mere chance of comfort that it offered. But when day came, the resolution had vanished, shame and pride again compelled her to silence. And this morning she had new troubles to think about. Virginia was keeping her room, would admit no one, answered every whisper of appeal with brief, vague words that signified anything or nothing. The others breakfasted in gloom that harmonized only too well with the heavy dripping sky visible from their windows. Only at midday did Alice succeed in obtaining speech with her remorseful sister. They were closeted together for more than an hour, and the elder woman came forth at last with red, tear-swollen eyes. "We must leave her alone to-day," she said to Monica. "She won't take any meal. Oh, the wretched state she is in! If only I could have known of this before." "Has it been going on for very long?" "It began soon after she went to live at Mrs. Conisbee's. She has told me all about it. Poor girl, poor thing! Whether she can ever break herself of it, who knows? She says that she will take the pledge of total abstinence, and I encouraged her to do so. It may be some use, don't you think?" "Perhaps. I don't know." "But I have no faith in her reforming unless she goes away from London. She thinks herself that only a new life in a new place will give her the strength. My dear, at Mrs. Conisbee's she starved herself to have money to buy spirits. She went about without any food but dry bread day after day." "Of course that made it worse. She must have craved for support." "Of course. And your husband knows about it. He came once when she was in that state, when you were away." Monica nodded sullenly, her eyes averted. "Her life has been so dreadfully unhealthy. She seems to have become weak-minded.
All her old interests have gone. She reads nothing but novels day after day." "I have noticed that." "How can we help her, Monica? Won't she make a sacrifice for the poor girl's sake? Cannot I persuade you, dear? Your position has a bad influence on her, I see it has. She worries so about you, and then tries to forget the trouble. You know how."
Not that day nor the next could Monica listen to these entreaties. But her sister at length prevailed. It was late in the evening, Virginia had gone to bed, and the others sat silently without occupation. Miss Madden, after several vain efforts to speak, bent forward and said in a low, grave voice, "Monica, you are deceiving us all. You are guilty."
"Why do you say that?"
"I know it. I have watched you. You betray yourself when you are thinking." The other sat with brows knitted, with hard, defiant lips. "All your natural affection is dead, and only guilt could have caused that. You don't care what becomes of your sister. Only the fear or the evil pride that comes of guilt could make you refuse what we ask of you. You are afraid to let your husband know of your condition." Alice could not have spoken thus had she not believed what she said. The conviction had become irresistible to her mind. Her voice quivered with intensity of painful emotion.
"That last is true,"
said her sister, when there had been silence for a minute.
"You confess it? Oh, Monica!"
"I don't confess what you think," went on the younger, with more calmness than she had yet commanded in these discussions.
"Of that I am not guilty. I am afraid of his knowing, because he will never believe me. I have a proof which would convince any one else, but even if I produced it, it would be no use. I don't think it is possible to persuade him, when once he knows."
"If you were innocent, you would disregard that."
"Listen to me, Alice. If I were guilty, I should not be living here at his expense. I only consented to do that when I knew what my condition was. But for this thing I should have refused to accept another penny from him. I should have drawn upon my own money until I was able to earn my own living again. If you won't believe this, it shows you know nothing of me. Your reading of my face is all foolishness."
"I would to God I was sure of what you say," moaned Miss Madden, with vehemence which seemed extraordinary in such a feeble, flabby person.
"You know that I told my husband lies," exclaimed Monica. "So you think that I am never to be trusted. I did tell him lies. I can't deny it, and I am ashamed of it. But I am not a deceitful woman. I can say that boldly. I love the truth better than falsehood. If it weren't for that, I should never have left home. A deceitful woman, in my circumstances—you don't understand them—would have cheated her husband into forgiving her. Such a husband as mine. She would have calculated the most profitable course. I left my husband because it was hateful to me to be with a man for whom I had lost every trace of affection. In keeping away from him I am acting honestly. But I have told you that I am also afraid of his making a discovery. I want him to believe when the time comes—" She broke off. "Then, Monica, you ought to make known to him what you have been concealing. If you are telling the truth, that confession can't be anything very dreadful." "Alice, I am willing to make an agreement. If my husband will promise never to come near Clevedon till I send for him, I will go and live there with you in Virgie." "He has promised that, darling," cried Miss Madden delightedly. "Not to me. He has only said that he will make his home in London for a time. That means he would come whenever he wished, if it were only to speak to you in Virgie. But he must undertake never to come near until I give him permission. If he will promise this and keep his word, I pledge myself to let him know the whole truth in less than a year. Whether I live or die, he shall be told the truth in less than a year." Before going to bed, Alice wrote and dispatched a few lines to Widdowson, requesting an interview with him as soon as possible. She would come to his house at any hour he liked to appoint. The next afternoon brought a reply, and that same evening Miss Madden went to Herne Hill.
As a result of what passed there, a day or two saw the beginning of the long-contemplated removal to Clevedon. Widdowson found a lodging in the neighbourhood of his old home. He had engaged never to cross the bounds of Somerset until he received his wife's permission. As soon as this compact was established, Monica wrote to Miss Nunn. A short, submissive letter. I am about to leave London, and before I go I very much wish to see you. Will you allow me to call at some hour when I could speak to you in private? There is something I must make known to you, and I cannot write it. After a day's interval came the reply, which was still briefer. Miss Nunn would be at home at 8:30 this or the next evening. Monica's announcement that she must go out alone after nightfall alarmed her sisters. When told that her visit was to Rhoda Nunn, they were somewhat relieved, but Alice begged to be permitted to accompany her. "It'll be lost trouble," Monica declared. "More likely than not there is a spy waiting to follow me wherever I go. Your assurance that I really went to Miss Barfoot's won't be needed." When the others still opposed her purpose, she passed from irony to anger. "Have you undertaken to save him the expense of private detectives? Have you promised never to let me go out of your sight?" "Certainly I have not," said Alice. "Nor I, dear," protested Virginia. "He has never asked anything of the kind." "Then you may be sure that the spies are still watching me. Let them have something to do, poor creatures. I shall go alone, so you needn't say any more." She took the train to York Road Station, and thence, as the night was fine, walked to Chelsea. This semblance of freedom, together with the sense of having taken a courageous resolve, raised her spirits. She hoped that a detective might be tracking her. The futility of such measures afforded her a contemptuous satisfaction. Not to arrive before the appointed hour, she loitered on Chelsea Embankment, and it gave her pleasure to reflect that in doing this she was outraging the proprieties. Her mind was in a strange tumult of rebellious and distrustful thoughts. She had determined on making a confession to Rhoda, but would she benefit by it? Was Rhoda generous enough to appreciate her motives? It did not matter much. She would have discharged a duty at the expense of such shame, and this fact alone might strengthen her to face the miseries beyond. As she stood at Miss Barfoot's door, her heart quailed. To the servant who opened she could only speak Miss Nunn's name. Fortunately instructions had been given, and she was straightway led to the library. Here she waited for nearly 5 minutes. Was Rhoda doing this on purpose? Her face, when at length she entered, made it seem probable. A cold dignity, only not offensive haughtiness, appeared in her bearing. She did not offer to shake hands, and used no form of civility beyond requesting her visitor to be seated. "I am going away," Monica began, when silence compelled her to speak. "Yes, so you told me." "I can see that you can't understand why I've come." "Your note only said that you wished to see me." Their eyes met, and Monica knew in the moment that succeeded that she was being examined from head to foot. It seemed to her that she had undertaken something beyond her strength. Her impulse was to invent a subject of brief conversation and escape into the darkness. But Miss Nunn spoke again. "Is it possible that I can be of any service to you?" "Yes, you might be. But I find it is very difficult to say what I—" Rhoda waited, offering no help whatever, not even that of a look expressing interest. "Will you tell me, Miss Nunn, why you behave so coldly to me?" "Surely that doesn't need any explanation, Mrs. Widdowson." "You mean that you believe everything Mr. Widdowson has said?" "Mr. Widdowson has said nothing to me, but I have seen your sister, and there seemed no reason to doubt what she told me." "She couldn't tell you the truth, because she doesn't know it." "I presume she at least told no untruth." "What did Virginia say? I think I have a right to ask that." Rhoda appeared to doubt it. She turned her eyes to the nearest bookcase, and for a moment reflected. "Your affairs don't really concern me, Mrs. Widdowson," she said at length. "They have been forced upon my attention, and perhaps I regard them from a wrong point of view. Unless you have come to defend yourself against a false accusation, is there any profit in our talking of these things?"
"I have come for that." "Then I am not so unjust as to refuse to hear you." "My name has been spoken of together with Mr. Barfoot's. This is wrong. It began from a mistake." Monica could not shape her phrases. Hastening to utter the statement that would relieve her from Miss Nunn's personal displeasure, she used the first simple words that rose to her lips. "When I went to Bayswater that day I had no thought of seeing Mr. Barfoot. I wished to see someone else." The listener manifested more attention. She could not mistake the signs of sincerity in Monica's look and speech. "Someone," she asked coldly, "who was living with Mr. Barfoot?" "No, someone in the same building, in another flat. When I knocked at Mr. Barfoot's door, I knew, or I felt sure, no one would answer. I knew Mr. Barfoot was going away that day, going into Cumberland." Rhoda's look was fixed on the speaker's countenance. "You knew he was going to Cumberland?" she asked in a slow, careful voice. "He told me so. I met him quite by chance the day before." "Where did you meet him?" "Near the flats," Monica answered, colouring. "He had just come out. I saw him come out. I had an appointment there that afternoon, and I walked a short way with him, so that he shouldn't—" Her voice failed. She saw that Rhoda Nunn had begun to mistrust her, to think that she was elaborating falsehoods. The burdensome silence was broken by Miss Nunn's saying repellently, "I haven't asked for your confidence, remember." "No, and if you try to imagine what it means for me to be speaking like this, I am not shameless. I have suffered a great deal before I could bring myself to come here and tell you. If you were more human, if you tried to believe—" The agitation which found utterance in these words had its effect upon Rhoda. In spite of herself she was touched by the note of womanly distress. "Why have you come? Why do you tell me this?" "Because it isn't only that I have been falsely accused. I felt that I must tell you that Mr. Barfoot had never—that there was nothing between us. What has he said? How did he meet the charge Mr. Widdowson made against him?" "Simply by denying it." "Hasn't he wished to appeal to me?" "I don't know. I haven't heard of his expressing such a wish. I can't see that you are called upon to make any trouble about Mr. Barfoot. He ought to be able to protect his own reputation." "Has he done so?" Monica asked eagerly. "Did you believe him when he denied?" "But what does it matter whether I believed him or not?" "He would think it mattered a great deal." "Mr. Barfoot would think so. Why?" "He told me how much he wished to have your good opinion. That is what we used to talk about. I don't know why he took me into his confidence. It happened first of all when we were going by train, the same train by chance, after we had both been calling here. He asked me many questions about you, and at last said that he loved you, or something that meant the same." Rhoda's eyes had fallen. "After that," pursued Monica, "we several times spoke of you. We did so when we happened to meet near his rooms, as I have told you. He told me he was going to Cumberland with the hope of seeing you, and I understood him to mean he wished to ask you—" The sudden and great change in Miss Nunn's expression checked the speaker. Scornful austerity had given place to a smile, stern indeed, but exultant. There was warmth upon her face, her lips moved and relaxed, she altered her position in the chair as if inclined for more intimate colloquy. "There was never more than that between us," pursued Monica with earnestness. "My interest in Mr. Barfoot was only on your account. I hoped that he might be successful, and I have come to you because I feared you would believe my husband, as I see you have done." Rhoda, though she thought it very unlikely that all this should be admirable acting, showed that the explanation had by no means fully satisfied her. Unwilling to put the crucial question, she waited, with gravity which had none of the former harshness, for what else Mrs. Widdowson might choose to say. A look of suffering appeal obliged her to break the silence. "I am very sorry you have laid this task upon yourself." Still Monica looked at her, and at length she murmured, "If only I could know that I had done any good." "But," said Rhoda with a searching glance, "you don't wish me to repeat what you have said?" "It was only for you. I thought If you felt able to let Mr. Barfoot know that you no longer had any—" A flash of stern intelligence shot from the listener's eyes. "You have seen him, then?" she asked with abrupt directness. "Not since." "He has written to you?" Still in the same voice. "Indeed, he has not. Mr. Barfoot never wrote to me. I know nothing whatever about him. No one asked me to come to you. Don't think that. No one knows of what I have been telling you." Again Rhoda was oppressed by the difficulty of determining how much credit was due to such assertions. Monica understood her look. "As I have said so much, I must tell you all. It would be dreadful, after this, to go away uncertain whether you believed me or not." Human feeling prompted the listener to declare that she had no doubts left. Yet she could not give utterance to the words. She knew they would sound forced, insincere. Shame at inflicting shame caused her to bend her head. Already she had been silent too long. "I will tell you everything," Monica was saying in low, tremulous tones. "If no one else believes me, you at all events shall. I have not done what—" "No, I can't hear this," Rhoda broke in, the speaker's voice affecting her too powerfully. "I will believe you without this." Monica broke into sobbing. The strain of this last effort had overtaxed her strength. "We won't talk any more of it," said Rhoda, with an endeavour to speak kindly. "You have done all that could be asked of you. I am grateful to you for coming on my account." The other controlled herself. "Will you hear what I have to say, Miss Nunn? Will you hear it as a friend? I wanted to put myself right in your thoughts. I have told no one else. I shall be easier in mind if you will hear me. My husband will know everything before very long, but perhaps I shall not be alive." Something in Miss Nunn's face suggested to Monica that her meaning was understood. Perhaps, notwithstanding her denial, Virginia had told more when she was here than she had permission to make known. "Why should you wish to tell me?" asked Rhoda uneasily. "Because you are so strong. You will say something that will help me. I know you think that I have committed a sin which it is a shame to speak of. That isn't true. If it were true, I should never consent to go and live in my husband's house." "You are returning to him?" "I forgot that I haven't told you." And Monica related the agreement that had been arrived at. When she spoke of the time that must elapse before she would make a confession to her husband, it again seemed to her that Miss Nunn understood. "There is a reason why I consent to be supported by him," she continued. "If it were true that I had sinned as he suspects, I would rather kill myself than pretend still to be his wife. The day before he had me watched, I thought I had left him forever. I thought that if I went back to the house again, it would only be to get a few things that I needed. It was someone who lived in the same building as Mr. Barfoot. You have met him." She raised her eyes for an instant, and they encountered the listener's. Rhoda was at no loss to supply the omitted name. She saw at once how plain things were becoming. "He has left England," pursued Monica in a hurried but clear voice. "I thought then that I should go away with him. But it was impossible. I loved him, or thought I loved him, but I was guiltless of anything more than consenting to leave my husband. Will you believe me?" "Yes, Monica, I do believe you." "If you have any doubt, I can show you a letter he wrote to me from abroad, which will prove—" "I believe you, absolutely." "But let me tell you more. I must explain how the misunderstanding—" Rapidly she recounted the incidents of that fatal Saturday afternoon. At the conclusion her self-command was again overcome. She shed tears, and murmured broken entreaties for kindness. "What shall I do, Miss Nunn? How can I live until— I know it's only for a short time. My wretched life will soon be at an end." "Monica, there is one thing you must remember." The voice was so gentle, though firm, so unlike what she had expected to hear, that the sufferer looked up with grateful attention. "Tell me, give me what help you can." "Life seems so bitter to you that you are in despair. Yet isn't it your duty to live as though some hope were before you?" Monica gazed in uncertainty. "You mean—" she faltered. "I think you will understand. I am not speaking of your husband. Whether you have duties to him or not, I can't say. That is for your own mind and heart to determine. But isn't it true that your health has a graver importance than if you yourself only were concerned?" "Yes, you have understood me." "Isn't it your duty to remember at every moment that your thoughts, your actions, may affect another life, that by heedlessness, by abandoning yourself to despair, you may be the cause of suffering it was in your power to avert?" Herself strongly moved, Rhoda had never spoken so impressively, had never given counsel of such earnest significance. She felt her power in quite a new way, without touch of vanity, without posing or any trivial self-consciousness. When she least expected it, an opportunity had come for exerting the moral influence on which she prided herself, and which she hoped to make the ennobling element of her life. All the better that the case was one calling for courage, for contempt of vulgar reticences. The combative soul in her became stronger when faced by such conditions. Seeing that her words were not in vain, she came nearer to Monica, and spoke yet more kindly. "Why do you encourage that fear of your life coming to an end?" "It's more of a hope than a fear. At most times. I can see nothing before me. I don't wish to live." "That's morbid. It isn't yourself that speaks, but your trouble. You are young and strong, and in a year's time very much of this unhappiness will have passed." "I have felt it like a certainty, as if it had been foretold to me, ever since I knew." "I think it very likely that young wives have often the same dread. It is physical, Monica, and in your case there is so little relief from dark brooding. But again you must think of your responsibility. You will live because the poor little life will need your care." Monica turned her head away and moaned. "I shall not love my child." "Yes, you will. And that love, that duty, is the life to which you must look forward. You have suffered a great deal, but after such sorrow as yours there comes quietness and resignation. Nature will help you." "Oh, if you could give me some of your strength! I have never been able to look at life as you do. I should never have married him if I hadn't been tempted by the thoughts of living easily, and I feared so, that I might always be alone. My sisters are so miserable, it terrified me to think of struggling on through life as they do." "Your mistake was in looking only at the weak women. You had other examples before you. Girls like Miss Vesper and Miss Haven, who live bravely and work hard, and are proud of their place in the world. But it's idle to talk of the past, and just as foolish to speak as if you were sorrowing without hope. How old are you, Monica?" 22. "Well, I am 32, and I don't call myself old. When you have reached my age, I prophesy you will smile at your despair of 10 years ago. At your age one talks so readily of wrecked life and hopeless future, and all that kind of thing. My dear girl, you may live to be one of the most contented and most useful women in England. Your life isn't wrecked at all. Nonsense. You have gone through a storm, that's true, but more likely than not you'll be all the better for it. Don't talk or think about sins. Simply make up your mind that you won't be beaten by trials and hardships. There can there, be the least doubt as to how you ought to live through these next coming months. Your duty is perfectly clear. Strengthen yourself in body and mind. You have a mind, which is more than can be said of a great many women. Think bravely and nobly of yourself. Say to yourself, this and that it is in me to do, and I will do it." Monica bent suddenly forward and took one of her friend's hands, and clung to it. "I knew you could say something that would help me. You have a way of speaking. But it isn't only now. I shall be so far away and so lonely all through the dark winter. Will you write to me?" "Gladly, and tell you all we are doing." Rhoda's voice sank for a moment, her eyes wandered, but she recovered the air of confidence. "We seemed to have lost you, but before long you will be one of us again. I mean, you will be one of the women who are fighting in woman's cause. You will prove by your life that we can be responsible human beings, trustworthy, conscious of purpose." "Tell me, do you think it right for me to live with my husband when I can't even regard him as a friend?" "In that I dare not counsel you. If you can think of him as a friend in time to come, surely it will be better. But here you must guide yourself. You seem to have made a very sensible arrangement, and before long you will see many things more clearly. Try to recover health. Health, that is what you need. Drink in the air of the Severn Sea. It'll be a cordial to you after this stifling London. Next summer I hope I shall be at Cheddar, and then I shall come over to Clevedon, and we shall laugh and talk as if we had never known a care. Ah, if that time will come! But you have done me good. I shall try. She rose. I mustn't forget, said Rhoda, looking at her, that I owe you thanks. You have done what you felt was right in spite of all it cost you, and you have very greatly relieved my mind. Of course, it is all a secret between us. If I make it understood that a doubt is no longer troubling me, I shall never say how it was removed. How I wish I had come before. For your own sake, if I have really helped you, I wish you had. But as for anything else, it is much better as it is. And Rhoda stood with erect head, smiling her smile of liberty. Monica did not dare to ask any question. She moved up to her friend, holding out both hands timidly. Good-bye. Till next summer. They embraced and kissed each other, Monica, when she had withdrawn her hot lips, again murmuring words of gratitude. Then in silence they went together to the house-door, and in silence parted. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women, by George Gissing. Chapter 30. Retreat with Honour. Alighting on his return to London at the Savoy Hotel, Barfoot insensibly prolonged his stay there. For the present he had no need of a more private dwelling. He could not see more than a few days ahead. His next decisive step was as uncertain as it had been during the first few months after his coming back from the East. Meantime he led a sufficiently agreeable life. The Brissendens were not in town, but his growing intimacy with that family had extended his social outlook, and in a direction correspondent with the change in his own circumstances. He was making friends in the world with which he had a natural affinity, that of wealthy and cultured people who seek no prominence, who shrink from contact with the circles known as smart, who possess their souls in quiet freedom. It is a small class, especially distinguished by the charm of its women. Everard had not adapted himself without difficulty to this new atmosphere. From the first he recognized its soothing and bracing quality, but his experiences had accustomed him to an air more rudely vigorous. It was only after those weeks spent abroad in frequent intercourse with the Brissendens that he came to understand the full extent of his sympathy with the social principles these men and women represented. In the houses where his welcome was now assured, he met some 3 or 4 women among whom it would have been difficult to assign the precedence for grace of manner and of mind. These persons were not in declared revolt against the order of things, religious, ethical, or social. That is to say, they did not think it worth while to identify themselves with any movement. They were content with the unopposed right of liberal criticism. They lived placidly, refraining from much that the larger world enjoined, but never aggressive. Everard admired them with increasing fervour. With one exception they were married, and suitably married. That member of the charming group who kept her maiden freedom was Agnes Brissenden, and it seemed to Barfoot that, if preference were at all justified, Agnes should receive the palm. His view of her had greatly changed since the early days of their acquaintance. In fact, he perceived that till of late he had not known her at all. His quick assumption that Agnes was at his disposal if he chose to woo her had been mere fatuity. He misread her perfect simplicity of demeanour, the unconstraint of her intellectual sympathies. What might now be her personal attitude to him he felt altogether uncertain, and the result was a genuine humility such as he had never known. Nor was it Agnes only that subdued his masculine self-assertiveness. Her sisters in grace had scarcely less dominion over him, and at times, as he sat conversing in one of these drawing-rooms, he broke off to marvel at himself, to appreciate the perfection of his own suavity,
the vast advance he had been making in polished humanism. Towards the end of November he learnt that the Brissendens were at their town-house, and a week later he received an invitation to dine with them. Over the luncheon at the hotel, Everard reflected with some gravity, for if he were not mistaken, the hour had come when he must make up his mind on a point too long in suspense. What was Rhoda Nunn doing? He had heard nothing whatever of her. His cousin Mary wrote to him whilst he was at Ostend in a kindly and friendly tone, informing him that his simple assurance with regard to a certain disagreeable matter was all she had desired, and hoping that he would come and see her as usual when he found himself in London. But he had kept away from the house in Queen's Road, and it was probable that Mary did not even know his address. As the result of meditation he went to his sitting-room, and with an air of reluctance sat down to write a letter. It was a request that Mary would let him see her somewhere or other, not at her house. Couldn't they have a talk at the place in Great Portland Street, when no one else was there? Mary Barfoot answered with a brief assent. If he liked to come to Great Portland Street at 3 o'clock on Saturday, she would be awaiting him. On arriving, he inspected the rooms with curiosity. "I have often wished to come here, Mary. Show me over the premises, will you?" "That was your purpose?" "No, not altogether. But you know how your work interests me." Mary complied, and freely answered his various questions. Then they sat down on hard chairs by the fire, and Everard, leaning forward as if to warm his hands, lost no more time in coming to the point. "I want to hear about Miss Nunn." "To hear about her? Pray, what do you wish to hear?" "Is she well?" "Very well indeed." "I'm very glad of that. Does she ever speak of me?" "Let me see. I don't think she has referred to you lately." Everard looked up.
"Don't let us play a comedy, Mary. I want to talk very seriously. Shall I tell you what happened when I went to Seascale?"
"Ah, you went to Seascale, did you?"
"Didn't you know that?" he asked, unable to decide the question from his cousin's face, which was quite friendly, but inscrutable.
"You went when Miss Nunn was there?"
"Of course. You must have known I was going, when I asked you for her Seascale address."
"And what did happen? I should be glad to hear, if you feel at liberty to tell me."
After a pause, Everard began the narrative, but he did not see fit to give it with all the detail which Mary had learnt from her friend. He spoke of the excursion to Wastwater, and of the subsequent meeting on the shore.
"The end of it was that Miss Nunn consented to marry me."
"She consented?"
"That comes as a surprise."
"Please, go on."
"Well, we arranged everything. Rhoda was to stay till the 15 days were over, and the marriage would have been there. But then arrived your letter, and we quarrelled about it. I wasn't disposed to beg and pray for justice. I told Rhoda that her wish for evidence was an insult, that I would take no step to understand Mrs. Widdowson's behaviour. Rhoda was illogical, I think. She did not refuse to take my word, but she wouldn't marry me until the thing was cleared up. I told her that she must investigate it for herself, and so we parted in no very good temper."
Miss Barfoot smiled and mused. Her duty, she now felt convinced, was to abstain from any sort of meddling. These two people must settle their affairs as they chose. To interfere was to incur an enormous responsibility. For what she had already done in that way, Mary reproved herself. "Now, I want to ask you a plain question," Everard resumed. "That letter you wrote to me at Ostend, did it represent Rhoda's mind as well as your own?"
"It's quite impossible for me to say. I didn't know Rhoda's mind."
"Well, perhaps that is a satisfactory answer. It implies, no doubt, that she was still resolved not to concede the point on which I insisted. But since then, has she come to a decision?"
It was necessary to prevaricate. Mary knew of the interview between Miss Nunn and Mrs. Widdowson, knew its result, but she would not hint at this.
"I have no means of judging how she regards you, Everard."
"Is it possible she even thinks me a liar?" I understood you to say that she never refused to believe you." He made a movement of impatience. "Plainly, you will tell me nothing." "I have nothing to tell." "Then I suppose I must see Rhoda. Perhaps she will refuse to admit me." "I can't say, but if she does, her meaning would be unmistakable." "Cousin Mary?" He looked at her and laughed. "I think you will be very glad if she does refuse." She seemed about to reply with some pleasantry, but checked herself and spoke in a serious voice. "No, I have no such feeling. Whatever you both agree upon will satisfy me. So come by all means if you wish. I can have nothing to do with it. You had better write and ask her if she will see you, I should think." Barfoot rose from his seat, and Mary was glad to be released so quickly from a disagreeable situation. For her own part, she had no need to put indiscreet questions. Everard's manner acquainted her quite sufficiently with what was going on in his thoughts. However, he still had something to say. "You think I have behaved rather badly, let us say harshly?" "I am not so foolish as to form any judgment in such a case, cousin Everard." "Speaking as a woman, should you say that Rhoda had reason on her side, in the first instance?" "I think," Mary replied with reluctance, but deliberately, "that she was not unreasonable in wishing to postpone her marriage until she knew what was to be the result of Mrs. Widdowson's indiscreet behaviour." "Well, perhaps she was not," Everard admitted thoughtfully. "And what has been the result?" "I only know that Mrs. Widdowson has left London and gone to live at a house her husband has taken somewhere in the country." "I'm relieved to hear that. By the by, the little lady's indiscreet behaviour is as much a mystery to me as ever." "And to me," Mary replied with an air of indifference. "Why, then, let us take it for granted that I was rather harsh with Rhoda. But suppose she still meets me with the remark that things are just as they were, that nothing has been explained?" "I can't discuss your relations with Miss Nunn." "However, you defend her original action. Be so good as to admit that I can't go to Mrs. Widdowson and request her to publish a statement that I have never—" "I shall admit nothing," interrupted Miss Barfoot rather tartly. "I've advised you to see Miss Nunn, if she is willing, and there's nothing more to be said." "Good. I will write to her."
He did so, in the fewest possible words, and received an answer of equal brevity. In accordance with permission granted, on the Monday evening he found himself once more in his cousin's drawing-room, sitting alone, waiting Miss Nunn's appearance. He wondered how she would present herself, in what costume. Her garb proved to be a plain dress of blue serge, certainly not calculated for effect, but his eye at once distinguished the fact that she had arranged her hair as she wore it when he first knew her, a fashion subsequently abandoned for one that he thought more becoming. They shook hands. Externally, Barfoot was the more agitated, and his embarrassment appeared in the awkward words with which he began. "I had made up my mind never to come until you let me know that I was tried and acquitted. But after all it is better to have reason on one's side." "Much better," replied Rhoda, with a smile which emphasized her ambiguity. She sat down, and he followed her example. Their relative positions called to mind many a conversation they had held in this room. Barfoot—he wore evening dress—settled in the comfortable chair as though he were an ordinary guest. "I suppose you would never have written to me?" "Never," she answered quietly. "Because you are too proud, or because the mystery is still a mystery?" "There is no longer any mystery." Everard made a movement of surprise. "Indeed? You have discovered what it all meant?" "Yes, I know what it all meant." "Can you gratify my not unnatural curiosity?" "I can say nothing about it, except that I know how the misunderstanding arose." Rhoda was betraying the effort it had cost her to seem so self-possessed when she entered. Her colour had deepened, and she spoke hurriedly, unevenly. And it didn't occur to you that it would be a kindness, not inconsistent with your dignity, to make me in some way acquainted with this fact?
I feel no uneasiness on your account.
Everard laughed. Splendidly frank, as of old. You really didn't care in the least how much I suffered?
You misunderstand me. I felt sure that you didn't suffer at all.
Ah, I see. You imagined me calm in the assurance that I should some day be justified.
I had every reason for imagining it, rejoined Rhoda. Otherwise you would have given some sign. Of course, he had deeply offended her by his persistent silence. He had intended to do so first of all, and afterwards had thought it might be as well. Now that he had got over the difficulty of the meeting, he enjoyed his sense of security. How the interview would end he knew not, but on his side there would be nothing hasty, unconsidered, merely emotional. Had Rhoda any new revelation of personality within her resources? That was the question. If so, he would be pleased to observe it. If not, why, it was the only end to which he had long ago looked forward. "It was not for me to give any sign," he remarked. "Yet you have said that it is well to have reason on one's side." Perhaps a softer note allowed itself to be detected in these words. In any case, they were not plainly ironical.
"Admit, then, that an approach was due from me. I have made it. I am here."
Rhoda said nothing. Yet she had not an air of expectancy. Her eye was grave, rather sad, as though for the moment she had forgotten what was at issue, and had lost herself in remoter thought. Regarding her, Everard felt a nobility in her countenance which amply justified all that he had ever felt and said. But was there anything more? Any new power?
"So we go back," he pursued, "to our day at Wastwater. The perfect day, wasn't it?"
"I shall never wish to forget it," said Rhoda reflectively.
"And we stand as when we quitted each other that night. Do we?"
She glanced at him. "I think not."
"Then what is the difference?"
He waited some seconds, and repeated the question before Rhoda answered. "You are conscious of no difference?" she said.
"Months have lapsed. We are different because we are older. But you speak as if you were conscious of some greater change."
"Yes, you are changed noticeably. I thought I knew you. Perhaps I did. Now I should have to learn you all over again. It is difficult, you see, for me to keep pace with you. Your opportunities are so much wider."
This was puzzling. Did it signify mere jealousy, or a profounder view of things?
Her voice had something even of pathos, as though she uttered a simple thought, without caustic intention.
"I try not to waste my life," he answered seriously. "I have made new acquaintances."
"Will you tell me about them?"
"Tell me first about yourself. You say you would never have written to me. That means, I think, that you never loved me. When you found that I had been wrongly suspected, and you suspected me yourself, say what you will, if you had loved me, you would have asked forgiveness."
"I have a like reason for doubting your love. If you had loved me, you could never have waited so long without trying to remove the obstacle that was between us."
"It was you who put the obstacle there," said Everard, smiling.
"No, an unlucky chance did that. Or a lucky one. Who knows?" He began to think, if this woman had enjoyed the social advantages to which Agnes Brissenden and those others were doubtless indebted for so much of their charm, would she not have been their equal, or more? For the first time he compassionated Rhoda. She was brave, and circumstances had not been kind to her. At this moment was she not contending with herself? Was not her honesty, her dignity, struggling against the impulses of her heart? Rhoda's love had been worth more than his, and it would be her one love in life. A fatuous reflection, perhaps, yet every moment's observation seemed to confirm it.
"Well now," he said, "there's the question which we must decide. If you incline to think that the chance was fortunate—"
She would not speak. "We must know each other's mind." "Ah, that is so difficult," Rhoda murmured, just raising her hand and letting it fall. "Yes, unless we give each other help. Let us imagine ourselves back at Seascale, down by the waves. How cold and grim it must be there tonight. I repeat what I said then. Rhoda, will you marry me?" She looked fixedly at him. "You didn't say that then." "What do the words matter?" "That was not what you said." He watched the agitation of her features, until his gaze seemed to compel her to move. She stepped towards the fireplace, and moved a little screen that stood too near the fender. "Why do you want me to repeat exactly what I said?" Everard asked, rising and following her. "You speak of the perfect day. Didn't the day's perfection end before there was any word of marriage?" He looked at her with surprise. She had spoken without turning her face towards him. It was visible now only by the glow of the fire. Yes, what she said was true, but a truth which he had neither expected nor desired to hear. Had the new revelation prepared itself? "Who first used the word, Rhoda?" "Yes, I did." There was silence. Rhoda stood unmoving, the fire's glow upon her face, and Barfoot watched her. "Perhaps," he said at length, "I was not quite serious when I—" She turned sharply upon him, a flash of indignation in her eyes. "Not quite serious? Yes, I have thought that. And were you quite serious in anything you said?" "I loved you," he answered curtly, answering her steady look. "Yet wanted to see whether—" She could not finish the sentence. Her throat quivered. "I loved you, that's all. And I believe I still love you." Rhoda turned to the fire again. "Will you marry me?" he asked, moving a step nearer. "I think you are not quite serious." "I have asked you twice. I ask for the third time." "I won't marry you with the forms of marriage," Rhoda answered in an abrupt, harsh tone. "Now it is you who play with a serious matter." "You said we had both changed. I see now that our perfect day was marred by my weakness at the end. If you wish to go back in imagination to that summer night, restore everything. Only let me be what now I am." Everard shook his head. "Impossible. It must be then or now for both of us." "Legal marriage," she said, glancing at him, "has acquired some new sanction for you since then?" "On the whole, perhaps it has." "Naturally. But I shall never marry, so we will speak no more of it." As if finally dismissing the subject, she walked to the opposite side of the hearth, and there turned towards her companion with a cold smile. "In other words, then, you have ceased to love me?" "Yes, I no longer love you." "Yet if I had been willing to revive that fantastic idealism, as you thought it—" She interrupted him sternly. "What was it?" "Oh, a kind of idealism, undoubtedly. I was so bent on making sure that you loved me." She laughed. "After all, the perfection of our day was half make-believe. You never loved me with entire sincerity. And you will never love any woman, even as well as you loved me." "Upon my soul, I believe it, Rhoda. And even now—" "And even now it is just possible for us to say good-bye with something like friendliness. But not if you talk longer. Don't let us spoil it. Things are so straight and clear." A threatened sob made her break off, but she recovered herself and offered him her hand. He walked all the way back to his hotel, and the cold, clammy night restored his equanimity. A fortnight later, sending a Christmas present with greetings to Mr. and Mrs. Micklethwaite, he wrote thus: "I am about to do my duty, as you put it, that is, to marry. The name of my future wife is Miss Agnes Brissenden. It'll be in March, I think. But I shall see you before then. and give you a fuller account of myself.
End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Odd Women. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Odd Women, by George Gissing. Chapter 31. A New Beginning. Widdowson tried 2 or 3 lodgings. He settled at length in a small house at Hampstead, occupying 2 plain rooms. Here, at long intervals, his friend Newdick came to see him, but no one else. He had brought with him a selection of solid books from his library, and over these the greater part of each day was spent. Not that he studied with any zeal. Reading, and of a kind that demanded close attention, was his only resource against melancholia. He knew not how else to occupy himself. Adam Smith's classical work, perused with laborious thoroughness, gave him employment for a couple of months. Subsequently he plodded through all the volumes of Hallam. His landlady and the neighbours who were at leisure to observe him when he went out for his 2 hours' walk in the afternoon took him for an old gentleman of 65 or so. He no longer held himself upright, and when out of doors seldom raised his eyes from the ground. Grey streaks had begun to brindle his hair, his face grew yellower and more deeply furrowed. Of his personal appearance, even of cleanliness, he became neglectful, and occasionally it happened that he lay in bed all through the morning, reading, dozing, or in a state of mental vacuity. It was long since he had seen his relative, the sprightly widow, but he had heard from her. On the point of leaving England for her summer holiday, Mrs. Luke sent him a few lines, urging him, in the language of the world, to live more sensibly, and let his wife "have her head" now and then. It would be better for both of them. Then followed the time of woe, and for many weeks he gave no thought to Mrs. Luke. But close upon the end of the year he received one day a certain society journal, addressed in a hand he knew to the house at Herne Hill. In it was discoverable, marked with a red pencil, the following paragraph: "Among the English who this year elected to take their repose and recreation at Trouville, there was no more brilliant figure than Mrs. Luke Widdowson. This lady is well known in the monde, where one never s'ennuie. Where smart people are gathered together, there is the charming widow sure to be seen. We are able to announce that, before leaving Trouville, Mrs. Widdowson had consented to a private engagement with Captain William Horrocks, no other indeed than Captain Bill, the universal favourite, so beloved by hostesses as a sure dancing-man. By the lamented death of his father, this best of good fellows is now become Sir William, and we understand that his marriage will be celebrated after the proper delays. Our congratulations." Subsequently arrived a newspaper with an account of the marriage. Mrs. Luke was now Lady Horrocks. She had the title desired of her heart. Another 2 months went by, and there came a letter, readdressed like the other communications at the post-office, in which the baronet's wife declared herself anxious to hear of her friends. She found they had left Herne Hill. If this letter reached him, would not Edmund come and see her at her house in Wimpole Street? Misery of solitude, desire for a woman's sympathy and counsel, impelled him to use this opportunity, little as it seemed to promise. He went to Wimpole Street and had a very long private talk with Lady Horrocks, who, in some way he could not understand, had changed from her old self. She began frivolously, but in rather a dull make-believe way, and when she heard that Widdowson had parted from his wife, when a few vague miserable words had suggested the domestic drama so familiar to her observation, she at once grew quiet, sober, sympathetic, as if really glad to have something serious to talk about. "Now look here, Edmund, tell the whole story from the first. You're the sort of man to make awful blunders in such a case as this. Just tell me all about it. I'm not a bad sort, you know, and I have troubles of my own. I don't mind telling you so much. Women make fools of themselves. Well, never mind. Just tell me about the little girl, and see if we can't square things somehow." He had a struggle with himself, but at length narrated everything,
often interrupted by shrewd questions. "No one writes to you?" the listener finally inquired. "I'm expecting to hear from them," was Widdowson's answer, as he sat in the usual position, head hanging forward and hands clasped between his knees. "To hear what?" "I think I shall be sent for." "Sent for? To make it up?" "She is going to give birth to a child." Lady Horrocks nodded twice thoughtfully, and with a faint smile. "How did you find this out?" "I have known it long enough. Her sister Virginia told me before they went away. I had a suspicion all at once, and I forced her to tell me." "And if you are sent for, shall you go?" Widdowson seemed to mutter an affirmative, and added, "I shall hear what she has to tell me, as she promised." Is it possible?" The lady's question remained incomplete. Widdowson, though he understood it, vouchsafed no direct answer. Intense suffering was manifest in his face, and at length he spoke vehemently. "Whatever she tells me, how can I believe it? When once a woman has lied, how can she ever again be believed? I can't be sure of anything." "All that fibbing," remarked Lady Horrocks, "has an unpleasant look, no denying it. She got entangled somehow. But I think you had better believe that she pulled up just in time." "I have no love for her left," he went on in a despairing voice. "It all perished in those frightful days. I tried hard to think that I still loved her. I kept writing letters, but they meant nothing, or they only meant that I was driven half crazy by wretchedness. I had rather we lived on as we have been doing. It's miserable enough for me, God knows, but it would be worse to try and behave to her as if I could forget everything. I know her explanation won't satisfy me. Whatever it is, I shall still suspect her. I don't know that the child is mine. It may be. Perhaps as it grows up there will be a likeness to help me make sure. But what a life! Every paltry trifle will make me uneasy, and if I discovered any fresh deceit I should do something terrible. You don't know how near I was." He shuddered and hid his face. "The Othello business won't do," said Lady Horrocks, not unkindly. "You couldn't have gone on together, of course. You had to part for a time. Well, that's all over. Take it as something that couldn't be helped. You were behaving absurdly, you know. I told you plainly. I guessed there'd be trouble. You oughtn't to have married at all, that's the fact. It would be better for most of us if we kept out of it. Some marry for a good reason, some for a bad, and mostly it all comes to the same in the end. But there, never mind. Pull yourself together, dear boy. It's all nonsense about not caring for her. Of course you're eating your heart out for want of her. And I'll tell you what I think. It's very likely Monica was pulled up just in time by discovering—you understand? That she was more your wife than any one else's. Something tells me that's how it was. Just try to look at it in that way. If the child lives, she'll be different. She has sowed her wild oats. Why shouldn't a woman as well as a man? Go down to Clevedon and forgive her. You're an honest man, and it isn't every woman— Never mind. I could tell you stories about people, but you wouldn't care to hear them. Just take things with a laugh. We all have to. Life's as you take it, all gloom, or moderately shiny." With much more to the same solacing effect. For the time Widdowson was perchance a trifle comforted. At all events, he went away with a sense of gratitude to Lady Horrocks. And when he had left the house he remembered that not even a civil formality with regard to Sir William had fallen from his lips. But Sir William's wife, for whatever reason, had also not once mentioned the baronet's name. Only a few days passed before Widdowson received the summons he was expecting. It came in the form of a telegram, bidding him hasten to his wife, not a word of news added. At the time of its arrival he was taking his afternoon walk. This delay made it doubtful whether he could get to Paddington by 6:20, the last train which would enable him to reach Clevedon that night. He managed it, with only 2 or 3 minutes to spare. Not till he was seated in the railway carriage could he fix his thoughts on the end of the journey. An inexpressible repugnance then affected him. He would have welcomed any disaster to the train, any injury which might prevent his going to Monica at such a time. Often in anticipation the event which was now come to pass had confused and darkened his mind. He loathed the thought of it. If the child, perhaps already born, were in truth his, it must be very long before he could regard it with a shadow of paternal interest. Uncertainty, to which he was condemned, would in all likelihood make it an object of aversion to him as long as he lived. He was at Bristol by 9:15, and had to change for a slow train, which by 10 o'clock brought him to Yatton, the little junction for Clevedon. It was a fine, starry night, but extremely cold. For the first few minutes of detention he walked restlessly about the platform. His chief emotion was now a fear lest all might not go well with Monica. Whether he could believe what she had to tell him or not, it would be worse if she were to die before he could hear her explanation. The anguish of remorse would seize upon him. Alone in his compartment, he did not sit down, but stamped backwards and forwards on the floor, and before the train stopped he jumped out. No cab was procurable. He left his bag at the station, and hastened with all speed in the direction that he remembered. But very soon the crossways had confused him. As he met no one whom he could ask to direct him, he had to knock at a door. Streaming with perspiration, he came at length within sight of his own house. A church clock was striking 11. Alice and Virginia were both standing in the hall when the door was opened. They beckoned him into a room. "Is it over?" he asked, staring from one to the other with his dazzled eyes. "At 4 this afternoon," answered Alice, scarce able to articulate. "A little girl." "She had to have chloroform," said Virginia, who looked a miserable, lifeless object, and shook like one in an ague. "And all's well?" "We think so. We hope so," they stammered together. Alice added that the doctor was to make another call to-night. They had a good nurse. The infant seemed healthy, but was a very, very little mite, and had only made its voice heard for a few minutes. "She knows you sent for me?" "Yes, and we have something to give you. You were to have this as soon as you arrived." Miss Madden handed him a sealed envelope. Then both the sisters drew away, as if fearing the result of what they had done. Widdowson just glanced at the unaddressed missive and put it into his pocket. "I must have something to eat," he said, wiping his forehead. "When the doctor comes, I'll see him." This visit took place while he was engaged on his supper. On coming down from the patient, the doctor gave him an assurance that things were progressing fairly well. The morning probably would enable him to speak with yet more confidence. Widdowson had another brief conversation with the sisters, then bade them good night, and went to the room that had been prepared for him. As he closed the door, he heard a thin, faint wail, and stood listening till it ceased. It came from a room on the floor below. Having brought himself with an effort to open the envelope he had received, he found several sheets of paper, one of them remarked immediately in a man's writing. At this he first glanced, and the beginning showed him that it was a love-letter written to Monica. He threw it aside and took up the other sheets, which contained a long communication from his wife. It was dated 2 months ago. In it Monica recounted to him, with scrupulous truthfulness, the whole story of her relations with Bevis. "I only make this confession," so she concluded, "for the sake of the poor child that will soon be born. The child is yours, and ought not to suffer because of what I did. The enclosed letter will prove this to you if anything can. For myself I ask nothing. I don't think I shall live. If I do, I will consent to anything you propose. I only ask you to behave without any pretence. If you cannot forgive me, do not make a show of it. Say what your will is, and that shall be enough." He did not go to bed that night. There was a fire in the room, and he kept it alight till daybreak, when he descended softly to the hall and let himself out of the house. In a fierce wind that swept from the northwest down the foaming channel, he walked for an hour or two, careless whither the roads directed him.
All he desired was to be at a distance from that house, with its hideous silence, and the faint cry that could scarcely be called a sound. The necessity of returning, of spending days there, was an oppression which held him like a nightmare. Monica's statement he neither believed nor disbelieved. He simply could not make up his mind about it. She had lied to him so resolutely before. Was she not capable of elaborate falsehood to save her reputation and protect her child? The letter from Bevis might have been a result of conspiracy between them. That Bevis was the man against whom his jealousy should have been directed at first astounded him. By now he had come to a full perception of his stupidity in never entertaining such a thought. The revelation was equivalent to a second offence just discovered, for he found it impossible to ignore his long-cherished suspicion of Barfoot, and he even surmised the possibility of Monica's having listened to love-making from that quarter previously to her intimacy with Bevis. He loathed the memory of his life since marriage, and as for pardoning his wife, he could as soon pardon and smile upon the author of that accursed letter from Bordeaux. But go back to the house he must. By obeying his impulse, and straightway returning to London, he might be the cause of a fatal turn in Monica's illness. Constraint of bare humanity would keep him here until his wife was out of danger. But he could not see her, and as soon as possible he must escape from such unendurable circumstances. Re-entering at 8:30, he was met by Alice, who seemed to have slept as little as he himself had done. They went into the dining-room. "She has been inquiring about you," began Miss Madden timorously. "How is she?" "Not worse, I believe, but so very weak. She wishes me to ask you—" "What?" His manner did not encourage the poor woman. "I shall be obliged to tell her something. If I have nothing to say, she will fret herself into a dangerous state. She wants to know if you have read her letter, and if you will see the child." Widdowson turned away and stood irresolute. He felt Miss Madden's hand upon his arm. "Oh, don't refuse. Let me give her some comfort." "It's the child she's anxious about." Alice admitted it, looking into her brother-in-law's face with woeful appeal. "Say I will see it," he answered, "and have it brought into some room. Then say I have seen it." "Mayn't I take her a word of forgiveness?" "Yes, say I forgive her. She doesn't wish me to go to her?" Alice shook her head. "Then say I forgive her." As he directed, so it was done, and in the course of the morning Miss Madden brought word to him that her sister had experienced great relief. She was sleeping. But the doctor thought it necessary to make 2 visits before nightfall, and late in the evening he came again. He explained to Widdowson that there were complications, not unlikely to be dangerous, and finally he suggested that, if the morrow brought no decided improvement, a second medical man should be called in to consult. This consultation was held. In the afternoon Virginia came weeping to her brother-in-law, and told him that Monica was delirious. That night the whole household watched. Another day was passed in the gravest anxiety, and at dusk the medical attendant no longer disguised his opinion that Mrs. Widdowson was sinking. She became unconscious soon after, and in the early morning breathed her last. Widdowson was in the room, and at the end sat by the bedside for an hour. But he did not look upon his wife's face. When it was told him that she had ceased to breathe, he rose and went into his own chamber, death-pale, but tearless. On the day after the funeral, Monica was buried in the cemetery, which is hard by the old church. Widdowson and the elder sister had a long conversation in private. It related first of all to the motherless baby. Widdowson's desire was that Miss Madden should undertake the care of the child. She and Virginia might live wherever they preferred. Their needs would be provided for. Alice had hardly dared hope for such a proposal, as it concerned the child, that is to say. Gladly she accepted it. "But there's something I must tell you," she said, with embarrassed appeal in her wet eyes. "Poor Virginia wishes to go into an institution." Widdowson looked at her, not understanding, whereupon she broke into tears,
and made known that her sister was such a slave to strong drink that they both despaired of reformation unless by help of the measure she had indicated. There were people, she had heard, who undertook the care of inebriates. "You know that we are by no means penniless," sobbed Alice. "We can very well bear the expense, but will you assist us to find a suitable place?" He promised to proceed at once in the matter. "And when she is cured," said Miss Madden, "she shall come and live with me, and when baby is about 2 years old, we will do what we have been purposing for a long time. We will open a school for young children, either here or at Weston. That will afford my poor sister occupation. Indeed, we shall both be better for the exertion of such an undertaking. Don't you think so?"
"It would be a wise thing, I have no doubt whatever."
The large house was to be abandoned, and as much of the furniture as seemed needful transported to a smaller dwelling in another part of Clevedon. For Alice resolved to stay here in spite of painful associations. She loved the place, and looked forward with quiet joy to the life that was prepared for her. Widdowson's books would go back to London. Not to the Hampstead lodgings, however. Fearful of solitude, he proposed to his friend Newdick that they should live together, he as a man of substance bearing the larger share of the expense. And this plan also came into execution. 3 months went by, and on a day of summer, when the wooded hills and green lanes and rich meadows of Clevedon looked their best, when the Channel was still and blue, and the Welsh mountains loomed through a sunny haze, Rhoda Nunn came over from the Mendips to see Miss Madden. It could not be a gladsome meeting, but Rhoda was bright and natural, and her talk as inspiriting as ever. She took the baby in her arms, and walked about with it for a long time in the garden, often murmuring, "Poor little child! Dear little child!" There had been doubt whether it would live, but the summer seemed to be fortifying its health. Alice, it was plain, had found her vocation. She looked better than at any time since Rhoda had known her. Her complexion was losing its muddiness and spottiness, her step had become light and brisk. "And where is your sister?" inquired Miss Nunn. "Staying with friends at present. She will be back before long, I hope. And as soon as baby can walk, we are going to think very seriously about the school. You remember?" "The school? You will really make the attempt?" "It will be so good for us both. Why, look!" she added laughingly. "Here is one pupil growing for us." "Make a brave woman of her," said Rhoda kindly. "We will try. Ah, we will try. And is your work as successful as ever?" "More," replied Rhoda. "We flourish like the green bay tree. We shall have to take larger premises. By the by, you must read the paper we are going to publish. The first number will be out in a month, though the name isn't quite decided upon yet. Miss Barfoot was never in such health and spirit, nor I myself. The world is moving." Whilst Miss Madden went into the house to prepare hospitalities, Rhoda, still nursing, sat down on a garden bench. She gazed intently at those diminutive features, which were quite placid and relaxing in soft drowsiness. The dark, bright eye was Monica's. And as the baby sank into sleep, Rhoda's vision grew dim. A sigh made her lips quiver, and once more she murmured, "Poor little child." End of chapter 31. End of The Odd Women, by George Gissing.